Chapter 2188. Northern Plains. An intense battle had just started for a few rounds. Wuxia continued to retreat while pointing his finger at He Lulan. Immortal killer move crescent stab. Clang. At the next moment, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. A translucent light blue crescent shot out of the ground like a blade, slashing towards He Lulan. He Lulan was prepared. She jumped up at almost the same time, dodging it. Wuxia's pupils shrunk. This attack was very fast, ordinary Gu immortals could not dodge it. But He Lulan dodged it successfully. This showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. This method of mine has only failed on Tianxia Xian and Tian Yizi. The former is a wisdom path Gu immortal. He has the ability to make deductions. The latter cultivates time path and has investigative methods that can predict the future. To think that I would fail on this mysterious female immortal again. Even though she cultivates strength path, she cannot be underestimated. Several thoughts flashed past Wuxia's mind. At the same time, he was still retreating. Rumble. He Lulan exerted strength. Her body was like a meteor. She tore through the air and got close to Wuxia in a few breaths of time. Wuxia gritted his teeth. He raised his hands and used a killer move, Moonrise. A trace of moonlight appeared above his head and floated up. But before he reached the top, He Lulan's fist had already arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Wuxia was sent flying by He Lulan like a rubber ball. His thin body flew far away. He crashed on the ground and was dragged more than 10 steps away by the inertia. A deep trench was left on the ground along the way. When he raised his head again, Wuxia saw He Lulan's figure again, as well as her fist. Wuxia's heart jumped. That punch earlier. Even though Wuxia had defensive methods, he was still heavily injured. He did not want to take a second punch. You fell for it. Wuxia suddenly smiled. He stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at He Lulan. Chong 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 chong. In an instant 5 light blue, translucent moon blades appeared out of thin air and aimed at the center from all directions. He Lulan stabbed forward. He Lulan's eyes shone with a cold light. She didn't dodge or evade, and continued to throw her fists forward. Wuxia's smile froze. He watched as the fist grew bigger and bigger until it finally landed on his eye. Boom! Wuxia was originally lying on the ground with his head slightly raised. After receiving this punch, his head smashed into the deep pit below him with terrifying momentum. The earth trembled and rocks flew everywhere. Wooden statue Lord Wu Guang and pure sincerity immortal Chen Cheng's eyes twitched. Just seeing Wuxia being beaten up made them feel pain. Wuxia was directly smashed into the ground by this attack, and he was a few meters away from the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, but He Lulan did not give chase. Instead, she quickly retreated. Clang clang clang. Endless moon blades seemed to have gone crazy. They were created continuously and slashed at He Lulan. He Lulan had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her movements were simple and extremely nimble. Most of the crescent blades were dodged, and a few were shattered by her 2 fists. Wuxia's crazy attacks finally gave him a chance to catch his breath. He flew out of the deep pit and into the sky. Right now, his face was covered in dust. One of his eyes was cracked. His eyelid was swollen and was purple. His vision was extremely blurry. His gaze flickered with lingering fear. Those 2 punches just now almost made me lie on the ground. So dangerous. Thankfully, I succeeded in moon ascension. Wuxia let out a breath of turbid air. The moon aura that had emerged from the top of his head had already condensed into a crescent moon that hung high in the sky under the bright sun. The moon blade killer move was still being used. He Lulan dodged as she split a portion of her attention to look at the crescent moon in the sky. Previously, the moon blades could only be created from the ground. But now, they can be created from thin air. Is this the effect of this crescent moon? He Lulan thought rapidly. Her thoughts collided in her mind like sparks. But this kind of amplification is not worth Wuxia paying such a huge price. He would rather take 2 of my punches head-on, in order to activate this crescent moon first. He Lulan's mind was as calm as ice. Previously, she was attacking. Now she was defending. She could advance and retreat as she pleased. Wuxia was still activating the crescent moon killer move. Crescent moons continued to be created. His attacks were relentless, but He Lulan defended stably. At the same time, she used her fist force to attack the crescent moon in the sky. The crescent moon in the sky was attacked by the fist force, but it only shook like a mirage. The crescent moon is growing? A bright light flashed in He Lulan's eyes. She acutely discovered something. So that's how it is. He Lulan understood. She stomped on the ground as she charged out, enduring the crescent moon's attack as she attacked Wuk. Wuk's heart jumped. This female immortal's battle consciousness is too strong. She seems to have seen through my combat system. Wuk had an immortal opportunity in his early years. He inherited the inheritance of a certain Guapath Gu immortal great expert. Thus, he had a stable and complete combat system. The crescent moon in the sky would amplify all of Wuk's moon path killer moves. At the same time, Wuk's moon path killer moves would be broken. The shattered moon path Dao marks would be absorbed by the crescent moon, gradually filling up the crescent moon. The crescent moon would turn into a half moon, before becoming a full moon. Once it becomes a full moon, Wuk's offense and defense would be amplified to their strongest state. He Lulan saw through this. She started to attack fiercely again. Wuk had already noticed that he was not He Lulan's match. He wisely chose to stall for time. He moved while parrying her attacks. He Lulan chased after him with all her strength. The two immortals chased as they fought intensely. Everywhere they went, rocks flew and humans died. Immortal killer move, 8-directional strength battle. He Lulan shouted. Her body flickered as 8 figures appeared, surrounding Wuk. Wuk was caught off guard. He was surrounded in the center. Oh no! Wuk was shocked. Feng Yuan's divine sense continued to spread out in the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was not easy to scan it. He needed to extend his divine sense for a long time before he could see the entire immortal aperture. There were still strange things happening everywhere. But with Star Collection City's control, Gu immortals were everywhere. This was no longer a problem. Feng Yuan was focusing on the Earth vein this time. Originally, the Earth vein had been constructed, but it was very crude and simple. It was just a line formed by a dozen or so points. This line made a circle in the mini 5 regions, connecting from end to end. But after this period of operation, even though the Earth vein was still a single loop, there were already many branches growing from this loop. It was no longer as thin as before. After some time, the nodes at the ends of these branches will connect to form a second, larger outer loop. The entire Earth vein will then have 2 layers of loops. Right now, in the 5 regions, not only were southern borders super forces transacting with Feng Yuan, Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance was also preparing for this under Qi Si ancestors' orders. 2 islands had already been sold to the sovereign immortal aperture through Jewel Yellow Skies. They were used as the nodes of mini Eastern Sea's Earth vein. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces were still in the dark. They did not know that the target of this transaction was Feng Yuan. They had a lot of profits to make, thus they were very proactive. Feng Yuan had a lot of capital. He had been lacking resources earlier, but that was no longer the case now. Feng Yuan had a vast amount of immortal materials. He used these immortal materials to purchase the islands and mountains. The immortal materials in the first 6 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had chaotic Dao marks. They could not be traded. But the 7th layer's Dao marks were all stolen by Feng Yuan through Thieves' Den. They turned into pure rank 9 immortal materials. Each of these rank 9 immortal materials had extraordinary value. They were hard to calculate. Feng Yuan's wealth rose sharply. He was very confident. In fact, if they were not used to refine Gu, these rank 9 immortal materials could only be sold to rank 8 Gu immortals, or these super forces. Rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals could not reach the level of rank 9 immortal materials. These immortal materials were too high level. Even most rank 8 Gu immortals could not use them. Only those super forces would want to hoard some. After inspecting the Earth vein and seeing that there were no mistakes, the development was going well. Feng Yuan retracted his divine sense. Turning his attention back to himself, Feng Yuan willed. Cooking luck pot shook slightly. Feng Yuan started to inspect luck. At this moment, his silver pillar of light had changed quite a bit. The silver pillar of light had become more solid. Its size was half of its previous size, but it was at least 5 times more solid. Be it the earth vein structure, or Feng Yuan's refinement path attainments, they were the reason why the silver pillar of light had become solid. The 3 clouds that represented star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun were still covering the top of the pillar. They were suppressing and obstructing it. At the bottom of the silver pillar of light, the surrounding dust had already condensed into the shape of a graveyard, wrapping around the silver pillar, like it was supporting its foundation. I have been comprehending Paradise Earth's tomb recently. I have made some progress. I now have the ability to construct a graveyard. Through the graveyard, Gu immortals can be reborn. Even the immortal Gu of the Gu immortal, when they were alive, can be reborn. Looking at this luck, if I can comprehend Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance, it will be of great help to me. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, there was a huge change in luck again. At the top of the silver pillar of light, a bright star appeared between the 3 clouds. This star's silver-white radiance penetrated the clouds and shone on the surface of Feng Yuan's silver pillar. It was also a silver radiance. It seemed to be greatly beneficial to the silver pillar. What is going on? Feng Yuan's body shook. So it was like this. I understand now. He looked far away, piercing through the distance of 10,000 li, towards the central area where the 3 great worlds intersected. There, a small world appeared, emitting the strong aura of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This was Thieving Heaven's space. There was probably a Thieving Heaven true inheritance inside. P.S. Congratulations to Eating Melon for becoming the leader of this book. My eyes are watery with tears. I still need to update 12 chapters. The pressure is huge. In the past, I could update 7 chapters at once. But update 12 chapters at once? I can only vent my anger and vomit blood. I can't update anymore. The difficulty is too high. Everyone, take it easy, take it easy. I'm a little afraid. I want to have a good Christmas and a good New Year. Chapter 2189. Bam 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 Bam. A series of fierce attacks sent Yin Wuke to the ground. Yin Wuke hugged his head and curled into a ball, activating defensive killer moves with all his might. But under all sorts of punches and kicks, his defensive methods crumbled rapidly. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Yin Wuke shouted anxiously. Fairy Black Moon, it's best to forgive and forget. Wu Guang hurried over to persuade her. He Lulan was only sparring. She did not have much killing intent. Hearing this, she stopped. She turned to Chen Cheng. Yin Wuke has lost. Who is his next opponent? While she was asking, 2 Gu immortals flew over from the sky. 2 immortals, 1 male and 1 female. The male was tall. He had a shoehorn face and bean-sized eyes. He gave off the aura of a rank 7 light path Gu immortal. The female immortal had the appearance of a young girl. Her eyes were round and bright. She had a petite and cute body. She was a rank 7 wood path Gu immortal. They were Lu tribe's Gu immortals, Lu Chang and Lu Luo. Chen Cheng Wu Guang. And the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. But Lu Luo asked first. What is going on? No one answered her. Lu Luo looked at Yin Wu Quebec. Yin Wu Ke was still lying on the ground, being healed by Wu Guang. He smiled bitterly. This fairy Black Moon came to challenge me. She has powerful methods. I am not her match. Lu Chang heard this and his eyes brightened. He smiled. Fairy Black Moon? May I know your name? To think that Northern Plains Gu immortal world would have such a heroine. Lu Luo mocked Yin Wu Ke. Yin Wu Ke, now you know the pain of being a lone cultivator, right? Our Lu family recruiting you as a guest grand elder will also be of great benefit to you. At least, after you join our tribe, any Gu immortals who challenge, you will have to consider the consequences of angering our Lu tribe. Yin Wu Ke smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you for persuading me so many times, but I am used to living a carefree life. I have no intention of joining any super force. Lu Luo frowned. You still don't know how to appreciate favors? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war, Longevity Heaven ordered the Huangjin tribes to unite Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Many Gu immortals were recruited by these Huangjin tribes. while many demonic cultivators were also killed. On the other side, He Lulan had no intention to answer Lu Zhang's question. She said to Chen Cheng, "Let's go." "Wait!" Lu Luo shrieked and tried to stop her. Then she looked at He Lulan. "Female immortal, you're too daring. Don't you know that Yin Wuk was recruited by my Lu family? Now that you've injured him, you want to walk away?" "Sister." Lu Chang tried to persuade her, feeling a little helpless in his heart. Lu Luo had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. The rise in her strength also caused her emotions to be somewhat restless. If she was alone, perhaps her attitude would not be like this. But now that her brother Lu Chang was by her side to rely on, Lu Luo's attitude became somewhat casual. But Lu Chang had always loved this sister of his. He did not scold her, instead he stared at He Lulan. "Fairy, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you interested in joining our Lu family? If I become the Lu family's supreme guest elder, shut your dog mouth," He Lulan said plainly. "Huh." Lu Chang was stunned. Lu Luo stared with wide eyes. She was shocked and furious. "How dare you?" "You shrew." Before she finished, He Lulan interrupted her. "Two dogs blocking the way. If you bark again, I will kill you." Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Chen Chen quickly stopped her and tried to mediate. Lu Luo shrieked, "I will not let today's matter rest. I want to see." Boom. He Lulan attacked fiercely. A strength path phantom suddenly appeared in front of Lu Luo and punched the latter's face, sending her flying. "Sister." Lu Chang was furious. He was about to attack. With a loud sound, he was also sent flying by He Lulan. Lu Chang was a famous rank 7 expert in Northern Plains. His strength far surpassed Lu Luo. He quickly stabilized himself. "You dare to attack my Lu tribe's Gu immortals? You!" Boom boom boom. He Lulan was surrounded by 8 strength path phantoms. She activated the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem at the same time, causing the Lu tribe siblings to flee. This. Chen Cheng was dumbfounded. There is no way to resolve this. Wu Guang was tongue-tied. He looked at Yin Wuke and smiled bitterly. So Fairy Black Moon's personality is like this. Brother Yin, you are really lucky to be alive from this person. Yin Wuke snorted. If this Fairy Black Moon really killed the Lu tribe siblings, do you think Lu tribe and Longevity Heaven will let us go? Wu Guang was stunned. His expression turned extremely ugly. Do we still have to help the Lu tribe siblings? Wu Guang asked in a daze. Yin Wuke gritted his teeth. You want to lick Longevity Heaven's boots? Ever since Giant Sun Immortal set up the Imperial Court contest, Northern Plains has become his territory. For the last 300,000 years, how much suffering have the lone cultivators of Northern Plains suffered? The truth of the Imperial Court contest was known to all Gu immortals. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators had a bad impression of Giant Sun Immortal, back then 5 Elements Grandmaster, who thought that he was a lone immortal, invaded Longevity Heaven. That was the proof of this attitude. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world, but it was very difficult. Many Gu immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huang Jin tribes. They did not want to listen to these people that they hated in the past. Unless there were 2 situations. One was when the 5 regions chaotic war started. Northern Plains Gu immortal world faced huge external pressure. These Gu immortals had no choice but to unite. The second was when Giant Sun Immortal revived successfully and subdued these demonic cultivators and lone immortals with irresistible strength. In fact, even in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world because of Ma Hongyin. Ma Hongyin was strengthened by fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. On the surface, he looked like a rising star of humble origin. Thus he united many of Northern Plains lone and demonic immortals. But the truth was, he was a pawn of Longevity Heaven, an arrangement made by Giant Sun Immortal. Because of this indirect method, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world after a period of 5 regions chaotic war. Now that the 5 regions chaotic war had yet to start, and Ma Hongyin was killed by Feng Yuan, it was extremely difficult for Longevity Heaven to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely return the humiliation of today's defeat. Lu Chang brought Lu Luo and escaped angrily. He was very strong, but he could not use it. He Lulan was always targeting Lu Luo. Lu Chang was very wary. He could only take a beating most of the time. He felt very sullen. They finally escaped. Chen Qing let out a breath of air. He had been very worried earlier. If they can escape, after I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huang Jin tribes one by one. I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my name. He Lulan smiled coldly. Chen Qing felt a headache. He did not expect his master to have such great ambitions. Not just those lone and demonic immortals, she also wanted to challenge the overlords of Northern Plains, those super Huang Jin tribes. Fairy, if you have such intentions, then I, Yin Wuke, am willing to travel with you, to strengthen your reputation. Yin Wuke walked towards He Lulan with Wu Guang's help. Oh! He Lulan raised her brows slightly. Yin Wuke smiled bitterly. To speak the truth, if I do not travel with you, when Lu tribe's Gu immortals come to settle the score, they will not let me off. I do not want to become a member of the Huang Jin tribes. All right. He Lulan nodded. In the past, Chu Du had fought against these Huang Jin tribes. I cultivate strength path with him. Why can't I defeat him? Let's go together. I will come too, Wu Guang said. This is such an interesting matter. I want to witness it personally. Thus, He Lulan's group grew stronger again. Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. 300,000 years ago. In the void, worlds were being created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, iron chains appeared one after another. With a clattering sound, they formed an area where chains intertwined with one another in the blink of an eye. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised. He was forced to show himself. Limitless Demon Venerables will appeared. Stop, new Venerable. There is no space door here that you are looking for. Saying so, countless chains shot towards Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable moved like lightning. He moved through the chains like a nimble flying fish. Limitless Demon Venerables will? His eyes shined with excitement. How do you know that I am looking for space door? Are you saying this because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You have hidden the 9th layer too deeply. I cannot figure it out immediately. Why don't you invite me in? As long as there is no space door inside, I will leave immediately. Limitless Demon Venerables will said. Thieving Heaven, even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave, I know many things in the world. The current you cannot even control yourself. How can I let you enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself? Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised his eyebrows. I only want to return home. I only want to see my family and friends. But all of you want to stop me. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly agitated. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent. The chains attacked even more urgently. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable snorted coldly. He stopped far away and stopped dodging. A dazzling sapphire blue light blossomed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable activated a killer move. The blue light faded as a huge armor covered his body. He turned into a steel giant. The steel giant was covered in sparks. It charged towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The chains that filled the sky came to obstruct it, but were all destroyed by the steel giant. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable controlled the steel giant and charged forward. He reached the center of the millions of chains and grabbed Limitless Demon Venerable's will. But at the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable's will dissipated on its own. Almost at the same time, another Limitless Demon Venerable's will appeared far away. He said calmly, "This is Crazed Demon Cave. My will is endless here." Is that so? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled coldly. Then try my next move. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering battle erupted. The worlds in the void were affected. Countless of them were destroyed. Limitless Demon Venerables will had the terrain advantage. He was evenly matched with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable at first. But as time passed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stronger. He gradually gained the upper hand. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead after all. Only his will was left to control Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2190. The lightning giant rumbled. Every move it made was emitting boundless radiance. Millions of chains danced in the air, locking down thieving heaven demon Venerable. The aftermath of the battle between the two venerables continued to spread. The entire void was shaking slightly. It seemed like it could not hold on for much longer. Small worlds were affected. They were quickly destroyed. They could not last for more than a few breaths of time. Inside the lightning giant, thieving heaven demon Venerable's expression became increasingly twisted. His eyes became more bloodshot. He revealed an increasingly brutal aura. "Eat my move!" Thieving heaven roared. The lightning giant's mountain-like body froze on the spot. Its surface quickly changed shape, and with the crisp sound of metal clicking, cannons extended from its body one after another. Boom! Thousands of cannons fired at the same time. Beams of light tore through the void. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple were extremely colorful. It was a stunning sight. The beams of light moved across hundreds and thousands of li, destroying everything in their path. Countless chains controlled by limitless demon venerables were destroyed. This move contains metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and many other paths. Each color of the light cannon represents a path. Oh no! Limitless demon venerables was shaken. The defensive line that he painstakingly created was pierced, revealing the two great worlds that he had been protecting. One world was filled with wild beasts. The other world was filled with lush forests. They were Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World. Most of the light cannons were blocked, but there were still over 100 that shot towards the two great worlds. What? These two worlds contain life? Thieving heaven demon Venerable's heart shook. He finally saw it clearly. His twisted and ferocious expression suddenly became sluggish, and his bloodshot eyes also revealed a clear color. When he explored the void earlier, he saw that the small worlds were deathly still. They had no life. Thus, he did not care about the life and death of these small worlds. But Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World had life. Thieving heaven demon Venerable did not want to become a bloody butcher. Thieving heaven demon Venerable gritted his teeth. He controlled the lightning giant to change the direction of the cannons. All of the light cannons brushed past the two great worlds. Guh! Thieving heaven demon Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood, forcefully changing the direction of the attack, made him suffer the backlash of the killer move. The powerful lightning giant was no longer dazzling. It became much dimmer. The battle between the two venerables came to an abrupt end. Thieving heaven demon Venerable breathed roughly, while limitless demon Venerables was surrounded by countless chains. He showed a contemplative expression. At this critical moment, one's true nature was revealed. "I can open the passageway and let you take a look." After a while, the limitless demon Exalts will suddenly said. "What?" Thieving heaven demon Venerable was surprised. But he soon understood the reason. Thieving heaven demon Venerable still had traces of blood at the corner of his lips. His injuries were heavy and could not be healed in a short period of time. He chuckled. "Then what are we waiting for?" Limitless demon Venerables opened a path and led thieving heaven demon Venerable into the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving heaven demon Venerable first saw a black and white mountain. "This is the book mountain recorded in the Legends of Renzu?" Thieving heaven demon Venerable dispelled the lightning giant killer move with a shocked expression. The limitless smiled. "The book mountain is one of the cores. It is precisely because of it that this mad demon 9 void formation can continue to grow. Every time a talented Gu cultivator appears in the world and pushes for the development of a path, the book mountain can receive this new knowledge and allow the mad demon 9 void formation to grow with time. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small, there was no world at all. But later on, as Rule Path, Phantom Path, Refinement Path, and others continued to develop in the 5 regions, the void here also continued to expand. First, small worlds appeared. Then more and more small worlds appeared. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable left behind the Savage Wilderness Great World, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Green Lotus Dao Field, greatly boosting the Mad Demon 9 void formation. In time, living beings will be born and destroyed in other small worlds. They will no longer be limited to these 2 great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper and saw floating ice of all sizes. They were of all shapes and sizes. These are truthful floating ice? No wonder I did not find them when I explored the river of time. So you found them and hid them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. Finally, he arrived at the lowest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a dim expression. He was very disappointed. There is no space door here after all. Limitless Demon Venerables did not lie to him. Limitless said. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you don't believe me, you can continue looking. There is indeed no space door here. How can I find space door? That is my only hope of returning home. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked. Limitless shook his head. If I knew, why would I need to fight earlier? Oh Thieving Heaven, please return. There is nothing you are looking for here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stunned. He was speechless for a long time. No, maybe this is what I am looking for. Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable laughed strangely. His expression was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot. Even his tone changed, it became hoarse and deep, as if another person was speaking. Oh no! Limitless Will's expression also changed. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse and deep voice. If I am not wrong, this is the weakest place in the goo cultivation world's boundary. O Limitless Demon Venerable, your Mad Demon 9 Void Formation is using this place to pierce through the boundary of the world, allowing the things outside the world to enter as raw materials. That is why there are 8 layers of worlds, right? Say if I break this place and leave the goo cultivation world, will I be able to find my hometown? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said this as his eyes opened wide. The excitement on his body intensified. Limitless said in a deep voice. Impossible. You are already a goo venerable. How can you not know the power of the things outside the world? You have already experienced their power, haven't you? How long do you think you can last outside the world? Venerables are the strongest people in the world. No matter how long you last, there will be a limit. Can you guarantee that you will coincidentally find your hometown within that limit? You should know, you are not the only otherworldly demon. The world outside the goo cultivation world is not just your hometown. But, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable suddenly raised his head and raised his arms, shouting. But do you know? Do you know how much I want to return home? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable lowered his head. His fingers were in a daze as he muttered. Do you know how tormented I am? When I was a mortal, I told myself that I might be able to find the way home after becoming a goo master. When I became a goo master, I told myself that I would definitely find the way home after becoming a goo immortal. And when I became a goo immortal, I told myself that I would be able to return home after becoming a venerable. But I am already a venerable now. I cannot find space door. Space door. Where is space door? Even if I find space door, can space door really bring me home? Goo venerables are already the strongest. There is no path in front of me. Sometimes, I will dream of space door. I will dream that I have found space door. But I will find that space door is useless. Every time I wake up from such a nightmare, I will be covered in cold sweat. I admit that I am afraid. I am afraid that I cannot find space door. But I am also afraid that I will fall into despair after finding space door. Can you understand this feeling? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's breathing became heavier. He looked at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave, the place where the world boundary was the weakest. He suddenly laughed. His eyes were shining as he said in a hoarse voice. So let me take a risk. I will break through this world. Stop! Limitless shouted. He was already on guard. He stopped him with all his strength. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was instantly bound by the chains. But at the next moment, another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable appeared in front of him. He raised his arms and slammed them down. Boom! With a loud sound, the world boundary was broken. The most terrifying tribulation in the world descended. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable charged out of the hole. Limitless had no time to chase him. He tried to seal the hole with all his strength. But the tribulation that spewed out of the hole was terrifying. Limitless chains were forced back. They could not even get close. After a few breaths of time, The hole expanded to twice its original size. The situation is urgent. If we do not seal the hole now, the entire world will be destroyed. Fellow immortals, please lend us a hand. The limitless will shouted loudly. Reckless savages will flew out of savage wilderness great world, bringing along countless wild beasts. Genesis lotus will flew out of green lotus great world, bringing along countless plants. The combined power of the three venerables could only maintain the situation. They could not seal the hole. The hole did not expand, but the three venerables were already dead. There was no hope of victory, with just the power left behind by their main bodies. The three venerables' power weakened rapidly, their expressions were ugly. To think that the world will be destroyed because of this. Genesis Lotus will smile bitterly. Limitless will sighed. I was not willing to take the risk and let him in. No. Reckless savages will said solemnly. In that situation, even if the three of us attacked together, we were not thieving heaven's match. Because we could not keep him alive. Even if we forced him back 2 or 3 times, he could charge in again, and again until we expend all of our strength. This is all my fault, Limitless, let me go, I can help you. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said hatefully. One Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left through the hole. There was still another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable trapped by limitless chains. You. Genesis Lotus was slightly stunned. Who was the one who left earlier? Reckless savages will asked. That was Xiao. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled bitterly. My Tao Guardian. At the same time, the situation was urgent. Limitless will interrupted him, asking. What method do you have? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said. Do you know why Fate Gu's restriction on otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon that comes to this world carries the mark of their homeland. Those are the Tao marks of otherworldly demons. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path Tao marks in my body to create space and forcefully seal the hole. Use this chance to make up for it. Without hesitation, Limitless will took back the chains. Please. Chapter 2191. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th Layer. Big and small worlds were merging rapidly. All sorts of calamities and tribulations were wreaking havoc in the world. The battles between Gu immortals were also extremely intense. The weak died innocently in the aftermath, while the stronger ones were in a precarious situation. They were like small boats in a raging sea. If they were careless, they would capsize and lose their lives. Weak too weak. Who can stop me? Die! Ha ha ha. Butian Kong continued to clamor. It was unstoppable in the battlefield. It was originally favored by Crazed Demon Cave's luck. After using the killer move Endless Learning, its attainment level rose sharply. Next, with the help of the Celestial Quartz Immortal Gu and killer moves, its strength rose sharply. Like him, Nie Feng and Duan who were the same. At once, the three of them became the strongest Gu immortals in the battlefield. Evil beast, don't try to show off your might. Feng Yuan's 4 rank 8s surrounded the stone monkey Butian Kong. Butian Kong felt pressure. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips, its eyes shining with excitement and ruthlessness. Good, you have a lot of people. Who are you? Dulei. Dulei warrior said as he activated a transformation path killer move, turning into a Dulei lion with a lion head and a human body. Remember, my name is Duo Luo. Duo Luo warrior also used Duo Luo lion transformation, turning into a lion head and a human head. Steel Rush. Steel Rush warrior turned into a rhinoceros. Frost Butterfly. Frost Butterfly warrior shrunk to the size of an adult's fist. It had butterfly wings in human shape, emitting cold air. Battles between Gu immortals were usually fought alone. But these 4 Gu immortals cultivated transformation path. Their Tao marks did not conflict, and they were familiar with each other. They came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. They had rank 7 cultivation level, but with Feng Yuan's help, they advanced to rank 8. Immediately, the 4 warriors surrounded Butian Kong and fought. They fought until the sky turned dark. The sun and moon lost their light. Butian Kong was surrounded, its injuries increased, but it fought fiercely. Its fists, legs, head, body, elbows, knees and others became Butian Kong's weapons. Fist shadows flew everywhere, Every time they clashed, Butian Kong would be sent flying. But the four rank 8s cultivated transformation path. Their bodies were tough and strong. Even though they were sent flying, they would quickly attack again, maintaining the encirclement and giving Butian Kong huge pressure. The 5 fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground back to the sky. Everywhere they went, the other Gu immortals dodged them. Awesome. Come. Butian Kong's killing intent was aroused. It felt its mind becoming clearer. All sorts of killer moves flowed in its mind. The bottleneck that had troubled it in the past also started to loosen. He was one of the 3 children of Providence, and his talent and aptitude were even more extraordinary. The powerful pressure from the outside world was actually an opportunity for him, squeezing out even more of his potential. The more the stone monkey fought, the more ferocious it became. Initially, it wasn't very proficient in the killing moves it had obtained from the heavenly court, but now, it was already very proficient in using them. In fact, it even started to fuse them into its original style. Gu even with, and of Gu, of, we cannot he Ling King of Su, Tian and One-Emd. Although they were still surrounding the stone monkey, they felt as if they were suppressing a volcano. The volcano was constantly accumulating power and brewing, turning the external pressure into internal power. Once it reached its limit, the volcano would erupt. It would definitely shock the gods and shock the immortals. It would set off a fatal counterattack. Quick, kill him. With the help of the Lord, let the calamities and tribulations wear him down. The 4 immortals quickly conversed in secret, their coordination becoming more and more adept. From start to finish, Fang Yuan's Heaven Envy's heroic genius's killer move was in effect. The tribulation was used to attack Butian Kong, Nie Feng, and the others. Of course, most of the calamities and tribulations were a kind of refinement path method, constantly refining various small worlds, as well as the tangled Tao marks in the large worlds. This was especially so when calamities and tribulations occurred frequently inside and outside the small world. Under the bombardment of the various calamities, the small worlds were destroyed and completely integrated into the 3 great worlds. During this process, the savage great world naturally benefited the most. However, there was still a small world that was unique. Compared to all the other small worlds, it was fresh and refined. No matter how the catastrophe raged, it remained unmoved. It was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were round or oval-shaped bubbles, but Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space looked like a squarish block with sharp edges from the outside. No matter how the calamities and tribulations tempered it, it remained in its original state. Within Lux Oppression Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant Sun's gaze was already on this Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Otherworldly demon. He snorted lightly. Memories that appeared in his mind made him slightly unhappy. In the past, Giant Sun became an immortal venerable and entered the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He learned about the inside story of the 4 venerables mending the heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable disregarded the Gu cultivation world for his own selfishness and almost destroyed the 5 regions. Even though at the final moment, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable extracted his own space path Tao marks to create a Thieving Heaven space and block the hole. The hole was too big to be mended. The other 3 wills did their best and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless Will, Genesis Lotus Will and Reckless Savages Will had no choice but to go into hibernation afterwards. Giant Sun Immortal thus took the chance to exterminate Reckless Savages Will and obtain the ownership of Savage Wilderness Great World. Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance back then. Other than suppressing the whole, there was a deeper motive. It was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later, Guiyue Feng Yuan. However, I have already made a move in advance and destroyed a portion of the true inheritance. I obtained the killer move Perfect Pair and Imitation Gu. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a price to block the hole back then. The hole that appeared was not perfect. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun calculated the situation. Since Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is here, Feng Yuan has my self-luck true inheritance. He can definitely inspect luck and know that this place is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go. and Celestial Court will definitely send troops to obstruct Feng Yuan. The enemy is still Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the upper hand and maintained their advantage. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun cultivated Luck Path. He was not as proficient in deductions as Wisdom Path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun decided to watch Feng Yuan and Celestial Court fight. He would reap the benefits later. The main point was to deal a blow to Celestial Court. Peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yu Xiao, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance Space. Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance Space has appeared. Since it could block the hole back then, it will not be destroyed by the tribulations in these worlds. We need to resolve it. It has already become our obstacle. Fairy Yu Xiao said. Qin Dingling suddenly received an important piece of information. She quickly said. The spy in Yellow Earth Great World reported that Feng Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance Space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet. There is no movement. Fairy Yu Xiao was not surprised. Of course he will go. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance back then to leave it for him. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he will definitely come. Saying this, Fairy Yu Xiao smiled. Qin Ding Ling, subordinate, is here. Qin Ding Ling had a solemn expression. Let's go. Come with me to meet Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Fairy Yu Xiao slowly stood up. Qin Ding Ling revealed an excited expression, but was also a little suspicious. We don't need to be wary of Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures. Don't worry. This Thieving Heaven space is not Limitless Demon Venerable's original arrangement. He needs us to destroy this small world, or wait for Feng Yuan to inherit the true inheritance and destroy the space. This Thieving Heaven space is also an obstacle for limitless deductions. We will destroy it. That is what he wants. Fairy Yu Xiao answered. Celestial Court's army moved out. Divine Emperor City carried Fairy Yu Xiao, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest and set off from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved out. Fairy Ming Hao, Guyue Fangzheng, and the rest were also mobilized from the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan, thanks to Fairy Yu Xiao's previous contributions, Celestial Court gained many mutant Gu immortals like Butian Kong, Nie Kuangfeng, and Duan Hu. These Gu immortals caused Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World to fall into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Blade Leaf. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless flying leaves were like blades, flying towards Nie Kuangfeng from all directions. Nie Kuangfeng laughed loudly. His figure moved around agilely as he dodged the flying leaves. If he could not dodge, he would crash into them. He had turned into a whirlwind. The wind blades around the whirlwind were like sharp teeth. They were extremely sharp. Xiao Hejian gritted his teeth as he looked at Nie Kuangfeng getting closer. The pressure in his heart intensified. He and Nie Kuangfeng had been fighting for several minutes already. Even though Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses could restrain Nie Kuangfeng, it could not kill him. Nie Kuangfeng obtained Celestial Court's help and quickly recovered. It treated Xiao Hejian as its prey. Die for me! Nie Kuangfeng shouted. You fell for it. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao Hejian. One was also a mini-man Gu immortal Green Forest Great Sage. The other was Black Locust, the owner of Great Locust Grotto Heaven. He also cultivated Wood Path. Xiao Hejian's killer move immediately changed. The three immortals attacked at the same time, causing the killer move's power to rise sharply. The flying green leaves turned into seeds that were planted on Nie Kuangfeng's body. Countless vines grew out and bound Nie Kuangfeng tightly. Nie Kuangfeng was originally a tornado, but these vines bound him from the inside out. They interfered with his immortal essence infusion. Thus, Nie Kuangfeng's killer move lost the support of immortal essence. It became intermittent. Its power fell to rock bottom. The vines increased in number. They grew denser and denser, almost covering Nie Kuangfeng in layers. Don't force me. Nie Kuangfeng struggled, but its strength was weakening. We finally caught this monster. Black Locust was overjoyed. The three Wood Path Gu immortals looked at each other, showing expressions of joy. Xiao Hejian was overjoyed internally, Earlier, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch lost to Nie Kuang-feng, but now he defeated him. Comparing the two, Xiao Hejian finally suppressed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But at this time, Nie Kuang-feng's aura started to become strange. The vines had already turned into a huge ball of vines, but Nie Kuang-feng's voice could still be heard. I am demonizing. Whenever I am in a desperate situation, I will demonize. I do not want to demonize. Once I become demonized, I will not be able to wake up. Unless I destroy all the living beings in the world I am in, I will not be able to wake up. But you force me to do this, you force me to do this. Ah! P.S. I recommend Revolution Goddess. It has a different feeling. It is an exciting fantasy novel. Li Qi was thrown into another world by the Revolution Goddess. This world was filled with gods and demons. There were as many mortals as dogs. It was hard enough for him to have a good life, but the goddess wanted him to create a revolution of mortals here. Chapter 2192. Ah! Nie Kuang-feng screamed. Its voice became louder and louder as its aura surged, reaching a terrifying level. Boom! With a loud sound, the vines exploded into countless pieces. Nie Kuang-feng regained its freedom. But now, it was not a dark green tornado. It had turned into a reddish-brown demonic wind. The wind howled. It instantly crossed thousands of steps and arrived in front of Green Forest Great Sage. Green Forest Great Sage had already activated a defensive killer move, but after being devoured by the reddish-brown demonic wind, his aura weakened rapidly. After a few breaths of time, he no longer had any signs of life. The demonic wind paused for a moment. Then, like a demon shark that smelled blood, it charged towards Black Locust, who was closest to it. Be careful. Xiao Hejian quickly helped. But after a few rounds, the demonic wind still managed to kill Black Locust. The demonic wind finally pounced at Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian could not match Nie Kuang-feng. He retreated while fighting. After a few rounds, his tiny face was extremely grim. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. The aura of defeat was getting thicker. Rumble. Lightning tribulations continued to descend, but Nie Kuang-feng ignored them. It was so strong that it made people feel despair. At another location, stop! Lu Weiyin shouted. But Butiankong still punched, smashing Steel Rush Warrior's head into pieces. Next, Butiankong growled and shattered Steel Rush Warrior's soul. Steel Rush Warrior's soul dissipated. His headless body fell down from the sky like a broken sack. Be it his body or immortal aperture, they would be absorbed by the great world as nourishment. Who else? Butiankong raised its head and roared. Its battle intent surged into the sky like a beacon, shaking heaven and earth. At this point, the 4 rank 8 Gu immortals that attacked it were all dead. They were brutally killed by it. Lu Weiyin sighed as he flew towards the stone monkey. The stone monkey stared at him fiercely. Are you the next one? Very good. Even if you are a sage of Yellow Earth Great World, I will kill you. Lu Weiyin shook his head. I am not a sage. Butiankong, your killing intent is too strong. Lu Weiyin had no choice but to attack Butiankong. Butiankong had killed too many Gu immortals. If it was not stopped, this Gu immortal level battle would gradually end. Boom boom boom. Lu Weiyin and Butiankong fought. This time, Butiankong was finally suppressed. Although he was strong and could kill many rank 8 Gu immortals, he was not a pseudo-venerable. In contrast, even though Lu Weiyin's overall strength did not reach that level, his defense was at pseudo-venerable level. Lu Weiyin withstood Butiankong's fierce attacks with ease. You're not a real sage, but you're already so powerful. Very good, very good. Attack me. Kill me. It's been a long time since I've experienced killing intent. Why not? Why only defense? Is your attack so weak and powerless? What a disappointment. The stone monkey kept on bellowing, its figure shooting through the air like a bolt of lightning. Its attacks were like furious thunderbolts, and its prowess kept on rising. Lu Weiyin was distracted, because he knew that Feng Yuan had already left for the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space at the center. Not good. Lord Feng Yuan, please stop. Even though that small world might contain Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, it will definitely be attacked by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Celestial Court has already sent out their main force. There are many immortal Gu houses and Gu immortals. Longevity Heaven has also sent Calamity Luck Altar. It is not time for the decisive battle yet. What if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Paradise Earth Tomb while you are not here? Lu Wei-yin transmitted his voice, but Feng Yuan did not even reply. Lu Wei-yin gritted his teeth, his expression turning ugly. No matter how strong Feng Yuan is, he is only a pseudo-venerable. He is not a venerable. I need to help. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appears and kills him, who can protect Paradise Earth Tomb and stall for time? Just as he thought of this, Lu Wei-yin's vision turned dark. Bam! At the next moment, Stone Monkey Bu Tiankong's fist landed on Lu Wei-yin's face. You dare to be distracted? You are looking down on me. You will pay a terrible price. Bu Tiankong roared. Bu Tiankong flew towards Lu Wei-yin. Both sides got closer again. Lu Wei-yin was sent flying. He immediately activated a killer move. Suddenly, rain started to fall from the sky. The tribulation rain landed on Bu Tiankong's body, greatly slowing its speed and corroding its defenses. At the same time, Lu Wei-yin's killer move showed its effect. Yellow-brown smoke quickly appeared on Bu Tiankong's body. The smoke rumbled and sealed it. Get lost, get lost! Bu Tiankong roared. It activated all sorts of killer moves, sweeping away the tribulation rain and the yellow smoke. However, these raindrops and dust increased in number, and finally he was sealed. A lump of soil wrapped around Bu Tiankong. It fell to the ground like a meteor and turned into a yellow mountain. Just stay inside. Lu Wei-yin immediately rushed to Thieving Heaven's space. No, I am not resigned to this. These things can't trap me. Roar! Bu Tiankong roared. Its voice was like thunder that shook the battlefield. With a loud sound, the mountain was blown away. Dust and rocks flew everywhere as it flew out like lightning again. What? Lu Wei-yin was surprised. Bu Tiankong's performance was out of his expectations. How could it escape so quickly? Bu Tiankong resisted all sorts of tribulations while flying to catch up to Lu Wei-yin. Boom! The two killer moves clashed. Lu Wei-yin was restrained again. This monkey's killer move has become much more powerful, so that's why. Lu Wei-yin realized. The tribulations were taking care of Bu Tiankong. But as long as it could not be killed, it would continue to undergo tribulations and increase its Dao marks. Thus, Bu Tiankong became stronger as it fought. I want this heaven to no longer be able to cover my eyes. Bu Tiankong roared. A rainbow light pierced the sky and swept away the dark clouds within 500 li. I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart. Bu Tiankong roared. It stomped on the ground and the mountain collapsed, revealing Lu Wei-yin whose defenses were shattered, and who had a shocked expression. Bu Tiankong had already fallen into a frenzy. It discovered Feng Yuan who was not far away. It gave up on Lu Wei-yin and charged at Feng Yuan. Be careful, Lu Wei-yin quickly warned. This monkey is not simple. Feng Yuan did not turn around, as if he did not hear it. He only focused on the space in front of him. Bu Tiankong teleported and appeared behind Feng Yuan. I want all living beings to understand my intentions. I want you, a sage, to vanish into thin air. Bu Tiankong roared, using the strongest killer move in its life. Wind and clouds rumbled, heaven and earth changed color. Feng Yuan turned around slightly and waved his hand behind him. At the next moment, Bu Tiankong traversed the entire battlefield like a meteor, crashing through several mountains along the way. With a series of loud explosions, it created several thousand feet long gullies on the ground. Finally, it laid on the ground, its eyes were wide open, it did not move. He died. The chaotic battle continued without end, and the battlefield that was in full swing became silent. The unstoppable Nie Kuangfeng saw this. His reddish-brown demonic wind suddenly froze. Feng Yuan turned around and looked at him. Nie Kuangfeng shuddered. At the next moment, boundless fear gripped his entire body. I will die, I will die, I am going to die. He exited the demonic state. He regained his clarity. Escape! He quickly escaped, leaving behind his opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He had no strength to retaliate. Just one attack and his head would be gone. He watched with a dumbfounded expression as Nie Kuangfeng left the battlefield in a frenzy. Feng Yuan turned around slightly, facing Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space again with a calm expression. His gaze turned towards Celestial Court's army. Divine Emperor City and Demon Judgment Board flew over like a mountain. He looked to the other side. Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck altar shined with golden light as it rushed over. A cold light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He turned into a white ray of light and entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space first. Charge and we will fight inside. Fairy Yushio quickly ordered. Celestial Court's Immortal Goo House also entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not convenient to use their full strength outside. If they used too much strength, Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures would be triggered. At the same time, it would be easier to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Feng Yuan's vision changed. He looked around and saw that he had already entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could be seen as an artificial secluded domain. This was a strange space. The light inside was gentle. There were no mountains or rivers. There was no wind or land. It was completely empty. But this place was slightly different. Pitch-black lines spread and covered almost every inch of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. These black lines were thick and thin. They all gave off auras that made Feng Yuan's heart palpitate. At the same time, Feng Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with these auras. He quickly thought of the mysterious black fire in the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Even though Feng Yuan did not know what happened 300,000 years ago, he quickly understood after seeing this. It seems that this Thieving Heaven true inheritance space is about to collapse. I need to comprehend the profundities within and find out where the true inheritance is hidden. The last time he entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, he inherited ghostly concealment. At that time, Feng Yuan used open door goo and closed door goo to enter. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was very stable. There were many winds of assimilation. Only when otherworldly demons touched it would the winds of assimilation disappear. Feng Yuan accidentally saved Feng Jioga because of this. After the tornadoes of assimilation disappeared, Feng Yuan successfully inherited ghostly concealment. It was a smooth process. But this Thieving Heaven space was clearly different. There were no winds of assimilation. Even if Thieving Heaven's true inheritance existed, it was hidden deep inside. Feng Yuan had to deduce it. But Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to deduce. He took out a formation from his immortal aperture and placed it in this Thieving Heaven space. It was the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation activated, spewing out 5-colored smoke. In a few breaths of time, the 5-colored smoke spread and covered the surrounding tens of li. The 5 chi was so dense that one could not even see their fingers. After the Celestial Court's army charged into the Thieving Heaven space, they entered the 5-colored smoke and were immediately suppressed. This is the 5 regional walls? P.S. I recommend Strongest Boss of the Heavens. It is quite interesting. Everyone can read it if you are interested. Burning luck could allow one to travel through the heavens. Chewie opened his eyes and found himself lying in the cleansing room. An old eunuch was holding a knife and slicing at his crotch. Chapter 2193. Why are there 5 regional walls mixed together? Is this an arrangement in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space? No, this is Feng Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi. But he modified it. It is like the 5 regional walls have been reborn. Fairy Yushio quickly deduced. Feng Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and 5 regional limit formation were exposed in the Fate War. With these clues, it was not a problem for a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Ming Hao. Boom! Feng Yuan suddenly appeared. A killer move slammed onto Demon Judgment Board. The Demon Judgment Board was instantly blasted deeper into the fog. We cannot fight here. Feng Yuan has the sovereign immortal body. He is not restricted. Guiyue Fengjing shouted. Originally, the 5 regional walls had completely vanished. To think that they would reappear in Feng Yuan's hands. It seems that he has prepared a lot for this battle. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth, ordering. Find the 5 regional limit formation and destroy it. Southern restriction purple-black miasma light chi. Central restriction white-gold sacred light chi. Northern restriction jade licorice light chi. Western restriction scarlet raging fire light chi. And eastern restriction blue water light chi. These 5 were no longer the same as before. They had all been enhanced. They were almost the same as the 5 regional walls of the past. Back then, Tao Zhu researched the 5 regional walls and created 5 restriction profound light chi and the 5 regional limit formation. Feng Yuan made a breakthrough on the basis of his life's research. He reached a height that even Tao Zhu could not reach in his life. Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He was not restricted by the 5 regional walls. In contrast, other Gu immortals were suppressed by the regional walls. No matter what Gu worms they used, they would suffer backlash. As a result, Feng Yuan's advantage was too huge. This was something the celestial court immortals did not want to see. In the past, they would not be suppressed by central restriction white gold sacred light chi. But it was different now. After the 5 regions merged, chi tides swept through the world and cleansed it. After the 5 regions merged, Gu immortals' auras were no longer differentiated. And this aura was the combination of the 5 regions. It did not belong to any of the previous 5 regions. Thus, no matter which region Gu immortals came from, they would face 5 layers of suppression in 5 restriction profound light chi. Boom boom boom. Feng Yuan aimed a vicious attack at the city of God Emperor, causing the green radiance on the surface of the majestic city to tremble violently. But the divine Emperor city was too big. It was hard for Feng Yuan to shake it in a short period of time. A female immortal rushed out from God Emperor city. She had the appearance of a young lady, and was pretty. It was Fairy Wuxia. Her fighting spirit was strong, and she took the initiative to face Feng Yuan. Guyue Feng Yuan, do you dare to fight? Right at this time, another immortal Gu house entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was the Calamity Luck Altar of Longevity Heaven. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan transmitted. Immortal friend Feng Yuan, why don't we work together and destroy this divine emperor city? Feng Yuan smiled and replied, no, the demon judgment board has already been smashed into the 5 regional walls. The God Emperor city is too majestic and cannot be easily shaken. You stall divine emperor city. I will go in and destroy the demon judgment board. Immortal friend Feng Yuan. Bing Sichuan wanted to persuade him again, but Feng Yuan turned around and entered the 5-colored fog without hesitation. Ignore him, our target is divine emperor city. Immortal zombie giant Sun was sitting on the main seat of Calamity Luck Altar as he ordered. Yes, master. Bing Sichuan immediately activated Calamity Luck Altar and charged towards divine emperor city like a golden meteor. Fairy Wuxia gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to defend. Lu Weiyin also entered at this time. Lord Feng Yuan. He only saw the final scene of Feng Yuan's figure disappearing into the 5-colored fog. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. He did not dare to enter the 5-colored fog. He could only inform Bing Sichuan, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, to attack Divine Emperor City first. The 5 regional limit formation continued to activate. The 5-colored fog continued to spread. Within the fog, Demon Judgment Board roamed around, trying to find the location of the formation. And outside the fog, there was an intense battle between Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. Found it. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fairy Minghao suddenly opened her eyes. She was a pseudo-venerable wisdom path great expert. Her full strength was no small matter. But this deduction caused her to suffer a lot of damage. After all, she was using a wisdom path killer move inside the 5 regional walls. Good. Destroying this formation is equivalent to destroying one of Feng Yuan's trump cards. Guyue Fengjing's morale was high. He controlled Demon Judgment Board to fly forward with all his strength. The 5-colored fog became denser. Demon Judgment Board's radiance became dimmer. Guyue Fengjing was enduring a huge backlash. His expression soon turned pale. Blood started to seep out of his mouth. Boom boom boom. Feng Yuan found them. He continued to use killer moves with terrifying power. Demon Judgment Board resisted with difficulty. It staggered forward. Ignore him. Destroy this formation first. Fairy Minghao's childish face was filled with determination and decisiveness. Demon Judgment Board paused for a moment before shooting out a blood-red pillar of light. The blood light was extremely grand. It shot towards the formation with the momentum of wind and lightning. The 5 regional limit formations' surface shined with 5-colored light. It shook slightly, but it did not fall. How can this be? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fangjing was very shocked. He knew the power of this move. Even in the 5 regional walls, it should not be like this. But Fairy Minghao saw through it. Her pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan invested a lot in this formation. There are at least 5 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses. Its defense is very strong. We won't be able to destroy it in a short period of time. The 5 regional limit formation originally used Boundary and Limit Gu as the cores, with a vast number of Mortal Gu as support. But later, Fang Yuan added Earth Vein Immortal Gu, followed by 2 Immortal Gu, Formation Spirit and Formation Flag. During the Fate War, most of these Immortal Gu were rank 7. But Fang Yuan was different now. During this period of rest, not only did he modify the 5 regional limit formation, other than increasing its defense, he even raised all of the Immortal Gu in the formation to rank 8. He was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end. Demon Judgment Board's full-strength attack could not even scratch a layer of the 5 regional limit formation skin. Instead, because the killer move was activated too fiercely, the backlash was even greater. This famous rank 8 Immortal Gu house was covered in cracks. It was showing signs of breaking apart. What do we do now? Guyue Fangjing was panicking internally. Fang Yuan was bombarding it from outside. He felt great pressure. The goal of destroying the 5-realm limit formation had also been declared a complete failure. I suggest we retreat. Fangjing gritted his teeth, suggesting to Fairy Minghao. Fairy Minghao nodded. We are at too much of a disadvantage if we fight here. But it is fine. Destroying this formation is just an attempt. If we fail, it will not affect the overall situation. Let's go. Fairy Minghao came out of Demon Judgment Board, opening her Immortal Aperture's entrance, and quickly storing this house. Next, under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, she vanished on the spot. Soon Lu Weiyin, who was fighting outside, transmitted to Fang Yuan that Fairy Minghao suddenly appeared beside Fairy Yuxiu. He asked about Fang Yuan's situation. Minghao and Yuxiu, these 2 pseudo-venerables, can they teleport to each other and reinforce each other instantly? Fang Yuan guessed. Fairy Minghao and the rest did not destroy his 5 regional limit formation, while Fang Yuan did not dismantle Demon Judgment Board. In essence, both sides were evenly matched. Fang Yuan might have a slight advantage. But the battle was still in a deadlock. As long as the 5 regional limit formation continues to work, the 5-colored smoke will spread and fill the entire Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. But if this takes too long, be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they will not allow themselves to stay in the smoke. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. The 5 regional limit formation was not a battlefield killer move. It could not restrain these people. They could still move in and out freely. The 5-colored smoke would take too long to fill the entire Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. During this period of time, Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance might be discovered by someone, or the space might collapse due to the intense battle. Fang Yuan flew out like lightning. Leaving the 5-colored smoke, he rushed towards the battlefield of Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. On one hand, he was wary of Celestial Court's deduction ability. It was like his refinement path attainment. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment had a huge advantage over him. Fang Yuan had to restrain these people. They could not deduce the location of the true inheritance. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had to fight while making deductions in his mind. Divine Emperor City floated in the sky. Green light spread. It was majestic and unmoving. Calamity Luck Altar was like a golden meteor that was pushed to its limits by Bing Sichuan. It flew around Divine Emperor City, while launching all sorts of attacks. And between the 2 Immortal Gu houses, Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, Yuxiu, and Minghao for pseudo-venerables fought. Both sides were in a deadlock at first, but not long after, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's side fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Xiao both had extremely outstanding and mature combat systems. Fairy Ming Hao's flying star attacks looked like a single attack, but they were actually consecutive moves. Under the situation of consecutive hits, Fang Yuan suffered higher and higher damage each time. Meanwhile, Fairy Yu Xiao's methods were very profound. She used her attainment level to suppress others. Ordinary Gu immortals could not defend against it. Under Fairy Yu Xiao's care, Lu Weiyin fell into a tough battle. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had a taste of Fairy Ming Hao's pride Gu. The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind collided. There was a huge problem. Many powerful and complex killer moves could not be used by Fang Yuan. The risk was too high. And most importantly, Ming Hao and Fairy Yu Xiao had great teamwork. This level of teamwork was extraordinary. This was the first time in Fang Yuan's life that he had seen something like this. In this aspect, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's teamwork was completely suppressed by the two fairies. Yu Xiao and Ming Hao's teamwork has already undergone a qualitative change. If I fought them alone, I would have lost already. Lu Weiyin had a heavy heart. The other side had incredible teamwork. This level of teamwork was beyond the realm of mortals. It gave off a feeling that it was natural and natural. Other than fighting against Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, Yu Xiao and Ming Hao even had the strength to help Divine Emperor City deal with Calamity Luck Altar. Fang Yuan, you want the Thieving Heaven true inheritance? Fairy Yu Xiao smiled. Then do you know that Giant Sun Immortal had once come here and destroyed Thieving Heaven's world, forcefully taking out a portion of the true inheritance? Thankfully, you are allies now, you can ask for it. Fairy Yu Xiao smiled sweetly, sowing discord. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He said to Lu Weiyin, "Go deal with Divine Emperor City. I will deal with these two." Lord Fang Yuan, without me you are alone. Lu Weiyin hesitated. Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. "Go, you are hindering me." Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. He had to fly away from Fang Yuan. Fairy Yu Xiao and Ming Hao immediately saw their weakness. They looked at each other before attacking Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fang Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, letting out a young Gu Immortal. It was rank 8 transformation path Gu Immortal Zhan Budu. Immortal killer move, incomplete freedom transformation. The young man shouted. A blood-red cloak fluttered behind him. I became more handsome and stronger. Zhan Budu clenched his fists, staring at the two female immortals with a bright gaze and surging battle intent. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2194. In Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance Space, the battle between the two immortal Gu houses had been going on for some time. The battle was intense. Come and fight, Zhan Budu shouted. He was like a rampaging dragon, charging towards the two pseudo-venerables of Celestial Court, Ming Hao and Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao and Ming Hao split up, retreating at the same time, hiding far away. Zhan Budu missed again. He snorted coldly, feeling a little angry. He was one of Fang Yuan's clones. He cultivated Transformation Path. His cultivation level was rank 8, and he had totem killer moves. But his battle strength was still far from peak rank 8. He was not the match of experts like Qin Dingling and Wu Yong. But once he used incomplete freedom transformation, he rose to pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Incomplete freedom transformation was not a small matter. It was extremely profound. This move was made up of 3 moves. They were Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, and Internal Breath Green Fish Transformation. After Zhan Budu used incomplete freedom transformation, he immediately gained the advantage of the 3 killer moves. He did not have any shortcomings in other aspects. He could move like lightning, he could breathe out lightning bolts. He had strong recovery and regeneration abilities. He could also devour all attacks. Even though he had a human body, his movements were filled with monstrous strength that could scare even ghosts and deities. He directly suppressed all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts. He turned into a human-shaped dragon that fought heaven and earth, rampaging unhindered. Even Yu Xiao and Ming Hao did not dare to fight Zhan Budu head-on. They only fought while moving around. However, all sorts of killer moves flew towards Zhan Budu. He would either devour them or endure them. his injuries would heal rapidly. After the first few rounds, Yu Xiao and Ming Hao lost their temper towards Zhan Budu. This opponent's skin was too thick, but he was extremely fast. Fortunately, he was slightly weaker in Wisdom Path. But Yu Xiao and Fairy Ming Hao were the most proficient in this path. Thus, Yu Xiao and Ming Hao used Wisdom Path killer moves to weaken Zhan Budu, while helping themselves to deduce and evade Zhan Budu's attacks. It was undoubtedly a wise decision for Feng Yuan to hand over incomplete freedom to Zhan Budu. He himself was a pseudo-immortal venerable, so it was a bit of a waste for him to use his incomplete freedom. Handing it over to Zhan Budu immediately gave him another pseudo-immortal venerable to assist him. After Zhan Budu made his move, the situation changed. Feng Yuan and Zhan Budu joined hands and fought fiercely against Yu Xiao and Ming Hao, regaining control of the situation. The Celestial Court lost their previous advantage, and both sides fell into a stalemate again. Zhan Budu frowned deeply. These two are very slippery. They play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. They are not letting me use my advantage at all. Moreover, their coordination is too good. My main body and I are the closest, but our coordination is actually not as good as theirs. This is likely related to the fact that they are both Wisdom Path great experts. Rumble. While moving and turning, both sides exchanged killer moves again, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Feng Yuan's main body had a cold expression from start to finish. Yu Xiao and Ming Hao were also secretly scheming. From the start of the battle, Feng Yuan has not used his full strength. He is deducing while fighting. He wants to deduce the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fairy Yu Xiao had a deep understanding of the enemy's situation. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. He still has the Qi Si clone. That also has pseudo-venerable battle strength. If he lets it out, it will be troublesome. If we work together, we can block the three of them, but the crafty Feng Yuan will definitely make use of his advantage in numbers. He will let us go and focus on Divine Emperor City. The Celestial Court actually knew about Qi Si ancestors' true identity. It turned out that Qin Dingling had already found out about this secret, but she pretended not to know. During the pursuit of Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court did not notice it. But after the pursuit, Qin Dingling learned of this truth from the Celestial Court Grotto Heaven. After all, the Qi Si clone was formed in the Celestial Court. He even used the Qi harvest fruit that the Celestial Court produced. The Celestial Court had stood for 3 million years without falling. It naturally had its methods. Precisely because of this, the Qi Si clone used the name of the Righteous Qi Alliance to invite the Celestial Court to send Gu Immortals to deal with Feng Yuan. But Qin Dingling brushed it off. Fairy Yu Xiao transmitted. Qin Dingling is a qualified leader of the Celestial Court. Back then, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. If she did not act, Feng Yuan would misjudge the situation and not expose the Qi Si clone. In this battle we will benefit from it. Fairy Ming Hao nodded to herself. In a hurry, Feng Yuan cannot be killed. We cannot let Feng Yuan obtain the Thieving Heaven true inheritance here. We need to focus on this Thieving Heaven space and destroy it from the inside. The battle was intense, but strangely, none of the Gu Immortals in the battle treated the other party as their main target. Feng Yuan had been deducing in secret. He did not use his full strength. Zhan Budu was released to restrain the two pseudo-venerables of the Celestial Court. After all, his clone's cooperation was much better than Lu Wei Yin's cooperation. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court's main goal was to destroy the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. As for Longevity Heaven's side, Calamity Luck Altar had been looking for trouble with Divine Emperor City. It used all sorts of killer moves without restraint, not caring about the Thieving Heaven true inheritance space. Evidently, no matter what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's main motive was, he definitely wanted to destroy this space in advance, so that Feng Yuan could not obtain anything. Even though Longevity Heaven allied with Feng Yuan, it was only because of the pressure from the Celestial Court. They did not want to see Feng Yuan receive funding again, especially when this funding came from the venerable Thieving Heaven. Outside Divine Emperor City, the jade green light was still dense, firmly protecting it, no matter how the outside world attacked. Divine Emperor City was not just defending, it had both offense and defense. Immortal Killer moved Divine Bean Soldiers. The Yellow Bean Soldiers charged at the front. The Green Bean Soldiers rained down arrows. The Red Bean Soldiers self-detonated. And the Black Bean Soldiers were the core of the army. There were also Blue Bean Soldiers and White Bean Soldiers mixed in. Each of them had their own role. Every time Lu Wei-yin charged towards Divine Bean Palace, he would be attacked by these Divine Bean Soldiers. Lu Wei-yin used an offensive killer move. These Divine Bean Soldiers suffered heavy losses. Only 1 out of 10 survived. This result shocked Lu Wei-yin. Even though he was more skilled in defense, his offensive methods were definitely at the peak of rank 8. To think that he could not completely eliminate these Divine Bean Soldiers. The reason was Divine Emperor City's other move, Graftwood. This move allowed the Divine Bean Soldiers to connect with each other. The damage they suffered would be shared among them. Most of the damage would be shared with Divine Emperor City, while the rest would be distributed to these Divine Bean Soldiers. Thus, the Divine Bean Soldiers were very tenacious in this battle. Lu Wei-yin spent some effort to break out of the encirclement. When he got close to Divine Emperor City, countless lightning bolts attacked him. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Countless lightning bolts moved like snakes and dragons. There were also jade green lightning balls that bombarded him. After the lightning balls exploded, the scattered wood path Dao marks remained in the surroundings, gradually transforming this battlefield. Thankfully, this was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not the ordinary 5 regions. This move's prowess could not be fully displayed. And when Lu Wei-yin endured the lightning bolts and got closer, the jade lights outside Divine Emperor City would turn into whirlpools that shot out painting path killer moves. These paintings were complex and varied. They involved flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. They were extremely flexible and gave Lu Wei-yin a lot of trouble. Painting path is a whole of its own. My attacks cannot block them. My defensive methods cannot conceal them completely either. This is truly troublesome. Painting path was hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable after all. Lu Wei-yin was at a loss in this battle. Lu Wei-yin could not break Divine Emperor City's defenses. Calamity Luck Altar was the same. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu House. It was personally created by Giant Sun Immortal when he was alive. It displayed unparalleled might during the Fate War. But now, it was hard to gain any results against Divine Emperor City. Because Divine Emperor City would shoot out a faint white light from time to time. Calamity Luck Altar would have to evade it every time, not daring to be hit by it. This was the human path killer move Ruin Family. This move countered Immortal Gu Houses. Back then, during the Fate War, Immortal Gu House Chicken Dog Coop was only hit once before the entire Immortal Gu House was destroyed on the spot. None of the Gu Immortals inside survived. This was a human path offensive killer move created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Calamity Luck Altar was restricted because of it. At once, Calamity Luck Altar only dared to patrol outside. This 3-layered round altar had many pillars, white jade railings and golden light. But right now, it gave off the feeling of a powerless and irritated fly. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Calamity Luck Altar displayed its might earlier, but it was mostly fighting against Gu Immortals. In fact, its most valuable method was the killer move, Tribulation Operation Freedom Wheel. This move could transform all sorts of calamities and tribulations into something that did no damage to the immortal aperture. It could even turn into a rain dew that nourished the immortal aperture. Longevity Heaven relied on Calamity Luck Altar to safely survive calamities and tribulations and grow stronger. This was Calamity Luck Altar's position. Giant Sun Immortal left it in Longevity Heaven before his death for this reason. Divine Emperor City's Painting World. Fong Di Chong and Shen Shang worked together to comprehend the profundities within. There must be some problems in the outside world. A huge battle is likely to occur. Divine Emperor City has Emperor City and Divine Bean Palace's various methods. These methods are being used frequently now. It shows that the Gu cultivator attacking Divine Emperor City has extraordinary battle strength. Shen Shang said. To them, this was a great thing. The more these methods were used, the clearer they could see and comprehend the profundities of wood path, painting path, and human path. Could the one attacking the Divine Emperor City be his main body? Fang Dichang guessed. Or is it trying to save the existences in Qi Howling Painting World and Beast Howling Painting World? At this time, Shen Shang and Fang Dichang's expressions changed drastically. They stood up in shock. Their gazes penetrated the secret room and looked at the sky in the painting. In the sky, wisps of golden light suddenly gathered and condensed into two large hands. These two giant hands covered the sky and covered the earth. They were unimaginably large. The left hand grabbed the roaring Qi mural, and the right hand dug out the roaring beast mural. Genesis Lotus will roared furiously. The power of the painting path erupted, suppressing these two giant hands with all his might. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. The battle reached the final juncture. The entire thieving sky was covered in black cracks. It was on the verge of destruction. Jean Buddha gritted his teeth anxiously. My main body has yet to deduce the location of the true inheritance. I'm afraid it's really too late. The time has come. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun glanced at Fang Yuan and stepped out. In the next instant, he appeared on the battlefield. P.S. Congratulations to Sanshin Dazzling World and Yusin Daoist for becoming the two new alliance masters of this book. Cough cough. Dumbfounded. Can anyone tell me how many chapters 10? Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2195. Giant Sun Immortal? Fang Yuan's pupil shrunk. Even though he had guessed it, he was still shocked internally. Golden light shone in the battlefield. Divine Emperor City shook intensely, as if something was about to break out of it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. Inside the painting world, countless citizens stared at the sky with dumbfounded expressions. They saw two giant hands flying through the air and creating two huge black holes in the painting world. The two giant hands flew out of Divine Emperor City and disintegrated on the battlefield, revealing Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Qiu. I'm saved. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was overjoyed. Master. Mao Li Qiu saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and started crying. I knew you would come to save me, whiff. Mao Li Qiu shrunk rapidly, becoming small and exquisite as it entered Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's embrace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun revealed a doting smile as he patted Mao Li Qiu's head. You are still the same, barking like a dog when you are happy. Woof woof woof. Mao Li Qiu looked up at its master, barking as tears rolled down its face. Giant Sun Immortal? He has already recovered to this extent. Fairy Minghao was shocked. Ignore him. Stall Fang Yuan with all your strength. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space is about to be destroyed. Fairy Yuxiu reminded. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Qi-Si Ancestor flew out. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi-Si. At once a grand and boundless aura surged over. Ming Hao and Yuxiu were obstructed by this move. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape into the five-colored smoke. This is the place. He found the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. The five-colored smoke had already corroded it. Fang Yuan instantly broke through and took away the remaining Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Almost at the next moment, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space collapsed. Quickly leave. Lu Wei-yin and the rest quickly retreated. After Fang Yuan kept the 5 regional limit formation, he was the last to come out. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space vanished at almost the same time. In the end, he still succeeded. Fairy Minghao sighed. Fairy Yuxiu laughed. Half of this true inheritance has already been destroyed. It is fine. We have already achieved our goal in this battle. Let's go. The next part is the key. Fairy Yuxiu put away Divine Emperor City, and the two immortals instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan revealed a thoughtful expression. Lord Fang Yuan. Lu Wei-yin hurried over and met up with Zhan Budu, Qi-Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan. On the other side was Calamity Luck Altar and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Both sides did not speak. Although they were allies, both sides were well aware of the reliability of such an alliance. For pseudo-venerables, Bing Sai Chuan, who was in Calamity Luck Altar, was speechless. In such a short period of time, Fang Yuan's strength actually rose to such a level. Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals were not fools. Once Qi-Si ancestor appeared, they guessed that this was Fang Yuan's clone. Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan looked at immortal zombie Giant Sun with narrowed eyes, remaining silent. Even though the other party was clearly an immortal zombie, he had extraordinary strength and profound methods. He immediately broke Divine Emperor City and saved Demon Immortal Qiju and Mao Li Qiu, who were sealed in the painting world. Right now, Mao Li Qiu was curled up in immortal zombie Giant Sun's arms, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Where was the majesty of a legendary immemorial beast? As for Demon Immortal Qiju, he was hovering at the side with a hesitant and doubtful expression. He was saved by immortal zombie Giant Sun. But right after he was saved, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan fought, and then Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. What happened to this world in the end? The situation was quite complicated. Demon Immortal Qiju could not accept it immediately. Fang Yuan. Immortal zombie Giant Sun nodded at Fang Yuan and spoke first. This is Celestial Court's scheme. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? What scheme? Immortal zombie Giant Sun pointed at the place where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. According to what I know, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was added after the event. It was used for emergency purposes. It greatly hindered Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction. Thus Limitless was happy to destroy this place. At the same time, Celestial Court's Feng Ye's deduction of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements was obstructed by this space. Now that this place is destroyed, her side is basically a piece of flat land. When I deduced Limitless arrangements earlier, I fought with her from afar. This immortal is the strongest wisdom path expert among the 3 pseudo-venerables. She has already touched the other core of the 9th layer, primordial domain. Celestial Court came this time to obstruct you, Fang Yuan, from obtaining Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. But the truth is that they are using the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure me into taking action. Without my obstruction, Feng Ye did not show up. It is very likely that she has already made a breakthrough. Her original lead is already huge. Immortal zombie Giant Sun had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. The other immortal's pupil shrunk. Even immortal zombie Giant Sun turned to look at Green Lotus Great World. The immortals' gazes pierced through 10,000 li. They saw that at the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the peak of Book Mountain, a lump of light appeared. This lump of pure white light was extremely huge, far larger than Book Mountain. It was like a sphere, but it was shining brightly inside. Faint white light flickered continuously. The immortal's heart shook. Lu Weiyin's expression was unsightly. He blurted out, Primordial Domain. The Legends of Renzu? Chapter 5, Section 36. Carefree Wisdom Star was born. She was very smart and quick-witted. Renzu liked his 8th child very much. But at the same time, Renzu was very troubled. My mind is broken, what do I do? I cannot fill it with more knowledge. Sigh. It seems that only the 2 of you can help me. Thus Carefree Wisdom Star and Great Strength True Martial Kai used their minds to fill up with knowledge. They filled their minds with knowledge and went on their way with Renzu. Renzu and his son and daughter made their 3rd attempt. Before they moved, they would scatter ink texts and knowledge. The ink texts described the knowledge and formed a black path. Renzu and his children walked on this small path and walked forward. But when they used up all of their knowledge and reached the end of the ink text path, they did not see Wisdom Gu. Renzu's 3rd attempt failed again. Great Strength True Martial shrugged, saying in disappointment, What do? We have already tried our best, but our knowledge is not enough. But we can't bring any more knowledge. Renzu sighed, feeling helpless. At this time, Hope Gu flew out. Oh human, don't be disappointed, I am here. Renzu was curious. What can you do? Hope Gu replied. Oh human, I can help you awaken your aperture. Hope Gu could awaken one's aperture. Hope Gu exerted its strength, opening an aperture for Renzu. Modesty Gu laughed. Then let me help you as well, human. Oh human, with humility, you will be more open-minded. You will be able to store more things. Thereupon the aperture became much larger. Renzu obtained this aperture and was very happy. This is so huge, I can store countless knowledge. This is amazing. Renzu and his children returned to Book Mountain again, refining knowledge and collecting ink texts. Renzu stuffed a lot of knowledge into his aperture, to the point that he did not even know how much he had. Renzu and his children set off for the 4th time. They walked on the ink text path, and went deep into Qiankuan crystal wall. They went very deep. They searched many places and changed directions, but they could not find wisdom goo. They had no choice but to return to Book Mountain again. Because this exploration took too long, the ink text path that they set off could not withstand the flood of information. Many of them had already disappeared. Renzu found an Inkman elder and asked, "Why can't we find wisdom goo?" The Inkman elder said, "Sometimes, when we Inkmen go out to explore, we will see wisdom goo by chance. But the 3 of you have searched almost the entire Qiankuan crystal wall, and did not see wisdom goo. It is likely that it is hiding, and does not want to see you." Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly asked, "Then where is wisdom goo hiding?" The Inkman elder pondered. "Oh humans, you have searched almost the entire Qiankuan crystal wall. But if wisdom goo is still in Qiankuan crystal wall, then it can only be hiding in one place. This place is called Primordial Domain. It is the most mysterious place in Qiankuan crystal wall. Qiankuan crystal wall reflects everything that happens in the world. It contains endless information. And Primordial Domain contains the information of the beginning of heaven and earth. It also contains the information of the end of all living beings. It is the starting point, and also the end point. It has nothing, but it contains everything." Great Strength True Marshal was overjoyed. "We have never been to Primordial Domain. O Inkman Elder, please tell us how to go to Primordial Domain." The Inkman Elder shook his head. "It is not that I do not want to help you, but we Inkmen have only heard of this place. We have never been there. O humans, we Inkmen admire you. The knowledge that you possess has long surpassed ours. So, if you want to go to Primordial Domain, you can only rely on yourselves." Renzu and his children could only research on their own. Carefree Wisdom Heart had a discovery. She cried out in joy. "I found it, I found it." "Oh my daughter, what did you find that made you so happy?" Renzu asked curiously. Carefree Wisdom Heart spread out her 2 palms. "I found the pear goo in my right palm. I found the error goo in my left palm. These 2 goo grew out of your body. They look ordinary. They are not as good looking as my authority goo. How can they help us?" Great Strength True Marshal was very proud. He did not mind. Carefree Wisdom Heart replied, "These 2 goo can allow us to differentiate knowledge. Look at this knowledge. Many of them are correct now, but after some time, they will be wrong. There are also many that are correct here but wrong there. I feel that if we find the knowledge that has always been correct, and use it to create our path, we will definitely be able to reach Primordial Domain." Renzu nodded. "You are right. Let's give it a try." But no matter how they searched, they could not find such knowledge. Great Strength True Marshal Strong Goo said proudly, "O humans, it is futile to search like this. Because in this world, there is only strength and weakness, there is no right or wrong. Only people like you are doing unnecessary things, there is no right or wrong." Chapter 2196. Venomous Goo Master is taking a day off. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2197. Qiankuan Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. All of the information is real. There is no fake information. Using right and wrong cannot filter them, because they exist, or rather, they existed before. Then they are all logical. Carefree Wisdom Heart was criticized, but her eyes were shining brightly. "I understand. The existence of all things in the world, be it right or wrong, they are all logical. They have their true meaning. This is true meaning. Be it information or knowledge, they are a form of expression of true meaning, a form of confession. If we can grasp true meaning, not only can we explain what is right, we can also explain what is wrong. We can understand everything. Let us find it together. The three of them began to dig out the true meaning from the sea of knowledge. Great strength true martial was impatient. Renzu also could not persevere. Only carefree wisdom heart was still meticulous. She had a solemn expression. After a long time, great strength true martial suddenly pointed at carefree wisdom heart, saying in surprise, "Look, another goo grew out of your body." The newly born goo was called serious goo. Carefree wisdom heart was very happy after hearing this. With this goo, I can recognize true meaning better. After a long time, Renzu also pointed at carefree wisdom heart. "Look, another goo grew out of your body." The second goo was called learning goo. Carefree wisdom heart started to learn knowledge, transforming it into her own understanding, instead of using memory goo to memorize it. She understood more and more knowledge. A third goo grew out of her body. The third goo was called talent goo. I found it, I found it. On a certain day, carefree wisdom heart cheered. With the help of serious goo, learning goo and talent goo, she finally found true meaning from the knowledge. Quickly tell me, what is true meaning? Great strength true martial was very happy, he quickly asked. But carefree wisdom heart shook her head. There is true meaning in it, but I cannot decipher it. Then use ink to express it. Great strength true martial thought about it and reminded her. But carefree wisdom heart shook her head again. It can only be understood, it cannot be written. Renzu waved his hand. Forget it. Since you have a true intent, let's go. Free and unfettered wisdom heart was filled with true intent. Setting off from Book Mountain, the ink runes sprinkled down along the way formed a path of ink runes that was far more spacious and sturdier than before. The human ancestor and his children stepped onto the great Tao and reached the origin realm. In primordial domain, they saw wisdom goo. Wisdom goo was helpless. It had already hidden so deeply, but Renzu still came to find it. It could not avoid it, and was eaten by self-goo. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th floor. At the center of the Green Lotus Grand World, the high seats at the peak of Book Mountain were rarely full. Che Wei was 5th, Qin Dingling was 4th, Fairy Minghao was 3rd, Fairy Yuxiu was 2nd, and Fairy Fengya was 1st. This Fairy Fengya had her hair coiled into a bun. She was rather old, but her beauty was not waning. She was graceful and gorgeous. Her whole body was shrouded in a layer of light. It was the sign of having talent goo. This time, it was precisely because of her that the primordial realm finally showed signs of appearing above Book Mountain's head. After thieving heaven's space was destroyed, Fairy Yuxiu and Fairy Minghao brought all the troops and returned to Fairy Fengya's side. Fairy Minghao sighed. To think that giant sun immortal's painting path attainment would be so deep. He could save Mao Li Qiu so easily. The celestial court wanted to use Mao Li Qiu, and the rest to lure giant sun immortal. The celestial court was very clear about giant sun immortal's protective nature. But out of celestial court's expectations, giant sun immortal actually succeeded and saved the captives. The other party is a former immortal venerable after all. It is not strange that it is unexpected, Qin Dingling said. Furthermore, we are the ones who benefited the most from this battle. Fairy Yuxiu, however, was hesitant. We cannot tell which side benefited the most now. We expanded our advantage. Giant Sun Immortal took back Mao Li Qiu, while Feng Yuan obtained the remaining thieving heaven true inheritance. For some reason, I feel uneasy in my heart. Fairy Fengya looked at the primordial domain in the sky. The situation is clear now. Feng Yuan and Giant Sun will definitely attack us with their armies. Our side will wait patiently. As long as we defend, we will grasp the key to this battle and return victorious. We will regain the glory of Celestial Court. Are you confident? The other Celestial Court Gu immortals heard this and spoke excitedly. It is all thanks to Lady Fengya's planning that we have such a good situation. We must defend this time. We cannot make the same mistake again. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will not hesitate. In my opinion, even though they have many enemies, Feng Yuan and Giant Sun will not work together. They will be wary of each other instead. Yellow Earth Great World. Lu Weiyin saw Feng Yuan and frowned. Primordial Domain is showing signs of progress. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment is truly amazing. We cannot compare to them. This situation is truly terrible. Primordial domain had already been leaked, but only half of it had been taken by Celestial Court. It had not truly fallen into Celestial Court's hands yet. Even so, Celestial Court's advantage was huge, because Primordial Domain was more important and crucial than Book Mountain. As long as a Venerable reached Primordial Domain, they would immediately replenish their attainment level and become a Tao Lord again. Whoever could enter Primordial Domain first would be able to turn their advantage into victory and become the final victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Not only that, after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the Venerables who became Tao Lords would return to the 5 regions and dominate the world. They would likely become the final victor of the 5 regions' chaotic war and become the ultimate master of the world. Lord Feng Yuan, Celestial Court is about to obtain Primordial Domain. We need to attack with all our strength. If we cannot stop Celestial Court, we will taste defeat this time. Lu Weiyin had a resolute expression. He had originally planned to defend first and then attack, but now, he had no choice but to take action. How do we attack with all our strength? Feng Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin had a difficult expression. Celestial Court had an obvious wisdom path advantage. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Celestial Court had always held the initiative and maintained their advantage. Celestial Court's 3 pseudo-venerables all cultivated wisdom path. This advantage was not lost under their strategies, but instead expanded. Now Celestial Court had actually drawn out the other core of the 9th layer, Primordial Domain. What was more terrifying was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any countermeasures. This meant that Celestial Court had already understood many of the mysteries of the 9th layer and had cleverly avoided limitless methods. From start to now, Feng Yuan had not seen limitless will. It was most likely dead. Lu Weiyin sighed and said with admiration, "In the past, Limitless Demon Venerable killed his way into Celestial Court, forcing star constellations will to play chess with him. Both sides comprehended and deduced together, obtaining all kinds of Heaven Dao results that were secretly sent to Crazed Demon Cave to help this place deduce. However, at the same time, Celestial Court's methods also infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave. When Celestial Court drew out Book Mountain from the 9th layer, I already felt that something was wrong. Now they want to draw out Primordial Domain. This level of wisdom path truly leaves me in the dust. Now, Celestial Court has the advantage, forcing us to attack with all our strength, while they are waiting. The worst thing is that we cannot truly use our full strength." Feng Yuan nodded slightly. "This is what I am worried about. Celestial Court's wisdom path is outstanding. Don't they know that this will provoke attacks from both sides? But they still did this. This means that they have the confidence to resist the attacks. And this confidence is likely to come from this Crazed Demon Cave. Celestial Court could draw out Book Mountain, and now draw out Primordial Domain, to avoid Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Firstly, it was because of their amazing wisdom path methods. And secondly, they had already come into contact with Crazed Demon Cave. For over 1,000,000 years, they had a deep foundation. Feng Yuan clearly could not reach this level. If he truly used his full strength, limitless methods would be triggered. That was to say, Celestial Court was still making use of Limitless Demon Venerable. This is the problem of fighting against such a wisdom path expert. Lu Weiyin frowned deeply. In fact, he had a deep worry in his heart, but he could not say it out loud. That was Guyue and Feng Yuan's strength. Feng Yuan was indeed a pseudo-venerable with outstanding strength. He was the strongest person in the world before this trip to Crazed Demon Cave. But now, he was facing Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's appearance shook Lu Weiyin's heart intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had not appeared all this while, was giving him more and more pressure. Could Feng Yuan fight against these two existences? To speak the truth, Lu Weiyin had no confidence. Venerables were invincible. This was the truth of humanity's hundreds of years of history. The truth that was witnessed by the vast and endless river of time. It was precisely because Lu Weiyin had no confidence that he set up the defensive counterattack strategy earlier. Feng Yuan might be able to resist a venerable for a while, But only a venerable could deal with a venerable. This was Lu Weiyin's true thought. Similarly, this was the thought of Fang Yuan's subordinates. Even though these subordinates worshipped him fervently, they would not be arrogant enough to think that Fang Yuan could defeat a venerable. Venerables were invincible. Back then, when primordial origin became venerable, variant humans were the overlords of the world. Did they not have pseudo-venerable battle strength? They did, and there were many of them. But they never had any hope of defeating a venerable. Yes, Fang Yuan's strength was unfathomable. He could even easily defeat other pseudo-venerable Gu immortals. But this was not strange. Even though pseudo-venerables were at the peak of rank 8, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan fought against a venerable, no one would think highly of Fang Yuan. They would only hope that Fang Yuan could last for as long as possible. As long as Fang Yuan can last until Lord Paradise Earth revives, that will be our chance of victory. But now the Celestial Court is forcing us to make a move. If we fight now, we might not be able to wait for Lord Paradise Earth to revive. Lu Weiyin felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Fang Yuan looked at Primordial Domain expressionlessly. The situation is like this. We can only attack head-on. Just follow the agreement with the Longevity Heaven, and send out all your subordinates. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2198. Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. The illusion of the origin realm hung high in the air, growing more and more lifelike. The Green Lotus Great World, the Yellow Earth Great World, and the Savage Wilderness Great World had fused more and more deeply. Now, only a small portion of the Earth wall remained, preventing the three worlds from communicating. The various small worlds had long since merged with the three great worlds. Among them, the Savage Great World had benefited the most. It was also the largest great world. This was all thanks to the giant sun immortal's fate of heaven and earth, which allowed most of the small worlds to fall into the Savage Great World. Fang Yuan sent almost all of his Gu cultivators towards Celestial Court's Book Mountain. The Longevity Celestial Sect also mobilized their army. Their military might was vast and mighty. The Celestial Court was already on standby. They were led by Duan Hu and Nye Feng respectively. As long as it's not a sage, none of you are a match for me, Nye Feng roared. His body danced in the air, stirring up gales that stretched for thousands of miles. The gales swept through the battlefield, vast and mighty. The enemy is here. We need to cooperate to have a chance of victory. Xiao Hejian looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. The latter nodded with a solemn expression. In the previous battle, these two variant human Gu immortals had fought against Nye Feng. They had both lost. Not only did many Gu immortals lose their lives, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were also in a sorry state. They managed to survive. After this recuperation, their strength had recovered to its original state. Now that they were facing Nye Feng once again, they decided to put aside their personal grudges and fight together. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand as frost chi surged out, enveloping Nye Feng and slowing his movement, slowing his speed. Xiao Hejian, on the other hand, shot out green leaf blades that covered the entire sky with astonishing power. The violent gale swept up the long gale, blowing the sky and earth until it changed color, and the green leaves and cold wind scattered in all directions. Immortal Killer Move. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted as he concealed his aura, not letting it leak out. In the next moment, with a loud bang, his body exploded into countless rays of cold light. Cold light shot out, extremely cold. Wherever it went, the atmosphere froze and turned into pieces of floating ice, which then fell to the ground. Nye Feng's heart palpitated. He hurriedly dodged, but how could he make it in time? He was shot by countless ice crystal lights, and sealed in the mountain like ice. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light shot from the outside will be. Nye Feng was unable to struggle free. Under the pressure of death, he once again fell into a trance. Kacha! From the inside out, countless cracks quickly appeared on the solid ice and spread outwards. Oh no, I cannot trap him anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sensed something amiss. Xiao Hejian finally succeeded. Immortal killer move, cutting grass. Xiao Hejian's palms were like blades as he aimed at Nie Kuangfeng, who was trapped in the ice, and gently sliced downwards. Immediately, 2 blades of grass condensed and fell down leisurely. They drilled into the cracks of the ice and shot into Nie Kuangfeng's body. Nie Kuangfeng's body immediately trembled twice. Xiao Hejiao appeared again and again, causing Nie Kuangfeng's body to tremble unceasingly. The green mass of wind became increasingly sparse and weak, until its resistance became weaker and weaker. "I'm willing to surrender," Nie Kuangfeng weakly shouted. "Master's orders are not to be surrendered," Xiao Hejian said coldly. In the end, Nie Kuangfeng lost its life under his and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's joint attack. Once Nie Kuangfeng died, the mutant Gu Immortals lost their leader. They were heavily injured and escaped in defeat. Fang Yuan's army advanced and attacked all the way to the base of Book Mountain. On the other side, Space Extremity and Desolate Extremity of the 8 extremities in Longevity Heaven worked together to kill Duan Hu. The 2 armies met at the center of Green Lotus Great World. Celestial Court had only obtained Book Mountain for a short period of time. They could only set up a formation around Book Mountain. This formation was called Four-Way Star Formation. It had 4 subformations in 4 directions, completely surrounding Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengya activated her killer move Day and Night, drawing out the primordial domain in the sky. After the 2 armies discussed for a while, they split up to attack the 4 subformations. Mao Liqiu led the way into the western subformation. Gai Liqiu led the way into the northern subformation. Xiao Hejian led the way into the eastern subformation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch led the way into the southern subformation. The remaining troops were led by Bing Sichuan and Lu Weiyin. They were the vanguard of the 4 groups. Mao Liqiu entered the formation. Countless starlight beams rained down like a storm. Mao Liqiu roared. Its body expanded and became extremely huge. Its purple fur was smooth and tough. The starlight could not penetrate it. It rampaged through the subformation. The other Gu Immortals followed behind, killing and destroying everything in its path. "Evil beast, you are causing trouble again. We will kill you this time." The star formation shook. 2 Gu Immortals flew out. One was 9 Spiritual Fairy, the other was Prince's Impatience. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast, blocking Mao Liqiu. The fake immemorial desolate beast was stronger than the real immemorial desolate beast. Mao Liqiu was soon suppressed. Its flesh was sore, and it was exhausted. Prince's Impatience used Fire Path killer moves. All kinds of yellow bird flames flew everywhere, killing the mutant Gu Immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World. More than 10 of them died. Mao Liqiu was impatient. It had to retreat. On the other side, Gai Ge faced Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Xinguang. Zhou Xiong Xian used an Information Path killer move to attack, while Jun Xinguang turned into a rainbow, supporting him from the side. One main, and one supplementary, they complemented each other. Yellow Extremity Jiao Hui used a totem killer move to fight with Zhou Xiong Xian. They were evenly matched. Just as they were about to fight, Gai Ge was shouting loudly. He was fleeing from Jun Xinguang's attacks. "Leave, leave." Gai Ge grabbed Jiao Hui's shoulder, ignoring the latter's stare. He dragged him away. Longevity Heaven's 2 groups returned in defeat. Fang Yuan's 2 groups were in an even worse state. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were trapped. They could not escape even if they wanted to. These 2 immortals collided with Celestial Court's Che Wei and Wan Zihong. "The situation is dangerous. I hope you can save them quickly." The letter requesting for help had already been sent to Lu Weiyin. Che Wei created Weapon Path. His methods were becoming more mature. His status was only below Qin Dingling now. Wan Zihong was originally a Western Desert demonic cultivator. She was recruited by Celestial Court. She had a good performance in the Fate War. Now that her immortal Guqi Bei had recovered to its peak, she was extremely powerful. Bing Sichuan and Lu Weiyin discussed urgently. "This surrounding star formation belongs to Star Path. We are not proficient in it. If we want to forcefully break it, Celestial Court has elites guarding it. It will be very difficult." Lord Feng Yuan's item can even break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. This formation will definitely be easy to break. Bing Sichuan was talking about the 5 regional limit formation. Lu Weiyin nodded. He was about to speak when a Gu immortal came from Yellow Earth Great World. This female immortal had snow-white skin, rabbit ears and blood-red eyes. It was Lady White Rabbit. Under Feng Yuan's guidance, Lady White Rabbit had genuine rank 8 cultivation level. Lu Weiyin laughed heartily, saying to Bing Sichuan, I have already asked Lord Feng Yuan for help. We will borrow the 5 regional limit formation and use it to break the formation. Lady White Rabbit, it has been hard on you. Lady White Rabbit smiled. I have to do my best for Master. I have to disregard my life. This is nothing. But Master did not bring the 5 regional limit formation this time. Master said that this formation has no status. Its effect is slow and cannot be used in an emergency. Thus I brought some other methods. Bing Sichuan was curious. Lord Feng Yuan's methods must be extraordinary. Please let me take a look. Thus, Lady White Rabbit took out an immortal Gu house from her immortal aperture. Rising Cloud City, Frost House, Unbreakable Fortress, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, Red Heavenly Altar, and Scarlet Palace. A total of 7 immortal Gu houses. Each of them was rank 8. Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded. Master said that he could only create this many immortal Gu houses in a short period of time. Master has ordered us to use these immortal Gu houses to charge the formation. Lady White Rabbit said. As it turned out, ever since Feng Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave and collected a vast amount of immortal materials, his time path clone He Chunqiu had been using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine immortal Gu. After all the rank 8 immortal Gu were refined, he started to construct the immortal Gu houses. Feng Yuan originally did not intend to build immortal Gu houses because they were not practical for him. But after arriving in the Great World, he could not casually make a move at his level. Thus, he started to prepare for a rainy day and started to arm his subordinates. They were indeed pressed for time. These immortal Gu houses were modified by Feng Yuan from Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare News Dark Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, and other immortal Gu houses. Strictly speaking, they were half new and half old. If it was the Celestial Court, even with 3 Wisdom Path pseudo-venerables, they would not be able to break it easily. They would need to spend time to deduce it. That was enough. Lu Weiyin was overjoyed. He sent the immortal Gu houses to break the formation and save Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Next, 7 rank 8 immortal Gu houses entered the battlefield and destroyed the other 2 subformations. 2 groups of people charged towards Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng Ye's eyes were shut as she controlled her methods. Yu Xiao and Ming Hao were in charge of the situation. Seeing so many immortal Gu houses, Fairy Yu Xiao's expression turned grim. Feng Yuan is so rich. His refinement path methods are terrifying. I'm afraid he is plotting something in refinement path. Thankfully, he cannot match us in wisdom path. So these immortal Gu houses are half new and not old. We can still use them. Fairy Minghao said as she activated a killer move. Human path killer move. Humble reciprocation. Book Mountain shook. Countless killer moves blossomed like dazzling fireworks. In the sky, primordial domain floated in the sky. Tribulation clouds rumbled. Calamities and tribulations were everywhere. On the battlefield, countless killer moves filled everyone's vision, surging like a tidal wave, raining down from all directions. Under such a vast number of killer moves, Feng Yuan's subordinate Gu immortals hid inside the immortal Gu houses, going against the flow. Longevity Heaven had many Gu immortals. They could not all enter Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sichuan took out 5 immortal Gu houses. One was Broad Summer's harem. One was Heart Delight's harem. One was Red Bean's harem. One was Yearning's harem. And one was Peach Heaven's harem. These were the 5 harem that Giant Sun Immortal had set up in the 5 regions when he was alive. They were all at rank 8 level. The foundation of an immortal venerable was on full display at this moment. My lifetime's accumulation still cannot compare to Fang Yuan. Rank 8 immortal goo are actually overflowing in his hands. Is he trying to become a venerable through refinement path? Immortal zombie giant Sun looked at the battlefield as he deduced. Fang Yuan observed the battlefield, while comprehending Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. This Thieving Heaven true inheritance originally contained imitation goo, the killer move duo pair, and so on. But Fang Yuan only obtained a small portion of the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. However, this small portion was extremely important to Fang Yuan. The true inheritance's content involved refinement path. It described how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable forged Qian Kuan Crystal Wall back then, how he forged Immortal Goo, and so on. Other than the 4 refinement path domains that I calculated earlier, there is also this one, refining fake goo. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left this true inheritance to me with deep intentions. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2199. Surrounding the Black and White Book Mountain. Goo Immortals fought intensely. Their figures could be seen everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Single Chi Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stretched out his finger and pointed. Instantly, the air in front of him surged and condensed into a lump. Hundreds of milky white chi lumps shot out like meteors, dispersing the attacks of Book Mountain. Fairy Ming Hao had been using Book Mountain to activate humble reciprocation. Using this terrifying method, she was able to suppress the fierce attacks of Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven. These killer moves originated from Book Mountain's records. There were many types. They were human path killer moves in essence, but they imitated the power and effects of various paths. Demon Immortal Chi Ju fought attacks with attacks. After destroying the attacks in front of him, he sighed and retreated. After he was dealt with by Giant Sun Immortal, he did not interact with Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan sighed. He moved freely and understood the situation. Celestial Court wanted to obtain Primordial Domain. That was something Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not want to see. He naturally wanted to enter Primordial Domain and raise his Chi Path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. How could he allow others to get there first? Demon Immortal Chi Ju was alone. He could not affect Celestial Court's momentum. But now that Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven were attacking him, if he did not make use of this external force, he would not be Demon Immortal Chi Ju. To think that attacking Book Mountain would be so dangerous, we can't even reach the middle of the mountain. Demon Immortal Chi Ju frowned. When he was suppressed in Divine Emperor City, he lost a lot of Chi Path Dao marks. Not to mention the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Chi Land, which he had been relying on, only had 30% of it left in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Like a tsunami, another wave of attacks crashed down like a waterfall from the mountain peak. Demon Immortal Chi Ju could only retreat again and again. Charge, charge. A rank 8 Immortal Goo House passed by, ignoring Demon Immortal Chi Ju. That was Fang Yuan's subordinate rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Unbreakable Fortress. The Goo Immortals in the fortress saw Demon Immortal Chi Ju, but ignored him. When Demon Immortal Chi Ju first appeared, he attracted a lot of attention, but seeing that he was attacking Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates understood Demon Immortal Chi Ju's standpoint. Demon Immortal Chi Ju watched as the unbreakable Vajra fortress charged forward and forcibly resisted the waves of killer moves. He could not help but reveal a look of envy. In this battle, the importance of Immortal Goo houses was very obvious. Immortal Goo houses provided the Goo Immortals with ample protection. Otherwise, how could the Goo Immortals move forward against the endless tribulations and killer moves? The Vajra fortress charged all the way to the waist of the mountain, when a bloody figure suddenly appeared in the smoke screen of the killer move. The next moment, a huge blood shadow rushed over, revealing its true appearance. This was a giant crimson tombstone. All kinds of characters were moving about on the tombstone, and the aura of the blood path was extremely dense. This was the Demon Judgment Board. Don't even think about taking another step forward. Guyue Fangzheng was the one controlling the Demon Judgment Board. Boom! With a loud sound, the two Immortal Goo houses collided directly. The unbreakable Vajra fortress's momentum stopped. Demon Judgment Board shot out a bloody light. The bloody light was like a pillar that shot towards the unbreakable Vajra fortress. The unbreakable Vajra fortress activated its defensive method. Even though it blocked the bloody light, it was pushed down the waist of the mountain by an unstoppable force. Even though the unbreakable Vajra fortress was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, it was still inferior to a peak immortal Gu house like Demon Judgment Board. Guyue Fangjing breathed roughly. Celestial Court had few immortal Gu houses, including Demon Judgment Board, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and Divine Emperor City. It only had 6. Right now, these 6 immortal Gu houses were used to defend against the attacking immortal Gu houses. On Longevity Heaven's side, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace did not move, but Calamity Luck Altar and the 5 concubines had 6 immortal Gu houses. They were already equal to Celestial Court in terms of immortal Gu houses. On Feng Yuan's side, 7 immortal Gu houses suddenly appeared. This was out of Celestial Court's expectations. They had thought that Feng Yuan would likely rebuild Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. But to think that Feng Yuan would start anew and take out 7 immortal Gu houses like the unbreakable Vajra fortress. Not only did he take them out, but these immortal Gu houses were all rank 8. 7 rank 8 immortal Gu houses immediately gave Celestial Court a huge pressure on their defenses. The immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side were only half of the enemies. Moreover, Longevity Heaven's Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Feng Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress did not participate in the battle. This made the Celestial Court's Gu immortals feel even heavier. Under Fangjing's control, Demon Judgment Board attacked everywhere, forcing back the invading immortal Gu houses and defending themselves. The enemies are 2 strong Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and my side are the pillars that can hold on. But at this rate, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Guyue Fangjing's expression was pale, but he understood in his heart. He could already feel that he was reaching his limit. The battle was too intense. Demon Judgment Board not only had to attack everywhere and defend against the immortal Gu houses, it also had to resist the bombardment of killer moves and calamities and tribulations. The immortal essence expenditure was so intense that even Fangjing was shocked. Demon Judgment Board's damage was also becoming more severe. Earlier in Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance space, Demon Judgment Board was heavily injured by Feng Yuan. It had already recovered. These damaged areas were all newly added. If it was just Fangjing alone, he would be in a difficult situation. He would not be able to deal with it. Fortunately, Demon Judgment Board had the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords. These wills helped Fangjing repair the immortal Gu house's damage. Since when did my Celestial Court's foundation lose to others? At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Minghao maintained the killer move Humble Reciprocation as she sighed. As far as Celestial Court was concerned, the situation was not looking good. Even though Celestial Court's Gu immortals were fighting with their lives on the line, the defensive line was in danger. An immortal Gu house might break through at any moment and reach Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengyu was still using her killer move to get to Primordial Domain. She could not be interrupted. Fairy Minghao and Fairy Yuxiu looked at each other. The latter waved her hand. Go! A tiger's roar and crane's cry resounded in the battlefield. 2 legendary immemorial beasts, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan, charged down the mountain. Even though Celestial Court did not have an immortal Gu house, it had 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beasts had thick skin and flesh. Legendary immemorial beasts were even more so. Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan charged towards Rising Cloud City, while enduring the killer moves and tribulations in the sky. Rising Cloud City was controlled by Fairy Miao Yin. She was about to enter the battlefield when she saw the 2 legendary immemorial beasts pincer attack. Fairy Miao Yin quickly activated her killer move. Rising Cloud City spewed out countless cloud chi that lifted the immortal Gu house up. But Ruan Dan flapped its wings and flew above Rising Cloud City, activating its killer move and clawing at the roof of Rising Cloud City, destroying countless mortal Gu. Bam! At the next moment, Shabi 95 charged fiercely. Rising Cloud City was knocked over and rolled down the slope. Fairy Miao Yin's body staggered. She wanted to control Rising Cloud City to fly up again. But Rising Cloud City did not listen to her. There was no response when she injected immortal essence into it. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was nearby. Seeing this, he immediately flew over. He shouted as the silhouette of Shi-Land appeared above his head. Immortal Killer Move Shi-Shi. Shi-Land erupted with a fierce suction force. The chi rings on the surface of Rising Cloud City were all sucked into Shi-Land. Rising Cloud City regained its freedom after being freed. Thank you. Fairy Miao-Yin thanked him. She was about to activate the Immortal Goo House to attack again when she heard Feng Yuan's command. Fairy Miao-Yin was stunned, but soon, she reacted and brought the other Goo Immortals out of Rising Cloud City. Lord Chi-Ju, my master has ordered me to gift this Rising Cloud City to you, Fairy Miao-Yin said. Oh! Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was stunned before laughing loudly. Feng Yuan is truly generous. I will accept it. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not stand on ceremony. He entered Rising Cloud City as the ladder flew up and attacked towards the waist of the mountain. At the waist of the mountain, Shabi 95 and Wan Dan worked together to attack Dragon Soul Dark Castle again. Lady White Rabbit led the immortals inside Dragon Soul Dark Castle. They were not in a hurry to attack again. They landed at the foot of the mountain to receive Fairy Miao-Yin and the rest. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju finally reached the waist of the mountain. Seeing Shabi 95, his eyes shined. Good beast, I lack a mount. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stored Rising Cloud City as he attacked Shabi 95. After a few rounds of fighting, Shabi 95 fell into a disadvantage. It quickly called for help. This legendary immemorial beast belonged to Chi Path. It was completely countered by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Don't panic, I'm here. Wan Dan came to its rescue, spitting out a red pill. What path is this? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju saw that the pill's aura was mysterious. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly released Rising Cloud City and entered it. Boom! The pill crashed into Rising Cloud City and self-detonated. Shockwaves from the explosion spread everywhere. A corner of Rising Cloud City was directly blown up. Even though Pill Path did not specialize in offense, it was a new path after all. Rising Cloud City could not defend against it. Hahaha 95, you owe me a favor. Wan Dan laughed proudly. Shabi 95 curled its lips. It was about to reply when its expression suddenly changed. It shouted, "Be careful." Wan Dan's heart palpitated. It quickly pounced forward. But the mysterious enemy was even faster. Can you escape? A voice came. Wan Dan immediately felt a small hand grabbing its neck. Compared to its mountain-like body, a normal person's hand was small and exquisite. But Wan Dan's hair stood on end when this hand grabbed its neck. It screamed in shock. Because it turned around and saw a young man wearing a red cloak standing on its back. It was none other than Feng Yuan's transformation path clone Zhan Budu. At this moment, he had already activated Incomplete Freedom Transformation. His battle strength rose to pseudo-venerable level. Wait! Wan Dan shouted anxiously. But Zhan Budu laughed sinisterly and exerted strength. At the next moment, boom! There was an intense explosion that sounded like thunder. The book mountain shook, and black and white stones flew in all directions. In an instant, a huge crater appeared. Wan Dan was knocked unconscious by Zhan Budu's punch. Its body was embedded in Book Mountain. Its mouth was wide open as it spat out blood. Its body was motionless. But immediately, Wan Dan's body shone with resplendent light. Its wounds quickly healed. It regained its consciousness. Thankfully, I have a killer move life-saving recovery pill. Wan Dan regained its senses and wanted to struggle. But Zhan Budu had already raised his fist. Bam bam bam. With a series of punches, Zhan Budu landed on Wan Dan's head again and again, causing Book Mountain to shake. Zhan Budu only stopped after Wan Dan's head cracked and brain matter flowed out. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2200. In front of Zhan Budu, the great legendary immemorial beast Wan Dan could not retaliate at all. But at the next moment, a bright light shone and enveloped Wan Dan's corpse. Immortal Killer Move, Life-Saving Recovery Pill. Under the killer move, Wan Dan's broken skull quickly healed. He soon revived. Pill Path. Jean Budu also had a strange expression. Wan Dan's healing killer move was truly amazing. It could actually revive him again. Even with Jean Budu's pseudo-venerable battle strength, he could not break it immediately. After all, even his main body did not know much about Pill Path. Since I can't break it, I won't. I want to see how many times you can revive. Jean Budu showed a ruthless expression. Bam bam bam. He swung his fists again, punching heavily, killing Wan Dan once more. The pitiful Wan Dan had just revived. Before he could react, his skull was smashed and he died again. Immortal Killer Move Life-Saving Recovery Pill. A few breaths of time later, the healing method on his body activated again. But this time, the killer move's radiance was much dimmer. Hold on Wan Dan, I will save you. Shabi 95 shouted, rushing to save him from another direction. Even though it did not get along with Wan Dan normally and often quarreled, the two had a deep friendship. Especially in battles like the Fate War, they fought side by side. Their friendship was very deep. Even against Jean Budu, Shabi 95 did not care. It only wanted to save its friend. You want to leave now? Do you think I am just a decoration? Demon Immortal Chi Ju snorted angrily, activating a killer move that hit Shabi 95's back. Shabi 95 suffered a heavy blow. It growled in pain as it fell from the sky. Seeing that Wan Dan died at Jean Budu's hands again, on the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao frowned even more deeply. An opponent like Jean Budu gave Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Fengya a headache. His monstrous strength was terrifying. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick. Combining all the advantages of the Thunder Rush Yellow Bird transformation, the Devouring Blue Leopard transformation, and the Internal Breath Green Fish transformation, Jean Budu had no shortcomings at all. The three immortals had no way of attacking him. If it was a field battle, the three immortals could use guerrilla tactics to attack Jean Budu from afar, restrain him, and weaken him. But now the Celestial Court was determined to defend the Book Mountain. This was a defensive battle. And what a defensive battle feared the most was existences like Jean Budu once he was allowed to rampage and break through the defensive line. It would be disastrous. But luckily, the three immortals had already planned and had a plan to deal with Jean Budu. Immediately, Fairy Ming Hao sent a voice transmission to Genesis Lotus while in Divine Emperor City. In the next moment, a vortex appeared on the surface of Divine Emperor City. A giant flew out from the center of the whirlpool. The giant even wore a greenish-gold armor. He held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. His aura surged violently and was full of vitality. The giant let out a long roar. 100,000 Yojiao hate without end. Killing the enemy leader with his broken body. Divine Emperor City opened its eyes again. Qing Chou was under the Karma Tree. It was the legendary immemorial desolate beast, Qing Chou. During the pursuit battle with Feng Yuan, Qing Chou killed Spectral Soul. But because of Spectral Soul's self-detonation, its body was shattered into countless pieces. But Divine Emperor City retrieved these pieces of flesh, reviving Qing Chou. The current Qing Chou was no longer the original tortoise shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, snake neck, bat wings, and human head. It had truly turned into a fully armored battle general. Qing Chou charged towards Jean Budu. Its huge body pressed down like a mountain. Its spear tore through the air as wind howled. It was like a giant dragon was attacking. Good timing. Jean Budu advanced instead of retreating. His figure vanished and appeared in front of Qing Chou's forehead. Jean Budu punched Qing Chou's helmet fiercely. With a loud sound, a huge force surged towards it. Qing Chou was pushed back. Its mountain-like body fell down from the middle of the mountain, causing Book Mountain and the surrounding ground to shake. Jean Budu pounced down. Fist shadows shot out like a storm. They were extremely fierce. If Qing Chou allowed these fist shadows to wreak havoc, it would end up like Wan Dan. At the crucial moment, Qing Chou's green hair suddenly turned into a giant tree, absorbing Jean Budu's fist shadows. Immortal Killer Move Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, the divine tree shook. Countless fist shadows shot out from the leaves. It was Jean Budu's previous attack. This move had once been difficult for Spectral Soul to deal with. Even more so for Jean Budu. He was forced back by the fist shadows. Qing Chou took the chance to stand up. while Jean Budu floated in the air, defending against Fairy Ming Hao's humble reciprocation killer move. While regaining his footing, Qing Cho roared as it took 2 steps forward, arriving in front of Jean Budu in just 2 steps, waving its spear as it attacked. Rumble! 2 figures continued to fight intensely, exchanging blows and causing mountains to shake. The commotion was intense. I get it, so this was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's scheme. Qing Cho has already been subdued by Divine Emperor City. It has become the commander of the Divine Bean Soldiers. He is the strongest Divine Bean Soldier. Jean Budu realized in his mind. After a few rounds he gained the upper hand again. Qing Cho was not an ordinary legendary immemorial beast, but Jean Budu relied on incomplete freedom transformation. Pseudo-venerable battle strength was the real deal. Qing Cho had no chance of winning. Celestial Court also did not expect it to win. Ming Hao and the other immortals were only trying to stall for time. Just like how Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable invited Feng Yuan to stay, it was to stall for time. As long as time passed, Celestial Court would obtain primordial domain. Their advantage would increase again. They would be able to secure victory. Immortal Killer Move Unlimited Qi Si. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. The Qi Si was grand and vast. It surged forward and covered the sky. It was Qi Si Ancestor. Seeing that Jean Budu was obstructed for a while, Qi Si Ancestor chose another direction and attacked the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, Fairy Wuxia sighed. She had no choice but to make a move. She flew down the mountain and fought Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si versus Wuxia. One was a Qi Path Pseudo-Venerable, the other was a Wisdom Path Pseudo-Venerable. The former attacked fiercely, wanting to destroy Celestial Court's attack. The latter was determined. Even if it cost him his life, he would defend his foundation. Qi Si Ancestor's attacks were grand. Qi tides swept the area. White Qi pillars shot out from time to time. Fairy Wuxia moved like a fairy. She dodged the attacks in the sky agilely, while activating all kinds of Wisdom Path killer moves. She had an outstanding combat system. Her method of using attainment level to suppress others was extraordinary. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was suppressed by this move. But her opponent was Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor was Feng Yuan's clone. The clone shared attainment level with the main body. Fairy Wuxia's methods were effective. They were not difficult to resist against for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was a master in Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. He had a Grandmaster Foundation in Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, and Ice and Snow Path. He was a great Grandmaster in Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Qi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, and Poison Path. And he was a quasi-supreme Grandmaster in Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. How could Fairy Wuxia suppress him with such attainment level? Fairy Wuxia had no choice but to use other methods to deal with Qi Si Ancestor. Fairy Wuxia could not display her full battle strength, but thankfully, she was familiar with Qi Si Ancestor's methods. Even though Qi Si Ancestor had Primordial Origin's True Inheritance, the killer moves in the True Inheritance could not be used in front of the Celestial Court. As for his other killer moves like Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe, Yin Yang Great Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si, and others, they were all known to the world. Let me lend you a hand. Lu Weiyin flew over to help Qi Si Ancestor. Fairy Wuxia used her signature killer move. Lu Weiyin was suppressed by their attainment level. His strength immediately weakened. But with help, Qi Si Ancestor had an even greater advantage. He gradually closed in on Book Mountain. Right at this time, Calamity Luck Altar suddenly spewed out a golden light. The golden light surrounded Book Mountain, spreading over the battlefield like vines. Everywhere the golden light went, calamities and tribulations changed and attacked the peak of Book Mountain. Meanwhile, Book Mountain was also penetrated by the golden light. It shook continuously. Fairy Ming Hao's body became unstable. Her expression turned pale as her pupils shrunk. This is definitely Giant Sun Immortal's handiwork. To think that humble reciprocation killer move was only used once, it was actually broken by the enemy the second time. She gritted her teeth. Even though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to cancel her killer move humble reciprocation. If she continued, she would only lose her life. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin had just entered Yellow Earth Great World and led the army to attack the base of Book Mountain, they were stopped by Fairy Minghao's humble reciprocation killer move. Giant Sun Immortal was extremely talented. In a short period of time, he thought of a method to break it and used it in front of him. Without the obstruction of the calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's immortals could see clearly. Many immortal Gu houses shouted excitedly as they attacked from all directions. Fairy Minghao gritted her teeth. Fairy Fengyi did not have the strength to fight. While Fairy Yuxiu was fighting outside, she could only rely on her in this situation. Immortal Killer Move, People's United Hearts. Immortal Killer Move, People's United Hearts. Immortal Killer Move, Heroes Among People. The scene from the Karmic War replayed itself. Light spread and attached to the Celestial Court's immortals, causing their strength to soar. But this was not enough. Celestial Court's Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses were too few in number. Then wake up. Fellow immortals of the heavenly courts, fellow Taoists. The humans of the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Celestial Court needs you. Fairy Minghao shouted loudly. An immortal graveyard appeared at the northwest of Book Mountain, shining with endless light. 2 figures walked out of the light. One was an old man with a kind expression. His eyebrows were very peculiar. They were like 2 small dark brown roots that extended from his eyebrows to his chest. The other was a middle-aged man with a muscular body. His skin was like brass, emitting a cold metallic luster. I heard the summoning. The old Gu immortal Duke Mei squinted. Where are the enemies? The middle-aged Gu immortal Duke Tong's gaze pierced through tens of thousands of li, locking onto Calamity Luck Altar. Chapter 2201. All the relevant information instantly flowed into the minds of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. When the 2 of them saw the battlefield with their own eyes, they knew the whole story at the same time. Duke Mei sighed. Duke Long. Back then, when he first saw Duke Long, the other party had black hair and a young appearance. Duke Long had just joined the Celestial Court. He paid his respects to Duke Mei. Even though Duke Mei was old, he quickly returned the greeting. You are a Tao Guardian. The welfare of the people of the world rests on your shoulders. Duke Long had a solemn expression. I will do my best, even if I have to sacrifice my life. I will not hesitate. With the passage of time, when Duke Mei woke up and returned to the 5 regions, Duke Long had already died. He had already left. Duke Long, you died a worthy death. You never went back on your words in your life. Duke Mei sighed as he flew forward. And now it is our turn. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's eyes shined with bright light. Immortal Graveyard, so it was hidden nearby. Celestial Court has good methods. We searched many times but did not find it. Be it Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan, they both knew about the Immortal Graveyard's information long ago. Thus, the awakening of the Gu immortals in the Immortal Graveyard was within their expectations. Look, Fang Yuan's side is making a new move. Chang Bai, one of the 8 extremities, reminded. Bing Sichuan quickly shifted his gaze. He saw that Frozen Frost House, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion and Red Heavenly Altar. These 4 immortal Gu houses had turned around and flew down the mountain. Bing Sichuan could not help but feel bewildered. It seems that Fang Yuan's side already has a plan, but isn't it too much to mobilize 4 immortal Gu houses at once? Fang Yuan had a total of 7 immortal Gu houses. Now that Rising Cloud City was given to Demon Immortal Chiju, and 4 were gone. Only Unbreakable Steel Fortress and Scarlet Palace were left on the mountain. The most important thing now was to get to the peak of Book Mountain and destroy Celestial Court's killer move, to prevent them from obtaining Primordial Domain. Right now, Fang Yuan had sent most of his forces to kill the Gu immortals in the Immortal Graveyard. It was too reckless. But at the next moment, the 4 immortal Gu houses split up. Frozen Frost House and Red Heavenly Altar charged towards Celestial Court's Immortal Graveyard. Bing Sichuan realized at once. He praised in his mind, Immortal Feng Yuan. Bing Sichuan realized at once, Zhan Budu. Immortal Gu means Zhan Budu. Zhan Budu had incomplete freedom transformation. He had monstrous strength and thick skin. He was the crucial battle strength for Feng Yuan's side to reach the peak. Immortal Sai Kama Feng. Zhan Feng. Feng was divine. Zhan had Ming Kama. Within. Divine Emperor City at the waist of the mountain was even more of a problem. It had the killer move family destruction. It countered these immortal Gu houses the most. Thus, letting Zhan Buddha charge forward was the wisest tactical arrangement. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar were extremely fast. They soon arrived in front of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Duke Mei breathed in deeply. He stretched out his arms and aimed his palms at the two immortal Gu houses. Suddenly, vines grew on the surface of Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar. These vines were dry and tough. They coiled around the two immortal Gu houses. Oh no! The immortal essence stored in the immortal Gu houses are being absorbed by these vines. Feng Yuan's subordinates realized this and shouted in anger. The two immortal Gu houses started to retaliate. Red light shined on the surface of Red Heavenly Altar. The dry branches within the light melted. Dragon roars could be heard from Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The branches around Dark Castle broke and fell. But after being delayed for a while, Duke Tong had already prepared his killer move. Two huge bronze rings of different sizes quickly condensed and bound the two immortal Gu houses. They rotated rapidly and emitted loud buzzing noises. The bronze rings flew extremely quickly, leaving behind afterimages, as they restrained the immortal Gu houses at the center like two bronze balls. The heavenly courts could be said to have learned from their mistakes. During the Fate War, because of the method left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven had directly charged into Celestial Court and caught Celestial Court unprepared. During that battle, even though Celestial Court's Gu Immortals woke up, they could not display their full strength because they did not have enough immortal Gu. But here, Celestial Court had already prepared all the immortal Gu for the slumbering Gu Immortals. Thus, Duke Tong and Duke Mei took action and restrained the two rank 8 immortal Gu houses. However, good times did not last long. Dragon souls suddenly emerged from immortal Gu house Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The dragon souls failed several times and broke the bronze rings. Next, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit flew out of the immortal Gu house and attacked Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fairy Miao Yin activated her killer move Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. Her 8 arms stretched out as she moved gracefully. Lady White Rabbit was surrounded by lumps of light. She had an aggressive aura. The two immortals charged while Duke Mei blocked them first. After a few rounds, Lady White Rabbit found a flaw and went around Duke Mei to fight Duke Tong. Duke Tong was disrupted. He had no choice but to cancel the Bronze Ring's killer move and fight White Rabbit. The 4 immortals separated and regrouped. They were locked in battle. Duke Mei and Duke Tong had rank 8 cultivation level. Even though their battle strength was on par with Qin Ding Ling, they were not pseudo-venerables like Duke Long Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar regained their freedom. They charged towards the immortal graveyard and wanted to destroy it first. Rumble. These 2 immortal Gu houses had just charged forward when they were repelled by a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal had a calm gaze. He had a high nose and deep eyes. His shoulders were like 2 small mountains on them. With me, Uncle Feng here, don't even think of destroying the immortal graveyard. Uncle Feng blocked the path of the 2 immortal Gu houses. He gave off an aura of being able to defend against 10,000 enemies alone. Feng Yuan's subordinates were not resigned to this. They continued to control the immortal Gu houses to attack. But Uncle Feng's style was similar to Lu Wei-yin. They were both skilled in defense. Even when the 2 immortal Gu houses charged forward, he could barely block them. What do we do now? The Gu immortals in Red Heavenly Altar were troubled. Right now, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were fighting against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. The heavy responsibility of destroying the immortal graveyard was left to the 2 immortal Gu houses. No matter, he has already been hit by our method. The immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle snickered. GUH. The moment he said that, Uncle Feng's expression turned ashen. He spat out pieces of soul fragments. This is a soul path method. Uncle Feng frowned. In his era, there was no such thing as soul path. At this time, a newly awakened Gu immortal flew out of the immortal graveyard. It seems that I woke up at the right time. This female immortal was a soul. She did not have a body. She blew a breath of air at Uncle Feng. As soon as the grayish-blue aura touched Uncle Feng's body, it quickly fused into his soul. Uncle Feng felt a sense of relief. The injuries on his soul healed rapidly. Oh no! This is a soul path great expert of spectral souls Era's celestial court. She is on par with Thunder Ghost true monarch fairy charming soul. She is most skilled in healing methods. The Gu immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle changed expressions. The immortals in Red Heavenly Altar gritted their teeth. Kill this healing Gu immortal first, otherwise, no matter how hard we work, she will destroy us. The battle started again. The two immortal Gu houses targeted Fairy Charming Soul. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed. Uncle Feng resisted with all his might. The two sides fought intensely, winds blew everywhere. During the stalemate, another immortal woke up and joined the battle. This immortal had a round head and large ears. He wore a loose robe. His chi path aura was overflowing. Boom boom boom. With a huge explosion, the chi path immortal charged into the middle of the two immortal Gu houses. Take my move, jagged fiendish chi. The chi path immortal roared. His sleeves fluttered as countless fiendish chi blew out. These fiendish chi condensed and formed into huge rocks, forming strange mountains that surrounded the two immortal Gu houses. Red Heavenly Altar and Dragon Soul Dark Castle charged forward at the first moment, destroying countless fiendish chi mountains. But after these mountains were destroyed, they gathered together again, blocking the two immortal Gu houses. This is Senior 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. Uncle Feng and Fairy Charming Soul were overjoyed. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch was a famous chi path expert. After becoming rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish chi sea springs, and refining fiendish puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 fiendish puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These fiendish puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves. They had countless uses, and were almost unstoppable in that era. The current Shabi 95 was one of them. After a long time, its strength had grown to legendary immemorial beast level. With 7 fiendish primeval monarchs' help, Celestial Court finally defended the immortal graveyard. Next, more and more Gu immortals woke up. Celestial Court got through the initial danger and started to counterattack. Many Gu immortals went around the small battlefield and went to reinforce Book Mountain. Giant Sun Immortal, are you inside? Come out and see me. Golden-hooped Immortal Wang De shouted furiously. He had once invited Giant Sun Immortal to tour Celestial Court, but at that time, Giant Sun Immortal used this method. During the Fate War, when this method was used, it allowed Longevity Heaven to launch a surprise attack on the Celestial Court's territory, causing great damage. 95 Come here. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch blocked Demon Immortal Chi-Ju as he beckoned to Shabi 95. Master. Shabi 95 was filled with respect and fear. It came to 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch with injuries all over its body. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch caressed it lightly. Shabi 95 immediately felt refreshed. Its injuries were almost healed. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had a grim expression. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch's appearance destroyed his hopes of capturing Shabi 95 alive. Stop him! Right at this time, Fairy Minghao shouted. Jean Budu was like a mad dragon that had appeared. He had already killed his way from the southeast corner to the middle of the mountain. Behind him, Qing Cho chased with all its might, but it was obstructed by Frozen Frost House and Red River Pavilion. It could not catch up to Jean Budu. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch breathed in deeply. He is one of the clones of the current generation giant demon Fang Yuan. I want to meet him. Just as he was about to move, he was stopped by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The latter snickered coldly. You think you can leave? 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch had a solemn expression. Since Senior insists, I will risk my life and ask for your guidance. Where do you think you're going? Guyua Fangjing shouted. Demon Judgment Board. which was fighting everywhere, quickly arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Demon Judgment Board was knocked over by Unbreakable Fortress. Protect Jean Budu and kill his way up the mountain. The other Gu immortals saw the opportunity. They attacked with all their strength, blocking the obstructing Celestial Court Gu immortals for Jean Budu. Fairy Minghao saw this and sighed deeply. She had no choice but to move. She flew down and blocked in front of Jean Budu. Wait! Get lost! Jean Budu shouted as he swept his arm. Bam! Fairy Minghao's body shined with starlight. Even though she blocked this attack, her entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. She crashed through a large number of rocks on Book Mountain before stopping. Chapter 2202. Fairy Minghao's body shook. She quickly stood up. She was not injured, but the biggest problem was that she could not stop Jean Budu. In this situation, Jean Budu's threat far surpassed those immortal Gu houses. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Fairy Minghao stomped on the ground and flew up. She waved her hand as dozens of stardust flew out. Jean Budu did not dodge. He allowed the stardust to hit him. He was like a ferocious tiger. His target was the peak of the mountain. Fairy Minghao gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to fly towards Jean Budu again. Jean Budu kicked and sent her flying again, ignoring her. He is going up. Some Gu immortals saw that Jean Budu had reached the peak of Book Mountain and were overjoyed. They were about to cheer when starlight flashed in front of them. Jean Budu was covered by the starlight. He vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already at the foot of Book Mountain. The immortals were shocked before understanding. This killer move was not unfamiliar. It had been used in the Fate War before. As expected, Jean Budu raised his head and saw that above the peak of Book Mountain, there was a small and exquisite immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house was like a chessboard. If it was not Star Constellation chessboard, what else could it be? Star Constellation chessboard let out waves of starlight. Any enemy that got close to the peak would be covered by the starlight and forcefully sent far away. Fairy Minghao pounced at Jean Budu again, trying to stall him. She was very nervous. I hope no one can break this move. This move had been used before. The more times a Gu immortal used this method, the greater the risk. Jean Budu's gaze sank. He quickly made up his mind. He endured Fairy Minghao's frenzied attacks as he charged forward again, climbing rapidly. It seemed like he was returning without success, but he had already succeeded. Fairy Fengya had been collecting the primordial domain with all her strength, but now, she had to multitask and control Star Constellation chessboard. Her efficiency was greatly reduced. Feng Yuan's side had to continue pressuring her and distract her. Fairy Minghao had an outstanding combat system. The more stardust she had, the more damage she would receive. When Jean Budu first tried to resist the stardust, he couldn't even break his skin. However, after several hundred stardust, his entire body was already soaked in blood. By the time the stardust broke 1,000, the wounds on Jean Budu's body were already so deep that bones could be seen. During this time, he charged continuously and failed 3 times. They were all teleported away by the constellation chessboard. It seems that no one has been able to break this technique. Fairy Minghao relaxed. During this period, it was not that no Gu immortals took action, but this killer move of Star Constellation chessboard had been slightly modified by the Celestial Court. It was still in effect. We can't delay any longer. Qi-Si Ancestor had been fighting with Fairy Wuxia. Seeing Jean Budu's situation, he made up his mind. He waved his sleeves and a phantom appeared to replace his true body to deceive Fairy Wuxia. Fairy Wuxia quickly saw through this fake body, but Lu Weiyin quickly flew in front of her and tried to stop her. Fairy Wuxia was delayed for a while, but a secluded domain of heaven and earth suddenly appeared above Qi-Si Ancestor's head. Who land? Demon Immortal Qi Ju and 7 fiendish primeval monarch, who were fighting, turned around at the same time, exclaiming in shock. Get out of the way. Qi-Si Ancestor's robe fluttered. His beard fluttered as his face turned red. Lu Weiyin quickly dodged. Qi-Si Ancestor suddenly changed his direction and targeted Book Mountain. Oh no! Fairy Wuxia's heart jumped when she saw this. She quickly used her killer move and blocked between Qi-Si Ancestor and Book Mountain, without fear of danger. Immortal killer move, Hu elevation. Hu land shook intensely as boundless chi currents erupted from it. The chi currents surged and were grand. There was righteous chi, evil chi, blood chi, strange chi, and others. Under the effect of Hu land, they gathered into one force. They were inseparable and closely connected. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, ghosts and deities were shocked. A chi pillar shot out. It was extremely thick and terrifying. It charged towards Book Mountain, as if it could split heaven and earth. Fairy Wuxia gritted her teeth, as she used the strongest defensive method in her life. Clear wisdom path inscriptions revolved around her, illuminating the world. As the chi pillar approached, the wisdom path inscriptions quickly melted and engulfed Fairy Wuxia's tiny body. The chi pillar was obstructed and its power weakened by 30%, but it still approached Book Mountain with an unstoppable momentum. Don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, Baizang Shui controlled a rank 8 immortal goo house to charge forward. Amidst a loud explosion, Celestial Court's rank 8 immortal goo house only lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to break apart. On Book Mountain, star constellation chessboard shot out a pillar of light, following the cracks of the immortal goo house. It enveloped Baizang Shui and brought her away. Without Baizang Shui's control, the immortal goo house quickly turned into scraps under the chi pillar's attack. Next, these scraps were all destroyed by the chi pillar. The chi pillar's power weakened by another 20%. It was less than 100 steps away from Book Mountain. At the crucial moment, a green gold giant appeared. It was Qing Chou. Qing Chou raised its shield and blocked the chi pillar. There was a loud bang. The chi pillar sent Qing Chou crashing into Book Mountain, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep. As the chi pillar dissipated, its remaining aura spread throughout the battlefield. Qing Chou did not move. Its shield was destroyed, and a huge hole was left in its chest. It could be seen from the inside out. Divine Emperor City quickly rushed over. Green light flickered on its surface as a whirlpool appeared, absorbing Qing Chou's corpse. On the other side, starlight flickered beside Fairy Minghao as Fairy Wuxia appeared. Fairy Wuxia's hair was disheveled. She was in a sorry state. Her face was pale. Her body shook as she staggered and half knelt on the ground. Chi-Si Ancestor's Hu elevation killer move was terrifying. In one move, he defeated Wuxia, destroyed the immortal house, and killed Qing Chou. But Chi-Si Ancestor's condition was also quite bad. After using this move, his immortal essence storage fell by 30%. He lost over 10,000 Chi Path Dao marks. Chains stretched out from the space around him, tying up Chi-Si Ancestor. Chi-Si Ancestor's killer move is too powerful. It caused limitless arrangements to take effect. Lu Weiyin saw this and his expression changed. If this Hu elevation did not land on Book Mountain, and was defended by Celestial Court, it would have dealt a destructive blow to the entire Great World. It would have severely interfered with Limitless Demon Venerable's final deduction. Thus, Limitless Demon Venerable activated his arrangements and immediately restrained Chi-Si Ancestor. Chi-Si Ancestor wanted to struggle, but he found out helplessly that he could not move. There were chains in his mind that blocked his thoughts. There were also chains in his immortal aperture that sealed his immortal essence. Lu Weiyin quickly went to his side to protect him. The peak of Book Mountain was still not taken down. The phantom of primordial domain in the sky became more solid. But Bing Sichuan laughed loudly inside Calamity Luck Altar. Celestial Court is out of tricks. At the crucial moment earlier, even though Celestial Court blocked Hu elevation killer move, it was exhausted and had no trump cards left. Bing Sichuan saw the situation and immediately said to the 8 extremities behind him, "The opportunity has arrived. Attack Book Mountain." Heaven extremity Gai Mei, Earth extremity Gan and I, Black extremity Sun Minglu, Yellow extremity Jiaohua, Space extremity Chang Bai, Ian extremity Man Xine, Flood extremity Yue, and Desolate extremity Lu Tonglan were all mobilized. Once they left Calamity Luck Altar, the 8 of them activated an ancient battle formation, 8 extremities. This ancient battle formation was very special. Ordinary ancient battle formations gathered the strength of the Gu Immortals into one, but this ancient battle formation distributed the strength to the Gu Immortals. causing the 8 extremities battle strength to rise rapidly, rising from rank 7 to rank 8 elite Gu immortals. The 8 extremities had just moved out when another group arrived from Yellow Earth Great World. They were led by Feng Yuan's enslavement path clone Wuxia, as well as the giant formed by the 12 zodiac battle formation. It turned out that Feng Yuan had been observing the battle from the back. When he saw the opportunity, he immediately sent his backup. Celestial Court's pressure immediately increased. To prevent Gu immortals from breaking through, most of Celestial Court's Gu immortals flew out of their immortal Gu houses. For a moment, the battle surrounding the Book Mountain reached its most intense moment. Killer moves were activated with almost every breath of time. Countless killer moves shined together, creating dazzling fireworks. Killing intent shone from the dazzling lights of all colors. Red Heart Traveler suddenly raised a blood sun that shone in all directions, protecting 9 Spiritual Fairy. 9 Spiritual Fairy gave a clear shout. The 9-colored light barrier on her body shook. The 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling and colorful. Next, the mixed-colored light sphere suddenly changed. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into a rainbow-colored rhinoceros. The rhinoceros had a large head and a small body. Its body shone with all sorts of colors as it spoke. "Thank you." Saying so, it charged towards the 12 zodiac giant. Rumble. The 2 colossal creatures clashed, causing dust to fly and rocks to tumble. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just left when Yellow Extremity Jiaohui suddenly appeared behind Red Heart Traveler. Whoosh! Flames surged. Red Heart Traveler was caught off guard and was hit by Yellow Extremity. His defensive killer move was pierced and he suffered heavy injuries. How can this be? Red Heart Traveler was shocked and quickly counterattacked. But at the next moment, Yellow Extremity pierced through space and rapidly escaped. Red Heart Traveler's heart sank when he saw this. He recognized that Yellow Extremity cultivated fire path, but could use space path methods. So Longevity Heaven's 8 extreme killer move can not only connect the thoughts of the 8 extremities and share their vision, they can also share killer moves. Under the 8 extreme killer move, the 8 extremities cooperated and displayed unimaginable battle strength. Red Heart Traveler became extremely vigilant and dodged sharply. At the next moment, the densely packed army ants surged like a tide, drowning from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. Wu Shuai did not ascend the mountain, he was manipulating it outside. Countless Divine Being soldiers flew out of Divine Emperor City and fought with the army ants. In the chaotic battle, a figure moved like a sea dragon leaving its nest, creating raging waves wherever he went. He was wearing a blood-colored cape. It was Jean Budu. Fairy Yuxiu had already gone to intercept the 8 extremities, while Fairy Minghao was swept away by Jean Budu again. "Stop him!" Fairy Minghao shouted. Wan Dan was nearby. She hesitated and did not dare to move forward. Zhou Xiong Xian gritted his teeth and stood in front of Jean Budu. Immortal killer move, triple humans become tiger. The fierce tiger roared and pounced at Jean Budu. Jean Budu inhaled and sucked the fierce tiger into his stomach before arriving in front of Zhou Xiong Xian. Jean Buddha's fist directly pierced through Zhou Xiong Xian's chest and came out from his back. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyes opened wide as he died on the spot. Jean Budu swung his arm and flung this corpse away, before encountering the awakened Gu immortal fairy delicate soul. Jean Budu shouted, under the monstrous power of his iron fist. This fairy charming soul was shattered into pieces, her soul dissipated. Jean Budu finally reached the peak of the mountain. This time, star constellation chessboard also stopped firing. No more star pillars shot out. Chapter 2203. Venomous Gu Master is calling for monthly votes for Little Dragon. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2204. Venomous Gu Master will be updated at 9 p.m. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2205. The childhood star constellation was giggling. She wandered around the back mountain, walking among the beautiful mountain flowers, playing with the sweet spring water. She played with a young leopard cat that was full of intelligence. She had accidentally saved it. During this period of time, whenever she had time, she would come to the cave to look at it, feed it, and play with it. "You're playing again?" A voice suddenly came from behind her. The child star constellation's body shuddered. Her hair turned numb as she slowly turned around, seeing primordial origin immortal venerable dressed in a white robe with a solemn expression. "Master!" Star constellation lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Stretch out your hand." Primordial origin immortal venerable took out a ruler. Star constellation gritted her teeth, stretching out her small white hand. Slap! The ruler hit her palm, leaving a red mark. Intense pain assaulted her, but Star constellation did not cry. "Your homework has been a mess recently. Instead of practicing killer moves, you're playing with a kitten?" Primordial origin immortal venerable looked at the little leopard cat behind Star constellation. The child star constellation's eyes were brimming with tears. "Master, don't be angry. Don't chase little yellow away. Its injuries have just healed. I promise I will practice killer moves obediently in the future." Primordial origin immortal venerable focused on Star constellation, but at this moment, Star constellation mustered her courage. She was ready to protect the little leopard cat with her life. Primordial origin immortal venerable had a stern expression as he lifted the child star constellation up. "Follow me." Star constellation felt the intense wind blowing at her. She could not open her eyes. After an unknown period of time, the howling wind suddenly stopped. She felt her feet touching solid ground. "Open your eyes and take a look." Primordial origin immortal venerable's voice resounded. Star constellation opened her eyes, seeing that she was standing in ruins. Her pupils shrunk to pin size. What entered her eyes were burning houses, corpses of men, women, old and young. This village was originally quiet and peaceful, but because it was close to the regional wall, a group of variant human bandits charged in and slaughtered everyone. Primordial origin immortal venerable said, "Do you know how often this happens?" Primordial origin immortal venerable asked. The child star constellation was very shocked. She subconsciously shook her head. "Almost every day, this kind of situation happens." Primordial origin immortal venerable sighed. "Not just the periphery of central continent. Even central continent's interior still has variant human remnants. They often appear and kill humans. Now that the celestial court has been established in the central continent, the humans have the upper hand. The super forces of the mutants have either gone into hiding or fled the central continent. What about the other 4 regions? The outsiders were still in power. Do you know why?" The young star constellation didn't think too much and answered, "I know. I've long heard from my senior brothers and sisters that Master has dominated the 5 regions and attacked all the super forces of the mutant humans. No matter how many variant human goo immortals there are, they cannot defeat you. But they are all hiding. We can't find them." "Not bad." Primordial origin immortal venerable nodded. "Once the immortal aperture is placed in heaven and earth, it will shrink to a point. Searching it is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It is extremely difficult." "That's right. Even though the human race has an immortal venerable like me and is invincible, it's still difficult to effectively eradicate those mutants. Even though our human race has taken control of central continent, the other 4 regions are still not liberated. Because our population is too small, we can't compare to the variant humans. Even if we attack the variant human goo masters and mortals of the 4 regions and slaughter them all, as long as the blessed lands and grotto heavens of those variant humans still exist, we can easily nurture a vast number of variant humans. Once the blessed lands and grotto heavens were hidden, they were hard to find, and the time inside was much faster than the outside world. This caused the population inside to increase rapidly. Every once in a while, the blessed lands and grotto heavens would open their doors and release the excess population into the 4 regions. The immortal apertures of these goo immortals are the foundation of the variant humans. If we can't find their exact location, After I die, humanity will still be in a precarious situation. The tragedy of the past will repeat itself. Primordial origin immortal venerable sighed deeply, caressing the young star constellation. This is why you need to work hard. Fate has declared that you will be the future immortal venerable of humanity and create wisdom path. With wisdom path, we can deduce the location of most blessed lands and grotto heavens. We can kill these variant human goo immortals and truly establish the golden age of our human race. O star constellation, you need to understand that every moment you waste playing here, there are humans dying under the butcher knives of the variant humans. Among them, there are many old people, and there are also many people who are about the same age as you. While you are playing, children of your age can only lie in pools of blood, unable to see tomorrow's sun. The young star constellation's expression was pale as paper. She bit her lips and remained silent. Primordial origin immortal venerable activated his killer move again and brought her back to the back mountain. He did not continue lecturing her and let her go alone. Several days later, the young star constellation and the little leopard cat Little Yellow parted. Even though Little Yellow was very attached to her, she still sent it back to the forest. When she was alone again, she squatted on the ground and hugged her knees, sobbing softly. Even though Master is right, I am only a child. My senior brothers and sisters can play, why can't I? Is it because fate decreed that I will be a future immortal venerable? The young star constellation cried for a long time, all the way until night fell. The summer night was filled with stars. She slowly stood up, tears still lingering on her face. A lump of starlight appeared in her heart. Star constellation took out this lump of starlight and threw it into the back mountain. This lump of starlight vaguely contained her image. The young star constellation said to this lump of starlight, I actually do not want to be an immortal venerable, but fate cannot be changed. Everyone is so good to me. I have to think for their sake. I also want to make the entire human race happy. If there is a next life, you can play to your heart's content and make up for my regrets in this life. The star shadow hesitated and did not leave. The young star constellation looked at her and said, Let me give you a name. Since Master often praises me for my bright eyes and white teeth, I will call you Ming Hao. The star shadow seemed to be very happy after getting a name. It quickly flew away. The young star constellation had already grown into a young female immortal. She did not just stay in close cultivation. She often traveled around and broadened her horizons. There was no use in hiding, because what she needed was not to inherit primordial origin immortal venerable's legacy, but to create wisdom path. When she disguised her identity and traveled in Eastern Sea, she met a Gu immortal. By chance and coincidence, she met this Gu immortal many times. They worked together to fight enemies, exterminate variant human tribes, explore deep underwater trenches, and so on. Their friendship deepened and turned into feelings for each other. However, you are actually a variant human. Star Constellation saw her sweetheart's true appearance and retreated in shock. Xing Air, I did not hide it on purpose, listen to my explanation. Her sweetheart was extremely anxious. Star Constellation shook her head and flew into the sky. Her sweetheart chased after her, but due to his heavy injuries, he finally fell from the sky. When he woke up from his coma, he found himself lying on a beach with Star Constellation beside him. You saved me, Xing Air. It must be you. Where are you? Come out and meet me. Her sweetheart was overjoyed. He struggled to get up and shouted with all his might, but there was no response. Eventually, he could only stagger away from the island. Under the setting sun, looking at his lonely figure, Star Constellation stood on the beach and revealed her figure. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was reluctant to part with him. Why do you have to be a variant human? How good would it be if you were a human? Do you know that I already want to marry you? According to the customs, Master has already prepared an embroidered tower for me as a dowry. But I cannot. Because I am Star Constellation, I will be the future immortal venerable of humanity. I want to eliminate variant human Gu immortals for humanity. If I were your wife, how could I do it? If I tolerate variant humans, what will happen to humanity? Her master's expectations, the hope of humanity, the hopes of everyone around her. They were all on Star Constellation's shoulders. But her heart still ached. The pain of not being able to love her was almost tearing her soul apart. Starlight surged out of Star Constellation's chest. She took out the ball of starlight again. She murmured to Xingying, "Since you're praising me, I'll give you the name Wuxia. If there is a next life, please live well for me. Don't care about the future of humanity. Don't think about the safety of all living beings. Just live for yourself once. Be selfish for yourself. Love to your heart's content. Cry to your heart's content." The star shadow rippled with light, seemingly replying. In her later years, Star Constellation had already become a venerable. In the hall, she sat on the main seat, looking at her senior sister, who had always been supporting her and taking care of her. They were like mother and daughter. "Let me go," the senior sister shouted. "Asu, you are a grand immortal venerable. You cannot sacrifice yourself to fuse with Providence." "No." Star Constellation shook her head. "Precisely because I am an immortal venerable, I must do this." The senior sister had tears in her eyes. "Asu, when you first became my disciple, you were only 3 years old. I have been taking care of you. I watched you grow up step by step, until you finally became the human race's Star Constellation immortal venerable. No one knows the bitterness and pain of this process better than me. The price you have paid for this is too much. You have already done very well now. You have already satisfied everyone's expectations. Don't sacrifice yourself anymore. You still have a lot of time to do what you want to do. Don't you always talk to me? In this life of yours, even though you have endless glory, even though you are praised by everyone, you have many regrets. You should go and live a better life, Asu. You have sacrificed too much for humanity. It is time for you to live for yourself. Therefore, this time around, let your senior sister assimilate with the heaven's will." Star Constellation smiled. Her figure flickered, and she was already standing in front of her senior sister. She gently wiped away her senior sister's tears and took out a star shadow from her chest. "Senior sister, you have been praising me recently, saying that I am very magnanimous. This star shadow of mine will be called Fengya. Let her accompany you in my place. I was an orphan when I was young. You took care of me as I grew up. You are my elder sister and also my mother. How can I sacrifice you? Anyway, I have sacrificed so much, I am already used to it. Haha. Let Fengya stay by your side and help me make up for my regrets. I have left behind 3 star shadows. It is actually a setup for my rebirth. I do not want to be reborn one day. If the situation deteriorates to that extent, I will be reborn again. I will listen to you, senior sister. I will live for myself. I don't care about this world. I don't care about humanity. I also want to be selfish for once." Crazed Demon Cave. When Minghao, Yuxiao, and Fengya woke up, they received a huge nightmare. Fate Gu was destroyed. Celestial Court had fallen to rock bottom. Feng Yuan had turned into a demon. Righteous path was declining. Demonic path was rising. Central continent was filled with danger. I had once sworn to myself, I want to live for myself. I want to live for my own happiness, for my own love, for my own happiness. Is there anything wrong with that? I have already completed my mission. I have already created wisdom path. I have already exterminated most of the variant human Gu immortals. I have already led humanity towards prosperity. I need to rest. But why? Why did I subconsciously start to plan and make arrangements? Why am I still fighting here? Why? Fairy Minghao looked at the smoke in the sky as she pouted. Fairy Yuxiao looked at Demon Immortal Qiju, the 8 extremities, and the rest with a cold gaze. Fairy Fengya looked at Jean Budu, who was charging at her, as she smiled lightly. At this moment, starlight shined on the 3 of them, shining upon each other. The 3 immortals chanted in unison, not benefiting oneself in one's life, helping one's life, sacrificing one's life. Starlight illuminates the world. Resurrecting one's world. The 5 continents are different. One's heart is only one. 3 avatars pull the sky down. The starlight linked together and fused into one, shining in the sky. Soon, she turned into an immortal with peerless grace and shining eyes. Star Constellation. Star Constellation. Star constellation. P.S. A late update. I edited it again in the middle. I am still not satisfied with this poem. Even though the meaning was expressed, it does not rhyme. I hope everyone likes it. Chapter 2206. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? At the peak of Book Mountain, the 3 stars fused into one and turned into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The immortals who were fighting in a bloody battle were shocked. Even though the immortals had expected this, Fate Gu was destroyed, and a Venerable's revival was possible. But when the Venerable revived in front of them, the immortals could not help but feel an intense shock in their hearts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The only female among the 10 Venerables. She created Wisdom Path and inherited Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables, will, developing Celestial Court, and assimilating with Providence. She helped Celestial Court resist the 3 demon venerables of later generations. Her name was engraved in human history, shining brightly and had never dimmed. But now she had revived. Star Constellation, eat my fist. Jean Buddha did not hesitate. He stepped on the mountain peak and charged towards Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable, with a thunderous voice and ferocious momentum. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival did not surprise Feng Yuan. In fact, he had already guessed the identities of Ming Hao, Yu Xiao and Fengya. These 3 were too strong. They were all pseudo-venerables. Just this point was enough to explain the problem. Celestial Court was determined to restore fate. They had worked hard for over 1,000,000 years. But during the crucial Fate War, only one pseudo-venerable, Duke Long, was left to guard Celestial Court. Now, Celestial Court suddenly had 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts in Crazed Demon Cave. It meant that they revived after Fate Gu was destroyed. If not for that, why would they not participate in the Fate War? Since they were revived and were pseudo-venerables, they would definitely leave their names in history. But these 3 were very mysterious. And most importantly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was nowhere to be seen. Combining these clues and deducing with Feng Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, the possibility of the 3 immortals being Star Constellation became more and more obvious. Just like how Feng Yuan could create Qi-Si Ancestor, Zhan Budu, and Wu Shuai, why couldn't Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? It was just that Star Constellation's 3 avatars were one level more profound than Feng Yuan's avatars. When the 3 fairies combined into one, they could transform into a constellation. Facing the resurrected Star Constellation, Zhan Budu was not afraid. Before his fist even landed on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the strong wind from his fist blew Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair into the air. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. In the next moment, Zhan Budu struck the constellation, but it passed right through. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure vanished like a bubble. This was fake, just an illusion. Zhan Budu realized this and quickly used investigative methods. But he could not find Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body. Star Constellation, slow down. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Rays of golden light danced in the air, revealing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used a killer move. Inside his immortal aperture, Fairy Fengya's talent Gu, Fairy Yu Xiao's seriousness Gu, as well as the learning Gu that he took out from Divine Emperor City, activated. Immortal essence expenditure was intense. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure turned illusory. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's golden light could not obstruct her any longer. Under everyone's gazes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew into the sky, all the way to Primordial Domain. Damn it! Zhan Budu gritted his teeth as he chased after her. However, even though he caught up to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter was like a phantom. She was not affected by Zhan Budu's interference. She quickly entered the depths of Primordial Domain. Zhan Budu even passed through Primordial Domain. Without any special methods, I can't enter Primordial Domain. Zhan Budu's eyes were spewing fire. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. But she did not attack Zhan Budu, instead choosing to escape into Primordial Domain. She was a venerable. She could not attack casually. Otherwise, she would be suppressed by limitless demon venerable's methods like Chi-Si Ancestor. She directly ignored the Celestial Court's immortals, Book Mountain, and the entire battlefield. Avoiding battle was a fatal blow. Lu Weiyin's expression was dark and unsightly. The Origin Realm was the key to the battle in the Crazed Demon Cave. The reason they'd attacked Book Mountain so madly was to stop the Celestial Court from obtaining the Origin Domain. To think that even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not collect Primordial Domain, she could directly ascend and enter it. In the end, Zhan Buddha's methods were lacking, and it was difficult to stop him. In fact, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even after taking action. What should we do? Lu Weiyin was at a loss. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain, she would naturally replenish her lost attainment level and quickly become a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, regaining her status as a Wisdom Path Dao Lord. Is the situation of the world still going to be controlled by the Celestial Court? Bing Sichuan sighed in disappointment. That might not be the case. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sneered, "Let's go." At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar released a threatening golden light. Golden light shot out in all directions, converging into a path that extended upwards. This was Calamity Luck Altar's killer move, Luck-Changing Golden Light Great Path. At the same time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, which had been staying at the center of Savage Wilderness Great World, also released a grand light. Ever since Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace fell into Crazed Demon Cave, it had actively participated and cooperated with Limitless Demon Venerable's deductions, becoming more deeply involved in the evolution of the world. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace's light shone on Calamity Luck Altar, causing the luck-changing golden light path to undergo a profound change. Along the golden light path, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out of Calamity Luck Altar and also entered Primordial Domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but he had the #1 luck path attainment in the world. He actually used Calamity Luck Altar and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to truly enter Primordial Domain. Longevity Heaven's immortals were overjoyed at this sight. Only Feng Yuan's subordinates were left, their expressions changed. Oh no! Lu Weiyin's expression was dark and unsightly. Although Longevity Heaven had been cooperating with Feng Yuan, it was clearly using him. Now Immortal Zombie Giant Sun directly abandoned Feng Yuan and went to Primordial Domain himself. It could be imagined that he would definitely replenish his Luck Path attainment level in Primordial Domain and become a Luck Path Dao Lord again. Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven both abandoned Feng Yuan. Is this the foundation of a venerable? Xiao Hejian sighed. Should we retreat? Bing Sichuan's fighting spirit started to dissipate. Feng Yuan was the greatest source of confidence for these variant human Gu immortals. But it was clear that Feng Yuan was inferior to the two venerables. This caused their morale to fall rapidly. No need to worry. At this time, Feng Yuan's main body arrived from Yellow Earth Great World. He still had a calm expression. Lu Weiyin's eyes shined with hope. Lord Feng Yuan, you have a way? Feng Yuan nodded and looked at Rising Cloud City. Qiju, let's cooperate again. Demon Immortal Qiju flew out of Rising Cloud City. Ha! I knew you had a motive for giving me a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. But there is no problem with your killer move. Come, let's cooperate once. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand and took out Hu Lan from the Chi-Si clone's immortal aperture. At the same time, Shi Land appeared above Demon Immortal Qiju's head. Hu Land and Shi Land quickly approached each other, shining upon each other. Lu Weiyin saw this and was overjoyed. I understand. The Legends of Renzu has records of this. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 37. Wisdom Gu was bitten by Self Gu. It felt very angry and decided to take revenge. Wisdom Gu found Lies Gu. No matter what I say, they are filled with wisdom and will help others. This is not good. I need your help. Lies Gu asked. How do you want me to help you? Wisdom Gu said. That is easy. It is very simple. Renzu and his children are currently in Primordial Domain. In front of primordial domain is She land, behind it is Hu land. Enter primordial domain and deceive Renzu, tell him. Primordial domain is in front of Hu land, behind it is She land. Lies Gu was confused. Will I be able to take revenge like this? Wisdom Gu laughed loudly. Humans need to breathe in first before exhaling. She land and Hu land are the breathing of heaven and earth. Just do as I say. Lies Gu followed Wisdom Gu's instructions and came to primordial domain. It told Renzu, "Oh human, you need to be careful. You are in a very mystical place now. If you go forward, you will go to Hu land. If you go back, you will go to She land." Renzu was about to leave primordial domain, he thought. I had once received instructions from a beast man. Don't let me go to Hu land. Then I will go to the back and go to She land. Renzu brought his children, great strength true martial and carefree wisdom heart, leaving primordial domain and going to the back. Thus they came to Hu land. This is not She land. Carefree wisdom heart realized that they were deceived. Renzu patted his chest. Thankfully, I died once, betrayal Gu has left. Otherwise, if I cared, betrayal Gu would harm me. But great strength true martial suddenly realized something, he shouted. Oh no! What is it? Renzu was about to ask, but at this time, Self Gu flew away from him. Self Gu left Renzu. Before leaving it said, Oh human, you put attitude Gu on me. You even deceived yourself. Don't blame me for leaving you. Back then, Renzu protected weak Gu. Weak Gu urged Renzu to put attitude Gu on Self Gu, even deceiving itself. It achieved the most perfect disguise and deceived the predicament. If a human deceived itself, it would leave the person. The person would abandon itself. Renzu was angry and anxious. What do I do? Self Gu has left me. Without it, how can I obtain freedom? How can I get rid of Fate Gu's restriction? Self Gu had once eaten a mouthful of betrayal Gu. This is the meaning of betrayal. I have been dissatisfied with it for a long time. Great strength true marshal's ability, Gu shouted. Experts would instinctively be dissatisfied with themselves. Self Gu has flown away. We can't see it anymore. Let's chase it. Carefree wisdom heart reminded. The three started running, chasing after Self Gu. Self Gu ran very quickly, entering a river. The river's surface was calm. There were pieces of floating ice of all sizes floating on the water. This is the river of time. There are truthful floating ice pieces floating on the river. Renzu and the other two quickly recognized. They had gained a lot of knowledge from Qiankuan crystal wall. Renzu looked far away, saying, I feel that Self Gu is hiding at the center of the floating ice. Let's go and find it. Chapter 2207. Renzu's trio stood by the river and observed. Every piece of floating ice on the surface of the river of time was a fact. Renzu observed for a long time before pointing at a piece of floating ice. This piece of floating ice is neither big nor small. Its surface is smooth, let's step on it. But great strength true marshal said. This piece of floating ice is clearly very small. It can't even fit the three of us. Carefree wisdom heart shook her head. This piece of floating ice is very big, but there are many icicles on its surface that will pierce through our feet. The same fact could be big or small, light or heavy, difficult or easy to different people. Some could accept it, some could not. Renzu's trio discussed for a long time, before finally choosing a piece of floating ice, and everyone stood on it. When Renzu stepped on this piece of ice, he immediately burst into tears. While great strength true marshal roared in anger, carefree wisdom heart laughed heartily. It was the same fact, but different people would feel and feel differently about it. Renzu's trio could only endure it. Every piece of floating ice on the surface of the river of time is a cold and silent fact. But we humans have hearts. Once we come into contact with facts, we will feel emotions. When facts and emotions are added together, it becomes a matter for each of us. Carefree wisdom heart recalled the knowledge in her mind. The floating ice carried Renzu's trio and floated for a while before gradually becoming smaller and sinking. Let's jump onto that piece of floating ice. Renzu pointed to the left. Thus, before the floating ice beneath them sank, the trio jumped onto the second floating ice and continued to move forward. This fact caused Renzu's trio to feel different emotions. The longer they stood on the floating ice, the more these emotions accumulated. As the floating ice continued to sink, the emotions the trio felt would also change. Some went from anger to happiness, some from happiness to melancholy. I can't hold on anymore. My heart feels very uncomfortable. After enduring for a while, Renzu clutched his chest and shouted, "Let's jump onto that piece of floating ice." After the trio jumped, Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly said, "I can't stand this the most. My heart is also uncomfortable. I want to die." Renzu's trio hurriedly switched to another floating ice. No matter what the truth was, if they clenched their teeth, they would be able to endure it. What he was most afraid of was feeling upset. Once the heart couldn't take it, the person wouldn't be able to continue living. After a few more ice flows, Great Strength True Marshal couldn't take it the least. "I feel fine," Strong Gu said proudly in his heart of ambition. "There are too many things in this world. It has always been the weak who suffer more than the strong." Fortitude Gu shouted, "This has my contribution, because I have been helping you all along." Fortitude Gu could suppress emotions. Suddenly 2 Gu worms grew out of Carefree Wisdom Star's palm. The Gu in the left hand was called good. The Gu in his right hand was called bad. "Oh humans, we can help you discern what is good and what is bad." Good Gu and Bad Gu said together, their voices tender. Thus, with the help of Good Gu and Bad Gu, Renzu and the other two were always able to find good floating ice. Standing on the floating ice, the three of them felt very happy. When the floating ice sank and good things turned into bad things, the three of them jumped away in advance. Like this, Renzu and the other two gradually became happy. They became extremely happy. They were overjoyed and did not leave. They were immersed in this joyous mood. The three of them forgot about their situation until the truthful floating ice under their feet completely sank, and they all fell into the river. Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. She land. Who land? The two secluded domains of heaven and earth each let out a faint white light. The lights intertwined and connected into one, forming a horizontal pillar of light. The final step. Feng Yuan activated his killer move as he let out a breath of turbid air. The aura flew into the pillar of light, as a whirlpool formed at the center of the pillar of light. The whirlpool shot out and shot into the sky. When the white spiral light touched the surface of primordial domain, it spread out like a lump of light fog, enveloping the entire primordial domain. Feng Yuan followed the white spiral light and entered primordial domain. Amazing, amazing! Primordial domain is between Shi land and Hu land. Using these two secluded domains of heaven and earth, we can accurately locate primordial domain. Lu Weiyin praised as he followed behind. Next were Zhan Budu, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qi Si Ancestor, and other pseudo-venerable battle strength experts. When the immortals entered primordial domain, the white spiral light dissipated. The other Gu immortals who were eager to enter were very disappointed. Feng Yuan floated in primordial domain, frowning deeply. Once he stepped in, countless insights appeared in his mind. But this was not something that happened naturally. It was like being forcefully instilled into him. Feng Yuan felt an indescribable pain. This pain did not come from his body or his soul. It came from his heart. His mind was like a lake. It was originally calm, and calm like a mirror. But now it was like a raging sea, surging with terrifying waves. This was like a baby who only knew how to eat, drink, sleep, and excrete. But the baby was forced to learn the joy of jumping around and playing. If the baby was allowed to jump around and play, it would hurt itself. It was also like a child who felt that toys were the most precious, but was forcefully instilled with the concept of an adult. Money was the most important. Gu cultivation attainment levels were very difficult to raise. Feng Yuan entering primordial domain was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It was going against nature. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring it strenuously. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who had entered primordial domain earlier, were nowhere to be seen. Feng Yuan did not care about these two. He quickly inspected his body and comprehended. Many paths' attainment levels are rising rapidly. Refinement path is also among them, but rule path is rising the most. Feng Yuan thought about it, and started to move around primordial domain. He activated his method. His body was like a bird, flying freely in primordial domain. Everywhere he went, primordial domain broke apart. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Although primordial domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was extremely fragile. Fang Yuan did not take the initiative to attack. It was just that he had too many Dao marks. Primordial domain could not bear it. But fortunately, before primordial domain was destroyed, the attainment levels contained within were all transferred to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. I need to find the correct direction as soon as possible. If the refinement path part of primordial domain is destroyed, it will be terrible. Fang Yuan was not familiar with primordial domain, but all kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. His deep wisdom path attainment allowed him to quickly understand his situation. Primordial domain contained the profundities of all paths. Any Gu cultivator could benefit from it. Fang Yuan adjusted his direction nimbly, roaming in primordial domain, gaining a lot of refinement path attainment levels. He was moving in the correct direction. Soon, among the several attainment levels that increased at the same time, refinement path attainment level rose to the first place. Fang Yuan's current feelings could not be described clearly with words. He was in extreme pain and his mind was unstable, but he also felt fulfilled and satisfied. At the same time, he was feeling increasingly thirsty. This thirst was for knowledge for attainment levels. No wonder the legends of Ren Zhu recorded that Ren Zhu was not satisfied with knowledge. He kept instilling it into himself, causing his mind to reach its limit and explode. Fang Yuan had a similar feeling towards Ren Zhu. Soon, Fang Yuan endured the pain and revealed a joyful expression. He had a strong premonition that he was only a small distance away from refinement path supreme grandmaster attainment level. Rumble. Right at this time, primordial domain shook and large pieces of it collapsed. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was rising, but it stopped abruptly. Giant Sun Star Constellation. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly became extremely cold. He saw that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were fighting far away. They had chosen a good location to fight. It was definitely a crucial location related to refinement path. With this part of primordial domain destroyed, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level could no longer rise. In the previous fight, Fang Yuan had probed many flaws of longevity heaven and celestial court. Similarly, his foundation was also seen by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They understood that Fang Yuan wanted to develop in refinement path. Since he had arrived at primordial domain first, how could these two venerables just sit back and watch? Thus, by fighting each other, they also cut off Fang Yuan's future. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had definitely taken the initiative to attack. Although Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, he would definitely be happy to see this happen. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw Fang Yuan's main body, she immediately pointed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Hundreds of blue flying stars shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan roared as his body shone with 7-colored radiance. Immortal Killer Move 7 kills Rainbow. Metal Paths Yellow Light. Wood Paths Jade Light. Water Paths Light Blue Light. Fire Paths Red Light. Earth Paths Brown Light. Wind Paths Green Light. Lightning Paths Dark Blue Light. These 7 paths radiance intertwined and shot out in a spiral. Rumble. 7 kills Rainbow destroyed most of the flying stars and shot towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered with starlight as she blocked this killer move, but she still staggered and showed a shocked expression. What killer move is this? It was naturally a compound killer move. This move, 7 kills Rainbow, was an improved version of the previous 5 technique Rainbow. The latter had been used by Fang Yuan before. It was during the battle when the Righteous Qi Alliance attacked Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters and attempted to recover their lost territory. It was just that 5 technique Rainbow used the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. While 7 kills Rainbow went one step further, it included swift wind and furious lightning. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not defend against such a killer move. Because to defend against this move, she had to consider the 7 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Even though many of the killer moves seemed to involve many paths, they were all superficial. For example, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable fought against Limitless Will in Crazed Demon Cave, he used a killer move that imitated the power of other paths. The essence of the killer move was still one path. It was just that it imitated other paths. To deal with such a killer move, one only needed to deal with Theft Path. But the killer move 7 Kills Rainbow contained 7 paths in the truest sense. Just one move from Feng Yuan made the great star constellation Immortal Venerable feel troubled. On one hand, the compound killer move was hard to defend against. On the other hand, Feng Yuan had a vast accumulation of Dao marks. He had too many Dao marks. Maybe star constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could match him in the past, but the current star constellation had just revived. The 3 avatars combined into one. The total number of Dao marks was star constellation Immortal Venerable's current Dao marks. Evidently, star constellation's Dao marks could not compare to Feng Yuan's. Chapter 2208. Venomous Goo Master applies for leave. Currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2209. Crazed Demon Cave. Primordial Domain. Feng Yuan's main body moved. He finally fought against a venerable immortal killer move Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. In the intense battle, Feng Yuan roared. His body shook as 100 evil dragons condensed around him. The evil dragons roared as they attacked star constellation Immortal Venerable. A compound killer move again? Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze narrowed. She could instantly see that the evil dragons in front of her contained Transformation Path and Enslavement Path profundities. The number of Dao marks on Feng Yuan's body was terrifying. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable could also fight him head-on, her nature was not like that. She was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster. She was in life and she was now. Immediately, her body flickered. Starlight flickered around her. She turned into 1,000. In the blink of an eye, there were 1,000 star constellation Immortal Venerables. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun quickly used his investigative method to distinguish the real from the fake. Feng Yuan's pupil shrunk, but he still urged the dragons to attack. The dragons fought against star constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms. For a moment, the world turned dark and chaotic. Some of the vicious dragons opened their mouths to bite. Some swung their tails. Some used their horns to provoke their enemies, and some used their claws to tear. There were even some vicious dragons that opened their mouths and roared, shooting out sharp sword chi from their tongues. In the earlier battle, star constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms were caught off guard. They suffered heavy losses. But not long after understanding the reason behind these evil dragons' confidence, star constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms stabilized the situation and counterattacked. These star constellation phantoms had ordinary methods. Each phantom only had one killer move, and there were only 6 killer moves in total. But these star constellation phantoms cooperated with great tacit understanding. They were not much different from the 3 avatars. Star constellation phantoms displayed their advantage in numbers. They often attacked one evil dragon with close to 10 phantoms, eventually killing the evil dragon after paying the price of several star constellation phantoms. Feng Yuan's evil dragons began to shrink rapidly. Feng Yuan's Sword Tongue Dragon Soul has Enslavement Path profundities and can be manipulated slightly, but his Wisdom Path attainment is far from star constellation Immortal Venerables. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw this and evaluated. However, Feng Yuan also knows the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. If he focuses his attention on carefully controlling the dragon soul, the gains won't make up for the losses. Therefore, he simply kept using this move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not interfere, and just watched from the side. While watching the battle, he activated his methods. Multicolored light flew. and swept the surrounding primordial domain into his immortal aperture. Information was extremely important to Gu cultivators, especially against an opponent like star constellation Immortal Venerable. Killer moves were most effective the first time they were used. Feng Yuan did not use any other methods. He continued to activate Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Groups of over 100 evil dragons continuously rushed to the battlefield. The evil dragon was killed by the constellation illusions, but they quickly gained the upper hand in terms of military strength. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly surprised. So this move also involves Soul Path? He saw that although these evil dragons were being exterminated, the evil dragon souls were gradually being born. At first, these dragon souls were very weak. They only had 10% of their battle strength compared to the evil dragons. But as the evil dragons continued to die, the number of soul path Dao marks that were spreading on the battlefield continued to increase. The dragon souls and soul beasts that were born after these evil dragons died also became stronger. 20%, 40%, 60%. The evil dragon soul's battle strength continued to rise. Star Constellation's illusions were finally defeated. The battle situation was tilted towards Feng Yuan's side. Eventually, when there were only dozens of illusions left, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could no longer be concealed. She smiled at Feng Yuan and directly retreated, leaving this battlefield. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. After fighting, he gained a deeper understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's nature. Even though this Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived and had the battle strength to fight Feng Yuan head-on, she avoided the battle repeatedly. She was extremely rational and agile. Like this time, when she retreated, Feng Yuan's previous investments were all for naught. The soul path Dao marks left behind in this battlefield were of great help to Feng Yuan, but unfortunately, when Star Constellation retreated lightly, Feng Yuan had no choice but to chase after her, abandoning this battlefield that had been constructed for the most part. Fighting against such an opponent did not feel satisfying at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, please wait. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun chuckled. Bright light shone around him and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Good, Feng Yuan praised, taking the chance to chase after her. It seemed that the agreement between Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan was still valid. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's choice was also easy to understand. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw Feng Yuan's battle strength, and that he was still an immortal zombie. He still treated the Celestial Court as his main enemy. If Feng Yuan's battle strength was weak, he might immediately face the joint attacks of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He had to get rid of this easiest opponent first, to prevent the weakest person from benefiting from the fight between the two tigers. Feng Yuan fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not make many moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable waved her jade-like hand, sending out countless flying stars. The flying stars were extremely fast, continuously shooting at Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan had tried to dodge earlier, but these flying stars had tracking abilities. No matter how he dodged, he would be hit. If Feng Yuan wanted to unravel this killer move, he would need to plan carefully and spend some time to make deductions before he could succeed. Crack crack. With a soft sound, the light barrier on Feng Yuan's body collapsed. This light barrier was also a compound killer move. It had outstanding defense, but under the continuous attacks of the flying stars, it had already collapsed several times. The power of each flying star had never actually changed, but they were connected to each other in a chain of attacks. This was especially frightening. If the power of a flying star was 1, the result of the first star would also be 1, then the second star would be at least 3, and the third star would be 6. The power would increase layer by layer. The further it went, the more powerful it would be. This was the combat system that Fairy Ming Hao had once grasped. As the light barrier collapsed, Feng Yuan activated a new defensive method. A halo of light appeared above his head. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and laughed lightly. Just like the information in the Celestial Court said, Feng Yuan was extremely vigilant. After using defensive killer moves several times, he would change to another one, afraid that the defensive killer move would be broken, and he would suffer heavy injuries, or even die when he was caught off guard. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned to do so. However, every time she made some progress in her deductions, Fang Yuan would adjust his methods in time, making her deductions useless. Fang Yuan, you have made ample preparations for this battle. I am increasingly curious. How long can you fight by switching killer moves so frequently? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke as she used her method. This Wisdom Path killer move was formless and formless. It formed a whirlwind in the air, but it was not targeted at Fang Yuan, but the surrounding primordial domain. In an instant, the surrounding primordial domain within several thousand steps was emptied by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also breathed out golden light, sweeping a small area of primordial domain into his pocket. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with eerie light. These two venerables had extraordinary methods. They had been gathering these primordial domain as they fought. Compared to them, Fang Yuan's foundation was much weaker. He had tried before, but he could not find an effective way to gather the primordial domain. He could only watch as the other two continued to harvest. In that case, Fang Yuan made up his mind. A killer move suddenly erupted. Flames surged and lightning shot out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was collecting the primordial domain when the lightning and fire waves formed by Fang Yuan's killer move swept over, sweeping away all the primordial domain around him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun instantly gained nothing. He remained silent. Fang Yuan used another move. The wind howled, and the frost was like arrows, filling the sky. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was implicated again. The primordial domain that was about to be swept into his immortal aperture was destroyed again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a glance at Fang Yuan and gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used another move. Souls flew and golden light flickered, destroying all the surrounding primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but look at each other. The former was no longer smiling, while the latter's eyelids were twitching. If I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. With this thought, Fang Yuan started to fight, attacking boldly and wantonly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun needed a certain amount of time to collect the primordial domain. Flaws would be exposed during the process. Fang Yuan directly destroyed the primordial domain. It was much faster and more convenient than them. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was disrupted again and again, but Fang Yuan used attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as an excuse. He was not restricted by the alliance agreement, so he could not criticize him clearly. He could not take it anymore. He secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, let's make a deal. You block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. I will collect the primordial domain. We will split the gains 30-70. No, split it 50-50. Fang Yuan immediately replied, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was naturally unwilling. Without my method, you won't even be able to collect half of the primordial domain. If you dare to comprehend the primordial domain now, you will definitely be attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The risk is too high. Something unexpected might happen. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was right. It was not difficult to block the infusion of the primordial domain, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not dare to comprehend the primordial domain during the current battle. She could only do her best to collect the primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun argued on the basis of reason, but Fang Yuan ignored him. Rumble, thunder rumbled and air currents surged. The surrounding primordial domain dissipated under Fang Yuan's killer move. Although the primordial domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was different from Book Mountain and Danghun Mountain. It was inherently weak. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used his actions to tell him, you have to split it 50-50. If you don't agree, you, Giant Sun Immortal, will also not be able to obtain any primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could only relent. Forget it, I will give you 50-50. Fang Yuan continued. Can I trouble you to send half of the primordial domain into jewel yellow skies first? Immortal zombie giant sun could not help but stare. Fang Yuan urged again. Don't worry, with my interference. It will be hard for star constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain much primordial domain. The meaning of his words was nothing more than a reminder. Look, the Celestial Court is still our main enemy. And weakening the Celestial Court had always been Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's strategic goal. Forget it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent half of the primordial domain into jewel yellow skies to show his sincerity. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. His attacks on star constellation Immortal Venerable became even fiercer. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was alone. Facing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan together, she gradually suffered losses. Please remember this book's domain name. Right Pen Chinese Network mobile version website. Chapter 2210. Star constellation Immortal Venerable fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan was in charge of interfering, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's main task was to destroy primordial domain. Although star constellation Immortal Venerable could barely succeed, it was only after several rounds of fighting with Fang Yuan that she grabbed the opportunity to attack. This battle situation continued for a while before star constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision. She suddenly activated a killer move to attack primordial domain as well. Primordial domain was like an avalanche. It was only a small piece at first, but soon, primordial domain's collapse became more severe. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gave a low growl, releasing golden light in an attempt to block it. He succeeded in blocking star constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move, but star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move again. Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. Without needing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's reminder, Fang Yuan had already attacked with all his strength in an attempt to restrain star constellation Immortal Venerable and force her to give up on destroying primordial domain. This time, it was star constellation Immortal Venerable's turn to use killer moves. This was the first time she took the initiative to attack since the start of the battle. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not react in time. Many of star constellation Immortal Venerable's offensive methods were used for the first time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not block them immediately. Rumble. After dozens of rounds, primordial domain was completely destroyed. Most of them were destroyed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised repeatedly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw that her efficiency in collecting primordial domain was far inferior to Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's cooperation. So she took the initiative to destroy primordial domain. Such decisiveness and rationality, worthy of being an Immortal Venerable in human history. The second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. This is... Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Primordial domain was completely destroyed, but he did not fall back. Instead he found himself in the void. There was no trace of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun said. He slowly flew over, standing 100 steps away from Fang Yuan, as they faced star constellation Immortal Venerable together. It turned out that Celestial Court used Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, and the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, gaining time to seize primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan reacted quickly. They mobilized all their strength and attacked without any regard for the consequences. The Celestial Court had experienced the fated war and lived up to its former glory. It was hard for it to defend against the frenzied attacks of the two parties. Since she could not obtain it, star constellation Immortal Venerable took a step back and flew into primordial domain, raising her wisdom path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. However, Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and the other pseudo-immortal venerables also entered primordial realm. The situation gradually went out of star constellation Immortal Venerable's control. She ruthlessly destroyed the whole of primordial domain. The origin realm hadn't been seized by her. In fact, it was still on the 9th floor. The moment star constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan entered primordial domain, they also entered Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. The space on the 9th floor is much smaller than on the 8th floor. Is this the truthful floating ice recorded in The Legends of Renzu? Feng Yuan stared at star constellation Immortal Venerable while looking at the mysterious floating ice behind her. These bluish-white floating ice pieces were of varying sizes. There were a lot of them. They floated quietly. They did not rotate on their own, but they were attracted to each other and flew around in groups of 2 or 3. All the floating ice flows slowly circled around the center of the floating ice flows. Looking from afar, these truthful floating ice pieces looked like a loose ball as they flew. The trajectory of the truthful floating ice pieces was filled with profound profundity. Feng Yuan only took a few glances before he felt dizzy. He acutely observed that these truthful floating ice pieces were continuously growing in size. It seems that this formation is the foundation of limitless creation of the whole Crazed Demon Cave. Book Mountain and Primordial Domain are the cores that the Celestial Court extracted from this formation. Amazing, truly amazing. This rank 9 formation is continuously rotating and deducing. These truthful floating ice pieces are the results. And those dead goo immortals in the 8th layer, and their disappearing immortal apertures are the fuel for this formation. They are also clues for deductions. This means that the derivation goo recorded in The Legends of Renzu and the eternal life research results that Limitless Demon Venerable wants to deduce are all at the center of this formation. Just as Feng Yuan thought of this, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted coldly. At the next moment, a Luck Path Killer move was activated and pierced through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dissipated like a bubble. Her true body appeared at the same time, but she was not in front of Feng Yuan. She had already entered the rank 9 formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression sank slightly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a good method. Even though this illusion disintegrated on contact, even I cannot detect its authenticity. If not for the change in my luck, I would not have been able to discover it. We need to hurry. Limitless Demon Venerable did everything he could to set up Crazed Demon Cave. He also deduced it for over 1,000,000 years. We cannot let the Celestial Court obtain this result. Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out at lightning speed, arriving at the periphery of the formation. The two immortals stopped for the moment. This formation is terrifying. All the truthful floating ice pieces are formation cores. They are also the safest places. Other than that, the other places are very dangerous. If we stop at other places, we will be crushed by the formation. Feng Yuan's heart jumped slightly. This rank 9 formation's crushing force was brought about by the sacrifice of countless goo immortals and the fusion of great worlds. Even he could not endure it. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun observed for a while before jumping onto a truthful floating ice piece. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was in the lead, or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they both chose to do this. Feng Yuan naturally followed their advice. He picked one and stepped on an elephant-sized truthful floating ice piece. The moment he stepped on the floating ice piece, an intense feeling of guilt assaulted Feng Yuan's heart, like a bandit who had invaded a peaceful village. Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. He quickly resisted this intense feeling. After adapting, Feng Yuan jumped onto the second truthful floating ice piece. This time, an intense feeling of sorrow engulfed his heart. The intensity of it suddenly increased. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and adapted to it with difficulty. He looked up and saw that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had already jumped onto the 5th truthful floating ice piece, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still far ahead. She had already entered the middle layer of the formation. Time is limited. Feng Yuan could not help but feel anxious. He quickly jumped onto the 3rd floating ice piece. The result of the contest in Primordial Domain was not ideal for Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun might have already recovered to Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, while Feng Yuan's Refinement Path attainment level was still lacking. However, the opponent was the grand star constellation Immortal Venerable. This result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. The contest in Primordial Domain was already like this. Limitless Demon Venerables, Eternal Life research results, could not be obtained by these two venerables. Eternal life, Fang Yuan muttered. Eternal life was Fang Yuan's goal and ideal. Even if he could not obtain it, he could not let it fall into someone else's hands. The deeper they went into the formation, the stronger the emotions brought by the truthful floating ice pieces. There were all kinds of emotions. Some were joy, some were sorrow, some were melancholy, and some were anger. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was in the lead all along. Her advantage in this formation was very clear. Firstly, the chess bet back then was the confrontation between Limitless Will and Star Constellation's will. Secondly, the Celestial Court had already started to infiltrate 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Green Lotus Great World was the best proof. Finally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path focused on thoughts, wills, and emotions. Dealing with emotions, and even using them to fight was the specialty of Wisdom Path. With all these reasons, it was no wonder that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable avoided the battle and rushed into the formation. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped on a truthful floating ice piece and looked behind her, frowning slightly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was rushing over. He was getting closer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. The deeper they went into the formation, the more terrifying the emotions, and the greater the obstruction to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not hesitate to leave Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace to participate in the deductions. During his era, he had even taken Savage Wilderness Great World, which was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. After all, after Limitless Demon Venerable was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had entered Crazed Demon Cave more than 1,000,000 years ago. Thus, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a deep understanding of this Crazed Demon Cave. And Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck path methods also helped him choose the most suitable path to advance. But why is Fang Yuan also getting closer? He is even showing signs of surpassing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. This was truly out of her expectations. The Celestial Court naturally handed all the information regarding Fang Yuan to her. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Fang Yuan very well. She knew that even though Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was very deep, he was most skilled not in deductions, but in defending against other people's deductions. From this point, even though the Celestial Court had repeatedly failed in their crusade against Fang Yuan, they had also made considerable gains. At least, under the suppression of the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to give up on deductions, emotional processing, and other aspects in his wisdom path cultivation, and focus on raising his ability to defend against deductions. However, right now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was clearly benefiting from this. So why was Fang Yuan still chasing after her? Not only was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable surprised, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was also very shocked. His eyeballs watched as Fang Yuan rapidly jumped forward and overtook him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sensed an aura from Fang Yuan's body. Suddenly he understood the truth. It's Fortitude Goo. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart jumped as he gritted his teeth. He recognized Fortitude Goo's aura. Fang Yuan had never been good at concealing his aura, but there was no need to do so now. So it's him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun finally understood. The biggest culprit behind the scenes who plotted against He Lulan in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was Fang Yuan. This scoundrel took Fortitude Goo and Ability Goo from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. These two Strength Path Immortal Goo are both rank 8. Fortitude Goo is the best at restraining emotions. No wonder he could move so easily in this formation. Don't tell me, Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is also Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's arrangement to help Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but have many thoughts. He had a bad feeling. Even though I seized savage wilderness great world, reckless savage demon venerable still arranged for Feng Yuan to obtain fortitude gu and ability gu. Then was the portion of thieving heaven true inheritance I extracted earlier a bait set up by thieving heaven demon venerable? Chapter 22:11 Northern Plains. Two figures shot through the air, continuously using killer moves, creating waves of air currents and thunderous sounds. One of the male immortals cultivated light path. He was dressed in a white robe. He was tall and had a shoehorn face. His eyes were as small as beans. As for the other female immortal, she was dressed in black gold armor and wore half a mask. Her every move was domineering and domineering. Other than these two immortals, there were more than 10 Gu immortals watching the battle. Big brother, hurry up and kill this bitch. The spectating female immortal Lu Luo shouted, her eyes glued to the battlefield. Beside her were Lu tribe's Gu immortal elders. Besides them, there were also many Gu immortals from Northern Plains Huangjin tribes, Chanyu tribes Chanyu Xiong, Gong tribes Gong Tong Kuai. The male immortal fighting was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains righteous path, Lu Chong. The female immortal was He Lulan. He Lulan changed her name to He Yu and went around challenging experts. After defeating Chen Cheng and Yin Wu Kei, she continued to challenge lone and demonic immortals without losing a single time. Her reputation soared in Northern Plains raised its eyebrows. Lu Chong and Lu Luo had failed to recruit Yin Wuk, and in the process, they had a conflict with He Lulan. Lu Chong publicly challenged Fairy Black Moon in order to avenge himself. Once news spread, it caused a commotion in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. That was why this battle had taken place. Immortal killer move, light horse crossing crevice. Lu Chong activated his killer move. The silhouette of a pony condensed under him and flew around in the sky. This movement killer move was very outstanding. It allowed Lu Chong to maintain a certain distance from He Lulan. Ever since Lu Chong suffered a huge loss at the hands of He Lulan, he wisely chose to attack from afar. Big brother, that's it. Let this bitch suffer behind you. And in the end, she was beaten to death for nothing. Haha. Lu Luo continued to scream and cheer for Lu Chong. Her laughter was very piercing to the ears. But at this moment, He Lulan's figure disappeared on the spot. It was an illusion. When did this happen? Lu Chong was startled. He knew that he had fallen into a trap and subconsciously tried to dodge. However, He Lulan's true body instantly appeared behind him. Boom boom boom. Fist shadows flew everywhere, like a torrential downpour, firmly enveloping Lu Chong. Lu Chong shouted, desperately activating defensive killer moves as he took a beating. Lu Luo's laughter stopped abruptly. He Lulan's series of attacks were fierce and explosive. The righteous path Gu immortals watching the battle felt their eyelids twitch. Alright, that was a good fight. We finally caught this cunning Lu Chong. The loose immortals and fiend immortals who were watching the battle cheered, praising endlessly. Among them, other than Chen Cheng Wu Guang and Yin Wuk, there were many others. Some of these people had been defeated by He Lulan, while others had heard of He Lulan's deeds and had taken the initiative to follow her. Lord Black Moon has gained the upper hand. Wu Guang laughed as he sent a voice transmission, conversing privately. Don't you feel that Lord Black Moon has become stronger than before? Come to think of it, Lady Black Moon was constantly challenging others, and in the process, her battle prowess was rapidly increasing. Brother Wu, don't you feel it? Yin Wuk was slightly shocked and uncertain. Wu Guang thought about it before shaking his head, replying, of course I noticed it. But how can there be such rapid progress in this world? I'm afraid Lady Black Moon was hiding her strength earlier, or she had been in closed cultivation all along. As her battle experience increased, her methods became more proficient, giving off a feeling that her battle prowess is increasing rapidly. Yin Wuk nodded. He was about to speak when the situation changed again. Gu immortal Lu Chong was indeed a famous expert in Northern Plains. After some effort, he finally escaped from He Lulan's attack range. He Lulan did not want to let him go. She immediately chased after him. But Lu Chong suddenly stopped. He turned around and smiled sinisterly. Hey Lulan, you fell for my trap. Immortal killer move dazzling brilliance. In an instant intense light burst out, covering the entire battlefield. The spectating Gu immortals quickly closed their eyes. Hey Lulan also subconsciously closed her eyes. But when she opened her eyes again, all she could see was white. After being hit by the killer move dazzling brilliance, her vision turned blank. She could no longer see anything. Oh no, Lu Chang actually learned this killer move. No wonder he was fearless, publicly challenging Lady Black Moon. This move is Lu Tribe's signature method. Unless they use Lu Tribe's unique killer move, the Gu cultivator cannot recover from it. Many lone cultivators and demonic immortals' expressions changed. The atmosphere became heavy. Because this battle was not just a simple battle between Lu Chang and He Lulan. In the current situation, this battle already had a lot of political meaning. As the rootless fairy Black Moon, she represented the lone immortal camp. And Lu Chang naturally represented Northern Plains' righteous path. Ever since the Fate War, Northern Plains' longevity heaven had been actively integrating Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Lone immortals and demonic path experts like Yin Wuke were wantonly recruited by the Huangjin tribes, and their attitude was very firm. There was no need to mention the lone immortals who were willing, but most of the lone cultivators and demonic path Gu immortals were unwilling. But they were alone. They did not want to offend these Northern Plains righteous path forces. They were angry but did not dare to say anything. In this situation, He Lulan's appearance was like a banner for these Gu immortals. He Lulan dared to challenge everywhere. She did not fear the Huangjin tribes. This greatly encouraged these lone immortals and demonic immortals. Especially now, snowy mountain-blessed land was destroyed, and a demonic path expert like old ancestor Shui who had gone into hiding. The lone and demonic cultivators needed a leader. Precisely because of this, He Lulan gained the initiative of Wu Guang, Yin Wuke and the others. Many lone and demonic immortals came to watch this battle. They wanted to support He Lulan. He Lulan was hit by the killer move now. She could not see anything. These Gu immortals' nervousness and worry came from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Chang retreated with a smile on his face. Immortal killer move radiance radiance. The injuries on his body started to heal slowly. Immortal killer move clear rippling light. His surroundings shone with waves of light. It was as if countless fish scales were shining. Oh no! Chen Qing frowned deeply. This move counters investigative methods. Yin Wuke and Wu Guang stopped their conversation. They looked at the battlefield nervously. Even though Gu immortals could not see, they had all sorts of investigative methods. It was just that now, after Lu Chang used this killer move, other investigative methods would not be very useful. Since she could not see anything, He Lulan closed her eyes. She was not flustered, she sighed lightly. Lu Chang, oh Lu Chang, it is a pity that you missed your final chance. Lu Chang was stunned, he scoffed. Fairy Black Moon, why are you bluffing? You have already lost. How can you break my Lu tribe's dazzling splendor killer move in this battle? It is useless no matter how much time you waste. He Lulan did not retort. She used her actions to reply. A killer move was unleashed. Immortal killer move Dark Capital Strength Biao. A black tiger materialized. This move again? A solemn expression flashed past Lu Chang's eyes. It's different. Yin Wuke's eyes shined with bright light. That black gold giant tiger seems to have wings on its back? What? I did not see it clearly. Wu Guang quickly said. The moment the totem black tiger formed, it vanished, including Wu Guang. Many people did not see it clearly. Where did it go? Does it have a concealment ability? Lu Chang's expression changed. He quickly used investigative methods. But at the next moment, his pupil shrunk to pin size. His face was filled with shock and fear. The black gold giant tiger suddenly appeared behind him. Whoosh! The giant tiger slapped its claws, sending Lu Chang flying like a ball. Lu Chang's ears were filled with intense winds. His vision was spinning. He was filled with shock. That attack earlier, the huge force almost destroyed his defensive killer move. It is not that the black tiger has a concealment method, but its speed. It is too fast, too fast. The black gold giant tiger's speed had already surpassed the limits of a Gu immortal's naked eye. It was like a phantom. appearing and disappearing suddenly. Every time it appeared, it would send Lu Chang flying with a claw. Lu Chang was at a complete disadvantage. He could not retaliate. If he used light Colt crossing, he might be able to escape for a while. But now, he was in a passive state. He had to use his defensive methods with all his strength, otherwise, he would be smashed into meat paste by the Black Tiger. Rumble! The Black Tiger's final attack sent Lu Chang crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke rose. Lu Chang was in a deep pit. He did not move, he was unconscious. Brother! Lu Luo screamed, pointing at He Lulan. You bitch, you actually killed my brother. How dare you do this? I want you to die. I want you to die. She wanted to charge over, but was held back by the Lu tribe Gu immortal elders behind her. Right at this time, she felt a sense of joy. Lu Luo was stunned. She could not believe herself. Brother ended up like this. How can I feel happy? The other Righteous Path immortals also had slight changes in their expressions. They felt a sense of joy. Gong Tong Kwai shook his head, forcing himself to be calm as he said in a low voice. Fairy Lu, don't be anxious. Brother Lu is not dead. He is still alive. Calm down. So many people are watching. Don't throw away our Lu tribe's face. Lu tribe Gu immortal elder reprimanded before flying into the battlefield. He cupped his fists towards He Lulan. Fairy Black Moon, you won this battle. The moment he said that, Lu tribe's supreme elder almost shed tears. An intense feeling of sorrow suddenly filled his heart. He Lulan nodded. In that case, what about the bet? She did not feel good either. First, she felt an indescribable joy, followed by intense sorrow. What was going on? Lu tribe's Gu immortal elder forced himself to calm down, replying to He Lulan. It has already been sent into jewel yellow skies. Since Lu Chang lost, with so many people watching, the Lu tribe elder showed a calm expression, sending a huge sum of cultivation resources into jewel yellow skies. Jewel yellow skies had its own value. It also showed that Lu tribe was upright. The immortals present used their Gu worms to communicate with jewel yellow skies, seeing Lu tribe's bet. That secluded domain of heaven and earth is still here. More accurately speaking, this is a portion of the primordial domain. I wonder which great expert is selling the primordial domain publicly. The Gu immortals' attention was drawn elsewhere. Not long ago, a portion of the primordial domain suddenly appeared in jewel yellow skies. It shocked the 5 regions Gu immortal world. In Wu Kei shouted loudly. His voice drew the immortals' attention back. According to the agreement, Lu tribe, please undo the dazzling splendor killer move on Fairy Black Moon. Of course. Lu tribe's Gu immortal elder was straightforward, using his killer move to restore He Lulan's light. He Lulan nodded at the Lu tribe Gu immortal elder, taking back the dark capital strength Biao that was beside Lu Chang. This totem killer move had been modified. It had become her unique method. Her battle strength had risen sharply. Chun Chung let out a breath of air as he relaxed. After this battle, Lord Black Moon's reputation will rise to a whole new level. Lu Luo helped Lu Chang up, saying hatefully, Black Moon, don't be smug. We Righteous Path experts are everywhere. Even though you won against Lu Chang by luck, can you win against others? Forget about others. Just Chu tribe's first supreme elder Chu Du alone is not someone you can surpass. But right at this moment, an intense feeling of love flowed out of her heart. Lu Luo's expression twisted. What's going on? Why do I feel an intense feeling of love when I look at this whore Black Moon? He Lulan did not feel good either, but her expression did not change as she sneered. Chu Du? I am already famous, he also cultivates strength path. I will challenge him next. The lone immortals and demonic immortals expressions changed slightly. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2212. Crazed Demon Cave. 9th layer. 4 Gu immortals arrived at the periphery of the Crazed Demon Formation. This is the truthful floating ice? Jean Budu raised his eyebrows. It seems that it will not be easy to enter this formation. Chi-Si Ancestor had a solemn expression. Unlike the main body, they did not have fortitude Gu. Star Constellation is in the lead. She is closest to the center of the formation. Giant Sun Immortal is second, while Feng Yuan is at the back. Lu Weiyin looked at the formation, feeling nervous internally. Feng Yuan did not have any advantage. He had to help him with all his strength. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stared at the formation in front of him, seemingly recalling something as he muttered, "Limitless you." He took the lead and jumped onto a truthful floating ice. The other three immortals looked at each other before moving. The legends of Renzu was not wrong. The size of the truthful floating ice was different in everyone's eyes. The emotional impact it brought was also different. This made it impossible for Gu immortals to move together. The best way to infiltrate was to move alone and choose the most suitable floating ice as a stepping stone. Feng Yuan had been activating Fortitude Gu. This Gu worm was only rank 8, while this crazed demon formation was rank 9. The deeper he went into the formation, the stronger the emotional impact Feng Yuan felt. When he first activated Fortitude Gu, he was immune to these emotional impacts. Feng Yuan could not feel them at all. But now, Feng Yuan felt like he had just stepped into the formation and was probing it. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, after these two saw Feng Yuan's methods, they also took out their trump cards. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun activated familial affection, Gu in his body to share his emotions. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable mentioned a mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. This secluded domain was like a cage, but also like a lantern. Feng Yuan could not help but think of a certain record in the legends of Renzu. The two venerables' foundation was much deeper than Feng Yuan's. They had also made ample preparations against crazed demon cave. Feng Yuan thus fell to the back of the three immortals. Feng Yuan did not give up. He gritted his teeth and moved forward. No matter how bad the situation was, the impact of his emotions became more and more intense, causing his heart to tremble repeatedly. However, Feng Yuan was not worried. Instead, he was happy. This was because the emotional impact he had suffered was already so intense, and the two paragons in front of him were even more so. Feng Yuan's persistence soon bore fruit. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was at the front, moved slower and slower. After stepping on a truthful floating ice piece, she had to breathe heavily for a long time before she could continue. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's speed slowed down. So did Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday gradually. The distance between the three Gu immortals shortened again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable often looked back. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was in the middle, also stopped frequently to observe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan. This was a difficult journey, and the three immortals fully experienced each other's mountain-like tenacity and endurance. After the stalemate lasted for a while, a sudden change occurred. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly coughed out blood. She held onto the truthful floating ice and collapsed. Her body began to flicker with azure starlight. The starlight quickly dimmed, and actually split into three, returning to three. Could it be that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival is not complete? She can only revive temporarily? Is it really stable when three pseudo-venerables exist at the same time? Feng Yuan's heart stirred. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart shook. A chance. He gritted his teeth and persevered, slowly passing by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation's three manifestations remained on the truthful floating ice. They were making good use of the time and closing their eyes to meditate. When Feng Yuan overtook them, he couldn't help but hesitate. Was he going to take advantage of the situation? Feng Yuan quickly suppressed this impulse. Now that he was deep within the limitless crazed demon formation, even the slightest attack would immediately provoke limitless counterattack, and his ending would most likely be even more miserable than the previous Sea of Qi clone. Moreover, if Feng Yuan fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, wouldn't he be letting Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was at the front, benefit? Didn't they see that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun ignored the Star Constellation's three signs and went straight to the center of the formation? If we say that returning to the Supreme Grandmaster realm is to give the Venerables the initiative, then the results of Limitless Demon Venerables' deductions are likely to allow the Venerables to stand out in the competition. Fang Yuan was increasingly sure of this guess. It is time. Fang Yuan stopped on the truthful floating ice and forcefully endured the torment of his emotions as he activated an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, calm and collected. The killer move's effect was immediate. The intense emotions that were tormenting Fang Yuan a moment ago and almost made him lose control of his mental state had almost completely disappeared at this moment. They were barely there. Fang Yuan had a vast number of immortal goo recipes and also a vast number of killer moves. This move, calm and collected, was one of them. This move needed 2 cores, fixed goo and suppression goo. Fang Yuan did not have fixed goo and could not refine immortal level fixed goo, but he had fortitude goo. Previously, Fang Yuan had been working on it while modifying it, and now, he could finally use this move. As for suppression goo, Fang Yuan just happened to have it. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Celestial Court. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had fought several battles with the Celestial Court's goo immortals in the River of Time. In one of them, Fang Yuan destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and obtained Suppression Goo. Suppression Goo was rank 8, Fortitude Goo was also rank 8. The cores were all rank 8 killer moves. Their power was naturally much stronger and more effective than Fortitude Goo alone. Fang Yuan's speed increased again. However, the distance between him and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was quite far earlier. Even though Fang Yuan tried his best, he could not catch up to Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. To think that Giant Sun Immortal would be the first to reach the center of the formation. Lu Wei-yin sighed deeply. Under the gazes of Fang Yuan, Star Constellation's 3 avatars, and the other pseudo-venerables, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly stopped. He stopped on a truthful floating ice, and was only 1 step away from the largest truthful floating ice at the center of the formation. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's face showed hesitation. What was he hesitating for? Taking advantage of this hesitation, Fang Yuan also caught up. Fang Yuan, there is something fishy here. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took the initiative to speak. Ever since he and Fang Yuan entered the formation together, they had been competing in the dark. The atmosphere between the two was slightly tense. This was the first time they were communicating. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with light as he carefully sized up the truthful floating ice in front of him. But he could not find any clues immediately. But he did not advance rashly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the best benchmark. Since he was so close to success, but still stopped, it showed that there was something fishy here. It is indeed fishy. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a look of realization. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly startled. The reason why he stopped was because his Luck Path investigative killer move had a slight change that made him feel something was amiss, but he could not find anything. But looking at Fang Yuan's expression, could it be that he understood something crucial? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attached great importance to Fang Yuan. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was chosen by Providence. He had sufficient aptitude that ordinary people could not compare to. And in order to destroy Fate Goo, Fang Yuan received the support of many Goo Venerables. Even now, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and even Reckless Savage Demon Venerable were still supporting him. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not attach importance to Fang Yuan, he could not ignore the other Venerables. Thus, it was not strange that Fang Yuan could see the crux of the matter while he could not. I hope Fang Yuan can give me some pointers. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun continued. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was a grand venerable. But he actually took the initiative to ask him for pointers without any qualms. However, Fang Yuan did not understand what was strange about it. Thus, he turned around to look at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Those 3 fairies were still at the same spot, meditating with their eyes closed. Next, Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and said with a smile, "The Eternal Life research results cannot be taken easily, but we can share them. What price does Giant Sun Immortal want to pay?" Regardless of what was going on, he needed to extort some benefits from Giant Sun Immortal first. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shined with bright light. He was about to speak when a head popped out of the central truthful floating ice. Immortal zombie giant Sun's attention was immediately attracted. Fang Yuan was also stunned. Next, star constellation's 3 avatars, Lu Wei-yin, and the rest also discovered this phenomenon. A rank 7 Gu immortal came out of the truthful floating ice. Fang Yuan recognized this rank 7 Gu immortal. It was not immortal of Crazed Demon Cave's 3 eccentrics. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were Wisdom Path Gu immortal Secret Schemer, Earth Path Gu immortal Pang Shan, and Rule Path Gu immortal Not Immortal. These 3 resided in Crazed Demon Cave, and had been thinking about how to open a path and enter the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave to obtain the secret of eternal life. In terms of ambition, they were on the same path as Fang Yuan. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics did not have enough strength. They could not even enter the 8th layer, so they took in Strength Path Gu immortal Chu Du. Chu Du then brought in Fang Yuan, which led to Fang Yuan stepping into Crazed Demon Cave. Later, Fang Yuan made preparations for the Fate War. He came to Crazed Demon Cave and invited the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics to participate in the Fate War. Although the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics agreed, after the Fate War ended, these 3 people were nowhere to be seen. From then on, they lost contact with Fang Yuan. To think that Not Immortal would actually appear here. When Not Immortal saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, he was stunned before showing a vigilant expression. He did not recognize Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but from his terrifying aura, he knew that this immortal zombie was not to be trifled with. Next, when Not Immortal saw Fang Yuan, he raised his eyebrows and said with boundless joy, "Fang Yuan, you are finally here." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart jumped. He immediately shifted his gaze and stared at Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, you made such a deep arrangement. I am truly impressed." Fang Yuan shook his head. "How could I have arranged this?" "Not Immortal, do you know Secret Schemer Pang Shan?" Not Immortal immediately answered, "They are inside." He then showed an ashamed expression. "Originally, we 3 immortals agreed to participate in the Fate War and become enemies with the Celestial Court. But on that day, a change occurred in Crazed Demon Cave, and the 3 of us were drawn here. After the guidance of Limitless Demon Venerable's will, we understood the whole story. It turns out that the 3 of us had stayed here for a long time. Our sincerity was finally seen by Master Limitless Will. He arranged for us to stay here to cooperate with the formation and manipulate practice, Gu, to continuously sculpt this truthful floating ice. Once all the worlds in the 8th layer fuse into one and vanish, they will turn into clues and power that will be poured into this Crazed Demon formation. We will be able to successfully sculpt this truthful floating ice and find the method of eternal life. Chapter 22:13. The Method of Eternal Life? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shined with brilliance. Not Immortal did not conceal it, and the immortals present were all top experts of the 5 regions. They all heard it. At once, the immortals' hearts pounded and their spirits rose. Although Gu immortals could obtain longevity, they were restricted by lifespan, fate, and so on. Even if fate was destroyed now and lifespan restrictions were greatly reduced, they could still be killed by powerful enemies. The level of eternal life was definitely higher than longevity. In terms of longevity, the 10,000-year-old tortoise in the sea could also be considered longevity, but it was definitely not eternal life. Immortality meant that nothing could threaten one's own survival. This was complete invincibility. Be it time, space, or life, they could not threaten one's eternal life. The level of eternal life was above everything in the world. Even venerables could not only live long, they could not be called eternal life. Especially now, venerables were coexisting in the same world, threatening each other. Soon, after hearing the commotion outside, Secret Schemer came out of the truthful floating ice at the center of the Crazed Demon formation. Secret Schemer cultivated Wisdom Path in the end. After seeing the situation in the formation, his heart shook and he quickly informed, "The 3 of us need to maintain practice Gu at all times. One of us needs to activate it and carve this truthful floating ice. It is still early, We are still lacking a lot. The 8th layer's great world has not been destroyed yet. So many life forms are still alive. Saying so, Secret Schemer urged again. Feng Yuan, I know your ambitions. But at this moment, it is best if you don't step in here. The 3 of us have already used all the methods. Once we step on this truthful floating ice, we will not be able to leave. Unless the deduction is completed and the formation is destroyed. He is right. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded. Ever since he stopped, he had been secretly activating his methods to investigate and deduce. He was still lacking some time. But after obtaining Secret Schemer's answer, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun verified it, and immediately understood that Secret Schemer was not lying. Secret Schemer had a solemn expression. He continued with anticipation and determination. The most important thing now is to protect this formation and facilitate Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement, so that this formation's deduction succeeds. Fellow Taoist Feng Yuan, you and I are fellow Taoists, so I'll have to trouble you to guard the grand formation from the outside and guard against any sneak attacks. And the 3 of us will risk our lives to maintain the power of practice Gu. The 3 of them did not know Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's true identity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had also split into 3 avatars. Their information seemed to have stopped before the Fate War. Feng Yuan's mind was full of thoughts. He first nodded to the Secret Schemer, then turned around to look at the 3 constellations behind him with a solemn expression. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed and turned to face Star Constellation's 3 signs. To think that we all fell for it. As soon as he said that, Ming Hao Yuxiu and Feng Ye all opened their eyes at the same time. Starlight rose again. The 3 immortals met again. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. Rise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said softly. The crazed demon formation immediately changed. The truthful floating ice pieces spun faster, vaguely trapping Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inside. Star Constellation's Will and Limitless Will had been playing chess in the Celestial Court, deducing the Heaven Path research results together. The Celestial Court had a deep understanding of the crazed demon formation, being able to extract the cores, Book Mountain and Primordial Domain. How could they not know the situation of the crazed demon formation's deductions? But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this to bully Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun for not having enough information. And with the matter at hand, her main body personally moved out to lure Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun into the crazed demon formation. Be it Primordial Domain or the crazed demon formation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Feng Yuan would not sit and watch Star Constellation Immortal Venerable plunder them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this point to put Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in a predicament. The crazed demon formation changed. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Feng Yuan quickly moved, attempting to travel back. However, the current crazed demon formation was far more dangerous than before. The truthful floating ice was even starting to collide with each other. If one was careless and fell off the floating ice, they would be crushed to pieces by the formation's terrifying power. Even jumping over the floating ice needed to be deduced continuously. They had to wait until the formless power between the floating ice was much weaker before they could take the risk. After jumping over several truthful floating ice, Feng Yuan was already in a perilous situation. He turned around and asked loudly, "Secret Schemer, can you 3 immortals control this formation?" Secret Schemer shook his head. "We are only responsible for activating practice Gu." Not Immortal's expression was pale. As expected of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she actually infiltrated the formation to such an extent, she can be said to be half a formation master. But even though she is activating the formation, it does not affect the deductions. Instead, it accelerates the formation's deductions. Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements will not activate at all. Secret Schemer shouted again. "You two must not destroy these truthful floating ice. These are all a part of the formation. They are related to the final success or failure of the deductions. If you two make a move, you will definitely trigger Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation." These words made immortal zombie giant Sun's expression turn unsightly. Why don't you two rest for a while? We will spar again later. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled and left after saying this. Lu Wei-yin and the other pseudo-venerables felt like they were facing a great enemy, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ignored them. She flew out of the formation and quickly vanished into the void. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the #1 expert in Wisdom Path. Right now, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not leave for the time being, while pseudo-venerables like Qi Si and Qi Ju could not resist Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, even if they returned to the 8th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had infiltrated the crazed demon formation to such an astonishing degree. Once she unified the great world of the 8th layer and obtained all the energy and clues needed for the crazed demon formation's deductions, her control over the crazed demon formation was bound to rise sharply. There was even a possibility that this crazed demon formation would change owners. When fighting against a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, one could easily fall into a trap if they were not careful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme was like this. She advanced layer by layer and linked them together, targeting the weakness of the enemy's information. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would fall into her trap obediently. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression was solemn as he looked at Fang Yuan. The situation is dangerous. I wonder if Fang Yuan has a good plan? Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing with a cold expression. In this trip to Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court won. They had prepared here for too long and expended too much energy, and with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leading the group of immortals, it is natural for them to win. It seems that for a long time, the world of the 5 regions will still be led by the Celestial Court. But as long as I am alive, I will not let the Celestial Court have peace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not look at him. He continued to deduce the violent formation in front of him, looking like he was about to retreat. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth and laughed heartily, waving his hand. Fang Yuan, it is too early to be discouraged. Watch my method. At the next moment, golden light flowed and spread out from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's body. Golden light shone on the surrounding truthful floating ice. The golden color continuously seeped into the floating ice. At the same time, a Grand Rank 8 Immortal Gu House flew in from outside the formation. It was Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. The Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace paused outside the formation for a while, before plunging into it without hesitation. Lu Wei-yin and the rest could not help but gasp, almost thinking that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was going to forcefully break through. But at the next moment, Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace entered unscathed, flying along with the rest of the truthful floating ice. It was like it was a truthful floating ice to begin with, just that its appearance was a little strange. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, your method is amazing. Fang Yuan saw this and could not help but praise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable can infiltrate the formation. My luck path method is also not bad. But this way, before the formation stops, Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace will not be able to retreat. Let's go. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace participated in the Crazed Demon Formation's operation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could also influence this formation. He learned from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, helping the formation, while also making it easier for him to retreat. Using this, he and Fang Yuan retreated together. As for Lu Wei-yin, Qi Si, and the rest, they were also brought back to Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer by Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. After such a delay, the smoke in the 8th layer was almost completely extinguished. Celestial Court achieved a great victory. Only half of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven remained, while Bing Sichuan was heavily injured. Fang Yuan's subordinates suffered even more severe casualties. Experts like Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had all died. Star Constellation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted in anger as he charged forward. This time, he was much more proactive than in Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed on the spot, not evading. The other immortals evaded in panic. Boom boom boom. A three-way battle erupted again. Chapter 22:14. Rumble. Thunder rumbled endlessly. Immortal zombie giant sun breathed out countless rays of golden light. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out dazzling starlight. Fang Yuan used all sorts of killer moves in the battlefield. The whole world shook like a huge biscuit. Mountains and rivers were constantly being destroyed. In such a battlefield, the three great worlds were like ingredients on a chopping board. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He blew out a breath of air. Countless sword chi flew out like clouds, blocking the starlight. Next, he pushed his hand forward. Another killer move flew out like a dragon tiger divine wind. Between offense and defense, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied. He had too many Dao marks on him. His killer moves were also too strong. He could only use some of his weakest methods. In fact, even though the three were fighting intensely, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were also tied up like Fang Yuan. This was not primordial domain. They could display their strength in primordial domain, but this was the 8th layer's great world after all. The crazed demon formation still needed the great world as a clue and fuel, and if they destroyed this place, they would definitely suffer limitless demon venerables retaliation. But it doesn't matter. I just need to restrain Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan was happy to accept this situation. Earlier, he and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were delayed in the crazed demon formation, causing the celestial court in the great world to obtain a huge victory. Now that they returned, the entire situation changed again. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun worked together to resist Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Zhan Budu and the rest counterattacked. Air currents surged. Demon Immortal Qi Ju rampaged in the battlefield. The incomplete Qi Lan silhouette above his head faced the combination of 7 fiendish primeval monarch and Shabi 95 again. Shabi 95 roared at the sky, turning around to fight. Immortal killer move Shishi. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already prepared enough. He used his strongest method. Shabi 95's Qi Path killer move was directly devoured by Qi Lan, boosting Demon Immortal Qi Ju's foundation. Shabi 95 retreated in panic. If not for Qi Lan being incomplete, even Shabi 95 would have lost a portion of its body and been devoured by Qi Lan. Senior, let me lend you a hand. At the crucial moment, a tombstone-like Immortal Gu House attacked. It was Guyua Fangjing controlling the Demon Judgment Board. Immortal killer move, blood-drawing divine light. A crimson blood light pillar pierced through heaven and earth, shooting towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju. If not for my Qi Lan being damaged and only having 30% left, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's figure drifted away, dodging this grand attack. Right at this time, a Qi wall suddenly appeared, almost connecting heaven and earth, suppressing the several Gu immortals of Celestial Court. It was Qi Si Ancestor. There was also a shadow of a secret realm of heaven and earth above his head. It was Huland. With Huland as the core, he unleashed all sorts of Qi Path killer moves with unparalleled power. Qi Wall killer move was originally limited to defense, but Qi Si Ancestor used it in the opposite direction. He used it to trap the enemy. Such power, even Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not help but be surprised. He took a few glances at Huland and evaluated inwardly. It is indeed worthy of being a secret realm of heaven and earth that is on par with Qi Land. It is just that Qi Land is good at absorbing and absorbing, while Huland is good at spitting and injecting. If the two are gathered, they will complement each other and form a perfect cycle. Bam bam bam. On the other side, Zhan Budu was wearing a blood-red cloak. He flew like a bolt of red lightning. Everywhere he went, the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were beaten up badly. Qing Cho was already killed by Qi Si Ancestors who elevation killer move. Even if it revived, it would need to recuperate in Divine Emperor City for a long time. It would not be able to participate in the battlefield for the time being. Without Qing Cho, Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not use her full strength. The thick-skinned Jean Budu became a huge problem for the celestial court again. Jean Budu tore through the air, approaching Duke Mei. "Duke Mei, be careful." Duke Tong rushed over from afar, shouting in shock. Duke Mei was furious. "Junior, don't be arrogant." He used his strongest method. His eyebrows and hair fluttered, instantly growing by tens of feet. His hair was like snow. It could be used or defended. It was tough at times and soft at others. It connected skillfully, trapping Jean Budu, who was charging over. Jean Budu felt very uncomfortable. His brute strength was completely diverted and dissipated. It was very stifling. He immediately opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Yellow lightning burst forth from his roar and destroyed the countless hairs around him, as if they were dried-up twigs. One of the components of incomplete freedom transformation was Lightning Rush Yellow Bird transformation. This move had the ability to shoot out yellow lightning. When Jean Budu used it now, its power increased by several times. Jean Budu broke through the obstruction and arrived in front of Duke Mei, directly punching. Duke Mei's killer move was broken. The backlash caused him to reveal a flaw. He was too slow in dodging and his brain matter splattered. His head fell to the ground like a watermelon, bursting apart. Duke Mei died, but his phantom aperture contained all kinds of goo worms, immortal essence, and immortal yuan stone, and was thrown into the immortal graveyard. Jean Budu tried his best to grab it. The phantom aperture flew away through his palm. Duke Tong saw Duke Mei die in front of him and flew into a rage, shouting madly, "Demon, hand over your life." The muscles all over his body were bulging, shining with a brass luster. Fist shadows flew everywhere, each punch piercing the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound with a terrifying momentum. Jean Budu laughed sinisterly. Good timing. He charged forward without dodging, engaging in close combat with Duke Tong. Bam bam bam. Fists and kicks collided. Jean Budu attacked without defending. Duke Tong's fists landed on his body. The pain caused made Jean Budu attack even more violently. Soon, Duke Tong could not hold on any longer and fell into a disadvantage. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals rushed over to reinforce him, using killer moves to attack Jean Budu. Jean Budu's movements immediately slowed down. For a moment, he was hit by lightning, golden spears, water attacks and so on. His body shook slightly, but he forcefully endured them, grabbing Duke Tong's arm. "You can't escape." Jean Budu laughed sinisterly, exerting strength to snap. With a crack, Duke Tong's muscular arm was completely broken by Jean Budu. Duke Tong roared in pain. His legs were like whips, or like a raging dragon flipping over the river, causing leg shadows to fill the sky, almost submerging Jean Budu. Jean Budu's eyes shone with an ominous light. His fists punched towards Duke Tong's chest. The two immortals desperately attacked each other. Flesh and blood splattered. The scene was tragic. Duke Tong kicked Jean Budu's shoulders until they caved in. His neck and face turned purple. Meanwhile, his sternum was smashed by Jean Budu. His heart that could not be protected was also smashed by Jean Budu's fists. Duke Tong's heart was destroyed, but he still continued to roar and attack. Jean Budu laughed sinisterly. His arms stretched out like a bear, grabbing Duke Tong's head. Jean Budu pressed down fiercely, his thumb first digging into Duke Tong's eye sockets, squeezing his eyeballs until they burst. Next, with a crack, Duke Tong's entire skull was smashed. Finally, Jean Budu's fingers tightened, squeezing Duke Tong's brain matter, facial features and crushed bones in his fists. Only then did Duke Tong stop his attacks. His body fell, but his phantom aperture flew away with the immortal goo. Jean Budu's gaze was fierce. As the phantom aperture flew out, his gaze naturally landed on the immortal graveyard. Just as he was about to charge towards the immortal graveyard, an immortal goo house flew over and blocked his path. Divine Emperor City. Only then did Jean Budu reveal a serious expression. He restrained his berserk and fearless attacks slightly. After all, Divine Emperor City had the divine might of painting path. It was hard for Jean Budu to defend against it. If he was careless, he would be captured and sealed in the painting world by Divine Emperor City. Star constellation Immortal Venerable resisted the joint attacks of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Feng Yuan, while looking at the whole battlefield with a trace of worry on her face. Celestial Court was still at a disadvantage in numbers. Facing either Feng Yuan or Longevity Heaven alone, Celestial Court still had the advantage. But once the two sides joined hands, Celestial Court would be at a disadvantage. Especially now that she was being restrained, Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. It was retreating under the frenzied attacks of Jean Budu and the rest. Immortal Killer Move, Humble Reciprocation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stretched out her left palm. A small silhouette of Book Mountain appeared above her palm. At the next moment, hundreds and thousands of killer moves bloomed like fireworks, pouring out like a multicolored tide. These killer moves had their own guidance, targeting their respective owners. Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Chi Si Ancestor, and even Jean Budu were taken care of. They had no choice but to divert their attention to defend. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's vision was also filled with golden light. He was also targeted by Humble Reciprocation. Needless to say, this move was really suitable for the current situation. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have methods similar to Huang. But once she used it, it would trigger limitless retaliation. Meanwhile, Humble Reciprocation only returned the methods of other Gu Immortals. The intensity of each move was not high. It did not exceed limitless standard. At the same time, these killer moves could be traced back to the original owners. They would not affect the three great worlds. The original owners would divert their attention to defend, greatly stabilizing Celestial Court's situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held Book Mountain. As she pointed with her fingers, stardust flew out towards Feng Yuan. She needed to act alone to restrain Feng Yuan. Because the killer moves that Feng Yuan used, Humble Reciprocation could not be returned. These killer moves were compound killer moves. Only Feng Yuan's sovereign physique could use them. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to focus on dealing with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly used compound killer move Windfire Lightning Wheel. This move was modified from Windfire Will Killer move. It added the profundities of Light Path and Lightning Path. 5 rings immediately revolved around Feng Yuan's body. They spun around and brought him away. Feng Yuan had already investigated secretly. He found that the aura in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard was getting stronger. There was something fishy about it. Moreover, Book Mountain had already been taken into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture. Only the immortal graveyard was left outside. This was an important area of Celestial Court. Humble Reciprocation involved the mind and expended a lot of thoughts. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a lot of burden. Feng Yuan avoided the battle and gave up on her to attack the immortal graveyard. This made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understand how she felt when she avoided the battle with Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly moved to block Feng Yuan. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw this. Even without any prior communication, he acted decisively and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for the moment. Feng Yuan's main body took the lead and charged into the immortal graveyard. Oh no, the demon Feng Yuan is here. He discovered the immortal graveyard's secret after all. That's good. I don't have to hold my breath here. Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the rest appeared one after another. They moved forward to block Feng Yuan with furious and resolute expressions. They actually revived. Pull upload next chapters. Chapter 2215. Immortal Killer Move, Year Beast Summoning. Feng Yuan waved his hand as dozens of immemorial year beasts appeared behind him. In order to complete the 12 Zodiac battle formation, he had fished up immemorial year beasts, and finally managed to gather an entire set. As for these, they were all leftovers. The immemorial year beasts roared as they tore through the sky and attacked the immortal graveyard. Duke Mei and Duke Tong were still standing side by side, blocking the path of Feng Yuan's main body. At the same time, many Gu immortals rose up from the immortal graveyard again. They were the people who died in the battle earlier. The Gu immortals took action, completely blocking the immemorial year beast's attacks. Feng Yuan saw this and realized, It seems that the Gu immortals revived in the immortal graveyard have complete cultivation level and Dao marks. As for Gu worms, when they die, their phantom apertures fly back to the immortal graveyard with Gu worms. They do not lack them. Celestial Court's method of reviving Gu immortals was very advanced and flawless. Thankfully, Fang Yuan found out about this ambush in time. Lu Weiyin felt very fortunate. If he had been kept in the dark by star constellation Immortal Venerable, when the battle reached a stalemate, these Gu immortals would definitely attack Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side and catch them unprepared. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed internally. The reason why she hid these Gu immortals and did not let them join the battle immediately, other than to ambush them, was to preserve the strength of Celestial Court. The trip to Kray's Demon Cave was not a battle to the death between the three sides. It was a competition to obtain the deduction results of the Kray's Demon formation. In this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to rely on herself. People like Fang Jing and Che Wei did not have the qualifications to participate in this competition. Moreover, Celestial Court was weak and had few members. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained the Kray's Demon formation's results and entered Celestial Court in the future, she would need manpower to control Central Continent. She could not be a lone general. But now Fang Yuan found out about these people. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew. Fang Yuan was a cunning and cruel demon. He had no pride at all. Once he found out about this weakness of Celestial Court, he would definitely attack it with all his might. For someone like the reckless savage archdevil ancestor, it was beneath him to make a move against someone weaker than him. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered countless living beings, he treated everyone equally from start to finish. He killed the weak and killed the strong. Killing was his second nature. There was insanity in his bones. On the other hand, Fang Yuan specialized in bullying the weak. The weak loved to bully others, and when they met someone stronger than them, they would hide. Before the Fate War, the Celestial Court had repeatedly investigated him. So he hid himself and developed Wisdom Path methods to defend against Wisdom Path deductions. Stardust flew. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to move and reinforce Celestial Court's Immortal Graveyard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally tried to stop them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Illusion Killer move again. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun wanted to find out the truth, he would need some time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thus succeeded in returning to the Immortal Graveyard. However, in just a short while, Duke Mei and Duke Tong once again lost their lives in the hands of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan tried to take their phantom apertures, but he still did not succeed. If we don't destroy the Immortal Graveyard, these Gu immortals will revive and recover their cultivation level. It will be a huge problem. Lu Weiyin also rushed over. Following Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's actions, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals also returned to the Immortal Graveyard. The occupation turned into a battle of offense and defense again. Celestial Court was still the defending side, but this time, they were no longer defending Book Mountain. They were fighting fiercely around the Immortal Graveyard. After killing these Gu immortals and destroying the Immortal Graveyard, Celestial Court will only have Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left, ha ha. Jean Buddha laughed wildly, his killing intent surging. However, Celestial Court seemed to have expected this situation. Celestial Court's Immortal Graveyard had been greatly modified. Celestial Court's Gu immortals flew down and acted as the formation cores, quickly forming an immortal formation. The immortal formation created a dense fog that quickly spread over the whole battlefield. Gu immortals felt like they were falling into the clouds. They could not even see their own fingers. They could not even differentiate directions. Not just that, all sorts of Gu immortal figures appeared in the Immortal Graveyard. Jean Budu and the rest fought against them. These Gu immortals had the same battle strength as their main bodies, but after being killed, they only disintegrated into lumps of fog. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun deduced for a while before saying, "This is a painting path formation, but it also has human path methods in it. This formation uses Divine Emperor City as the core. Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals as the formation cores, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as the main formation core. It will be extremely difficult for us to break this formation. Does Feng Yuan have a good plan? Feng Yuan shook his head, his expression cold. Once they entered a deadlock, it would be very disadvantageous to him. Because Celestial Court had a deep understanding of the crazed demon formation, they had a huge lead. Once Celestial Court succeeded in delaying the formation, when the time was up, the three great worlds would disintegrate and turn into resources to fuel the crazed demon formation, allowing the eternal life results to be successfully deduced. By then, Celestial Court's chances of snatching the results would greatly surpass Feng Yuan, and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday Celestial Court could not match the combined forces of Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in a frontal battle. But under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wise and decisive leadership, Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were forced into a passive state. Feng Yuan knew the severity of this matter. He immediately replied, I have some understanding of human path methods, but I have no understanding of painting path. Giant Sun is proficient in painting path. We need to work together to have a chance of breaking this formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded slightly. He had the intention to work together. Immediately, the two immortals stopped fighting. They only let Lu Wei-yin, Zhan Budu, Bing Sai-chuan, and the rest try to attack the formation, providing them with all sorts of clues and verifying their guesses. 15 minutes later, Qi Si, Qi Ju, and the rest were unable to break the formation. They were instead heavily injured. Celestial Court's formation did not budge. Feng Yuan took action. The human sea in the sovereign immortal aperture surged endlessly, causing the clouds and mist in the outside world to also surge. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun acted according to the situation, shooting out rays of golden light. The golden light spread out like ripples, quickly sweeping through the entire formation. Wherever the golden light went, the clouds and mist quickly dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the immortal graveyard. The two allied forces saw this and cheered. But good times did not last long. The golden light quickly dissipated and the clouds and mist revived almost instantly, blocking the immortals' vision. Zhan Budu and the rest tried to charge the formation but failed. They could not find the formation core. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. This formation should have been broken, but the main formation user is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually used wisdom path methods to stabilize this formation. Gu Immortals were the foundation of killer moves. The main body of any method was still the person. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, this Celestial Court formation was forcibly stabilized, firmly blocking Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Feng Yuan's forces. Feng Yuan shook his head slowly. It seems that we cannot break this formation in a short period of time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not speak, silently agreeing with this judgment. His and Feng Yuan's attack earlier was already their strongest method. Since they could not break this formation, they could forget about it for half a month. According to the current rate of the Great World's destruction, as well as the crazed demon formation that was greatly enhanced by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, half a month was definitely enough time to deduce the final result. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression returned to normal, asking loudly, Good formation. May I ask Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what is this formation called? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice came from the clouds and mist. This formation is called White Cloud City Suppression. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is not complete. Up until now, Celestial Court's exploration of human path has allowed it to be completed by a fluke. Right at this time, Feng Yuan attacked again, causing the formation to rumble. Feng Yuan continued. Giant Sun, even if we cannot break this formation, we need to weaken Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for the future. That is right. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun felt that this was reasonable. He immediately shot out golden light that spread throughout the formation. Wherever the golden light went, everything became clear. The clouds and mist dissipated. However, star constellation Immortal Venerable still stabilized the formation. Soon, white clouds and mist shrouded the area again. Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attacked again and again, while star constellation Immortal Venerable stabilized the formation again and again. Both sides were helpless, but neither wanted to stop. Just as they were in a deadlock, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression suddenly changed. He sensed some changes in luck. After dozens of rounds, Divine Emperor City suddenly shook, and Immortal flew out of the painting world. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used this chance to shoot out golden light. At once, countless golden light rays created countless ripples. Divine Emperor City shook. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was caught off guard. She could not stabilize the formation, causing it to break. Many Celestial Court Gu immortals who were acting as formation cores spurted out blood. They were all heavily injured. Jean Budu took the lead and charged into the depths of the immortal graveyard, shouting at the Gu immortal who broke out of the painting world. Shen Shang, quickly join hands with us to attack Celestial Court. This crucial person who broke the formation was Eastern Sea's pseudo-venerable, who cultivated human path, Shen Shang. Shen Shang's body and mind shook. He did not hesitate, and immediately joined with Feng Yuan and the rest, charging towards Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. She waved her sleeves and gathered all the Celestial Court Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses, entering the depths of the immortal graveyard. Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally would not let them go. They chased after them and saw a secluded domain of heaven and earth in the depths of the immortal graveyard. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was a huge pitch-black door that emitted a deep, deathly, terrifying, and imposing aura. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, door of life and death. Star constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death first, but Feng Yuan and the rest could not help but slow down. It was not easy to enter the door of life and death. The legends of Renzu had detailed records. Renzu had once asked Wisdom Gu for guidance. Wisdom Gu told Renzu that the path to enter and exit the door of life and death was called Fate Path. Living people had to enter the door from the death path. If they wanted to leave, they had to take the life path. The death path was filled with Worry Gu, while the life path was filled with Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. And in the door of life and death, there was a pacifying Soul Lake, Fairness Gu, and so on. Not just these. Feng Yuan's information clearly showed that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true body and Renzu's eldest son, Verdant Great Sun's soul, were still in the door of life and death. Now, there was also Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and the Immortals of Celestial Court. The door of life and death was a dangerous place. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death without hesitation. This was almost impossible. Chapter 22:16. Looking at the door of life and death in front of him, Feng Yuan instantly recalled the result of his luck inspection. The black cloud that represented Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was corroded by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's nebula. Let's take another look. Feng Yuan willed as he controlled Cooking Luck Pot. His silver light pillar shrunk even more. The dust at the base of the silver pillar became denser, while the three clouds at the top, the nebula and the black cloud, had almost fused into one. Giant Sun Immortal's golden cloud was still suppressed at the bottom. The nebula and black cloud were even larger. They were already at the top. They were starting to corrode Feng Yuan's silver light pillar. This change was clearly not good. Celestial Court has made the most preparations in Crazed Demon Cave. It seems that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable have joined hands. According to the current trend, Celestial Court has too much of a lead. The final victor is likely to be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Earlier, there was the external factor of thieving heaven's true inheritance that influenced the silver light pillar. But now that Feng Yuan was in luck inspection, he found that there were no external factors. In fact, at his level, external factors that could influence him and influence this battle in Crazed Demon Cave were very rare. Only things like thieving heaven's true inheritance had the ability to influence him. It seems that I need to rely on myself to get out of this situation. Even though the result of luck inspection was not good, Fang Yuan still activated his method resolutely. A rainbow light of mixed colors shot out of his body. It was thumb-sized. The rainbow light first connected to the Qi-Si clone, giving the Qi-Si clone a multicolored radiance that enveloped his entire body. Next, the rainbow light came out and connected to Zhan Budu. This defensive move of mine can be used to pass the door of life and death. Fang Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, Shen Shang, and Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju smiled lightly. I have my own methods. Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin accepted this move. Thus, the rainbow light connected them as well. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stored Calamity Luck Altar in his immortal aperture. His body was covered in a golden barrier as he stared at the top of Fang Yuan's head. Ordinary Gu Immortals could not see the concealed cooking luck pot. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the creator. He naturally sensed it. Cooking luck pot's powerful aura shocked Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. But thinking of this battle in Crazed Demon Cave, and the refinement path achievements that Fang Yuan displayed, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was not surprised. Both sides activated their techniques and rushed towards the Gate of Life and Death. They successfully entered the Gate of Life and Death without encountering any twists and turns. The inside of the Gate of Life and Death was dark and vast. When Fang Yuan and the others entered, it was as if countless torches were suddenly ignited in the dark night. In an instant, countless soul beasts were alarmed, and they let out roars and roars. The soul beasts began to attack crazily, and Fang Yuan and the others defended against them. So many soul beasts. Shen Shang was stunned. This is the place where soul beasts gather the most in the world. How could there only be 100 million soul beasts here? It is simply uncountable, Lu Weiyin said as he activated his killer move, forming mud walls. There are too many soul path Dao marks here. My killer move's effect is less than 50% of its original effect. Demon Immortal Qiju tried several killer moves, his expression turning slightly pale. There were big and small soul beasts. They had varying foundations. There were countless ordinary soul beasts, as well as countless desolate-level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and even immemorial soul beasts. The soul beasts were like a pitch-black tsunami. They charged towards Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun without any fear of death, attempting to drown these Gu Immortals. Where is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Qi-Si Ancestor asked. In this situation, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable keeps hiding, how will we find her? Zhan Budu frowned. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan did not make a move. They used their methods to investigate, trying to find traces of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But soon both of them gave up. They failed. In that case, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly. Golden light burst out from his body. In an instant, in the dark door of life and death, it was as if a sun had risen. The sun rose high, illuminating everything within 10,000 li. The light was extremely dazzling. Wherever the light touched, countless soul beasts disintegrated. They could not even make a sound. The immortals were shocked. Don't tell me this person is. Shen Shang stared, finally realizing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's identity. The power of this move was definitely higher than Qi-Si Ancestor's Hu elevation. Fang Yuan could not help but look, his pupil shrunk. Since the start of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this was the first time he had seen Immortal Zombie Giant Sun act like this. In Fang Yuan's hands, Luck Path was mostly used as a support, but under Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's control, it displayed an incredible offensive power. Golden light spread. Wherever it went, even immemorial soul beasts could not resist it. Countless were slaughtered in an instant. The battle result was shocking. The battlefield of several thousand li was completely cleared. A lake appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The lake water was calm. Even under the golden light, it was as calm as a mirror. Pacifying Soul Lake. And beside Pacifying Soul Lake, there was a mountain range. The mountain range was grand and majestic, connecting heaven and earth, extending beyond the immortal's vision. Since when was there a mountain? There were no such records in the legends of Renzu. This mountain is pitch black and filled with demonic energy. It is very strange. Could it be that star constellation Immortal Venerable is on this mountain? Or is this pitch-black mountain the arrangement of the celestial court? The pseudo-venerables discussed. Right at this time, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly spoke. I found her. Fang Yuan's gaze also looked over. Following his gaze, the immortals found star constellation Immortal Venerable. She stood at the peak of the mountain, starlight flickered around her. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind, making her look like a peerless beauty. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked down at the immortals with a smile. The enemy is here, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is time for you to wake up. Although her voice was calm, it spread rapidly, reverberating in this unique world like the echo of an empty valley. At the next moment, the pitch-black mountain range that spanned between heaven and earth shook. A voice came out. Who is disturbing my sleep? Next, the mountain range shook even more intensely. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth shook. Two blood-red suns suddenly appeared, each of them larger than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attack earlier. These were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. The majestic mountain range in front of the immortals was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Enemy, who are you? Kill you. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable let out a low growl. The sound waves surged and created a huge whirlwind. His condition was not right. He could not recognize Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan. It was as if he had lost his memories. Bam 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 bam. Arms extended out of the mountain range one after another. In an instant, it was as if tens of millions of huge trees had grown, forming a terrifying forest of giant arms. Rumble, with a loud explosion, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body sat cross-legged instead of lying down. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, his shoulders still towered into the clouds. The immortals could not even see his head when they raised their heads. They could only barely see half of his chest. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was too huge. Compared to him, Fang Yuan and the other immortals were like ants beside an adult. Lu Weiyin, Demon Immortal Qiju, and the rest paled in shock. They sensed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was not just huge. The aura emanating from his body almost suffocated the immortals. The soul path Dao marks on his body were too dense, and of an enormous scale. Even the current Fang Yuan could not compare to them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his eyes. Two blood-red suns shone fiercely in the black clouds. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his mouth and breathed out. At the next moment, black soul fog accompanied by intense winds swept out and engulfed the entire battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Winds howled in their ears. The pseudo-venerables' expressions changed. The black soul wind was extremely terrifying. Their bodies shook intensely. They were almost blown away. The soul wind not only targeted their bodies, it also targeted their souls. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan shouted. The mixed rainbow light on his body shone brightly, helping these pseudo-venerables to stabilize their souls and resist the soul wind. Fang Yuan, Demon Immortal Qiju, could not resist it. He quickly called for help. Fang Yuan immediately used the mixed rainbow light to connect with him, helping him resist the wind calamity. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw that no one was blown away by him. He growled in anger. He raised a giant arm and slammed it down. The palm was so huge that it covered heaven and earth. It carried the sound of wind and thunder. It was ferocious and powerful, giving off a feeling that it could not be blocked or dodged. The giant palm targeted Demon Immortal Qiju. Among all the pseudo-venerables, his aura was the weakest. After all, he had been sealed in Divine Emperor City for a long time. Many of his Dao marks had been extracted. Demon Immortal Qiju wanted to dodge, but the giant palm had the intimidation ability. He could not move, he could only defend on the spot. Boom! The ground shook. The immortals dodged, only Demon Immortal Qiju was left. The latter used many defensive killer moves, but like an ant trying to shake a tree, he was instantly slammed into the ground by the giant palm. Demon Immortal Qiju's aura fell to rock bottom. Spectral Soul's giant palm stretched out to its limit. It did not move after slamming into the ground. The palm that was like a mountain root, the arm that was like a heavenly pillar emitted a strange aura. Spectral soul can suppress a pseudo-venerable with one arm? Even immortal zombie giant Sun revealed a shocked expression. He shouted, "Quickly save him!" Spectral soul is quickly sealing Chiju. Even without his reminder, Jean Budu had already arrived with a roar. He was like a meteor that crashed into Spectral soul's arm, penetrating it from the front to the back. Jean Budu laughed heartily. He was about to turn around and fight again, when another arm slammed down at lightning speed. Boom! With another loud sound, Jean Budu was also slammed into the ground by the giant palm. His aura plummeted. Such a giant, but it still has such speed. Terrifying. Quickly save them, it will be too late. Qi ancestor, Lu Wei-yin, and the rest quickly took action. The two heavenly pillar-like giant arms were attacked and started to crumble. Right at this time, dozens of giant arms descended from the sky. Immortal killer move, Tenli Time Gale. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He raised his arms and pushed with his palms. Immediately, boundless winds surged and blocked these dozens of giant arms. This move contained the profundities of Time Path, Rule Path and Wind Path. When Fang Yuan's fingers formed into claws, he could imprison a strong enemy and lock down the target's time. But now, Fang Yuan raised his hands with his palms facing up. His fingers were clawing with all his strength, but they were shaking and could not be locked down. He could only make these dozens of giant arms descend slowly. He could not completely stop their time. Good job. Immortal zombie giant Sun praised. His body turned illusory, turning into a golden rain of light. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.